Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass as we are ready to roll on a Friday. You had a historic night in Hockeytown last night. We are going to get to Brad Holmes' audio and his comments from yesterday at the podium. We have a Tarek Skubal update. All of that and more. John, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Heather, happy Friday.
You too.
Good to see you guys. Looking forward to getting to the weekend. So it's a little bit damp outside, but I couldn't believe when I walked outside, I turned on the truck, it was 55 degrees.
It's warm.
I know, it's bizarre.
Yeah, like walking back from the hockey game last night, I'm like, this is incredible. Like,
Yeah.
you don't need a jacket. You're just, this is January?
Hey, January in the D.
I guess so. We'll also have Cookie Jar and Picks, our usual Friday staples. John, let's start with that hockey game last night. A historic moment. Patrick Kane, 500 goals. He does it in a winged wheel. And it was a great moment last night because the crowd, as soon as he got on the ice with an empty net, the crowd started cheering. There's a little bit of that anticipation. He's going to get a chance. And he buries it. He's only the 5th American to score 500 goals, the 50th player in NHL history. Really cool moment. And then he gets his standing ovation, first star of the night, 2 goals. Great night for Patrick Kane.
It was. And anytime a historic moment like that happens, even if it was on the road, like you're going to get a standing ovation from the crowd. That's hockey fans are very respectful of the stars in the sport. And I'm just happy that it happened at home. I'm glad you were there to get a chance to see it. I mean, it's a cool moment.
It's in the back of my head. He's at 499. He could score it on the road if he doesn't get it tonight. Or he could score it Monday for the Fedorov night. But I don't have tickets to the Fedorov night. So I really was like, this is it. This is the chance to see it. So I was rooting extra hard to see him bury that empty netter.
Yeah, and it's just cool that it happened in the winged wheel, that it happened for the Red Wings. Obviously, not all of them were in the Red Wing jersey. That's not what it's about. It's about a moment of a career for an American-born hockey player. Like, we hear all these great moments happening for hockey players, but they're for guys that were born in Canada or born, somewhere in Europe. Hey, it's a cool moment, and I'm glad that they took the time to celebrate it. We had the whole Myles Garrett thing, and it's just as long as Zach Taylor's not there to complain, we're good.
Yeah, look, if Vancouver wanted to complain, should have played better.
Yeah.
And I think subtle things, right? So you're right. He didn't score most of them in a Red Wing uniform, and he scored most of them in a rival Original Six Chicago Blackhawk uniform.
Sure.
But he has come here and really ingratiated himself. He has loved being a Red Wing. John, the little things you look for when he's doing the skate at the end to celebrate, and he's flexing the jersey, the winged wheel, pointing to the winged wheel, and he's talked about how special it is to be a Red Wing. He's a hockey guy,
right?
So I think he appreciates the Original Six and hockey markets, and I'd say this, like, he came here at a point where his career was very much up in the air. And I feel like he's been embraced, and he got to have his moment.
Here's the other thing, too. It's not like it's his first year.
No.
Right? So it's his 3rd year in the winged wheel, and second full season.
Yes, I know
whatever.
what you
It doesn't matter.
meant.
But 3rd hockey season. And so, like, if this had happened, 4 games into his tenure as a Red Wing, I still don't think it changes the celebration. As I said, even if it happened on the road, you're going to get the standing O. They're going to stop the game. They're going to mark the moment. But the fact that he's been here for a few years, right, and fans have been able to develop a relationship with him. First, it was the hate because he was with the rival. Now he's one of ours, and we love him.
Yeah. By the way, Zach Taylor was reached for comment. He was very upset that the game was paused.
Yes. They were trying to get back on the ice to get the puck dropped.
Just on the note of history, so I mentioned 50 hockey players to 500 goals. He's the 50th. 5 Americans to 500 goals. Mm-hmm. And the Wings have had a bunch of guys do it, but only 6 have scored 500 wearing the winged wheel. And it's a pretty star-studded cast. Gordie Howe, Steve Yzerman, Brendan Shanahan, Dino Ciccarelli, Pat Verbeek, and now Patrick Kane. Mm-hmm. So that fans have been able to see happen that moment. Only 6 guys.
Yeah, and it's just super cool. What was we heard it on the broadcast, and you mentioned you were there. What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, so he scores $4.99, and I knew right away it was $4.99.
Yeah.
Larkin fished the puck out, and I'm thinking, does he not know? But then it was pointed out it was.
Oh, he didn't put it in his pocket?
It was pointed out, I think it was Raymond's 300th point on goal, $4.99. But Larkin's always on this stuff. I'm like, did he miscount? Like, that was $4.99. But then it quickly gets spread when they show on the graphic that's $4.99. So
Yeah.
now the crowd is spending the whole game thinking like, could we get it? And then with 5 minutes to go, you're thinking, well, they're going to pull their goalie. This could be his
Yeah.
easiest goal of the 500. Is he going to get a shift? Is someone else going to score? And then there's going to be a goalie back in there. But yeah, when he got on the ice, there was a notable pop from the crowd because they were waiting for it. It was on everybody's mind. And then as soon as the game ends, I mean, the team was ready for this too. The team store was flooded with people trying to get, they had these 500 pucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like T-shirts and stuff. So
Of course, the team would be ready to monetize it.
well, of course they would, John. But fans were eating it up, man. Like
They should. They
we walked
should.
past it like it was a full, like packed to the gills. People trying to get the Patrick Kane stuff. There was a clear excitement and appreciation.
So obviously, I'm sure all around the town, the sports shops will be selling those pucks throughout the course. I hope that there was a little bit of a difference in the puck that you could get at the LCA
I would hope
last
so.
night, just because it would mark, yes, I was in the
There.
arena.
Yeah.
Because nobody has tickets anymore.
Well, that's right.
And so, how are you going to prove that you were actually in the arena? Well,
Take a
and
photo?
yes, yeah. Well, but I do think it would be cool if there was some type of difference in the puck, and then obviously they'll be sold. Somebody else will say, "Well, I was there."
I was
No, you
there.
weren't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But there was a limited number of those. That would be cool,
Well, it's funny how that stuff works. Like the number of people. I was there for Miggy's.
right?
3,000
Yeah.
and-
Oh wait, there was 150,000 people there. Really?
I don't think that quite adds up, but
Yeah.
sure, dude.
I know everybody in the city of Detroit was there.
Of course, just they'll tell you. Tom, you're kind of a hockey guy. Just some perspective on this before we move on. Patrick Kane, 500 goals.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's a cool moment and stuff, but it's just weird Kane being a Red Wing.
Yeah.
He scored most of these with the Blackhawks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. I think it's really cool that an American player got the 500. In terms of the moment, and we got a text that kind of references does the empty netter make it kind of eh?
Oh, is it Brett Favre taking a fall for Mike Strahan?
Well, no, because the empty net goal is part of hockey.
It's not his only empty net goal of the 500.
Exactly.
Like I did have the thought, I go, would he want it to be his 500 goal on an empty net? Then I thought, well, you could get injured and never get to 500.
Right.
Take it when it's there.
Yeah.
And the other comparison maybe is too, and another American who played for the Red Wings, Brett Hull, got 700 in a Red Wing uniform, even though he didn't play much here either. And I had a friend that went to that game. They said it was an electric moment,
Yeah.
I think
but that was a real goal. All right.
hockey fan, yeah. And it's funny because you said maybe it's the easiest of the 500. There's been other empty net goals.
Yeah.
It just happens that that's his 500. But I do go to, you mentioned the 700 for Brett Hull and the electric moment because he didn't have a lot as a Red Wing. I think hockey fans are more historical minded and more apt to celebrate some of those moments for the game more than other sports.
I would
Does that
say
make sense?
I'd say more than football and basketball. Baseball, it's always tough to compete because there's a lot of historians that
yeah, but
Home
they're
runs.
all 95 years or older.
big time home runs are about I think probably a little bit bigger than the goals, unless you had like Ovechkin
Right.
last year and all
Well,
that
yeah, I
stuff.
mean, chicks dig the long ball.
Exactly.
Anyway, speaking of baseball, there is an update to keep an eye on with Tarek Skubal.
No response.
Heather, do you love
didn't
home
think
runs?
You just ignore me now?
I do sometimes.
It's like I'm at home.
it's
I
for the
did
best.
react in my mind, and I just said, nah. I just shake my head, basically.
I really feel like I'm sitting at the dinner table right now. Yeah, just everybody ignore that guy.
Just move on.
Real quick, just one last thing with last night. I do believe this thing's a little bit bigger if they go into the playoffs and he does something, and it kind of adds to lore. He creates he feels like an assassin almost, or like an outsider to me still.
You're saying, but if he were to have a big moment or two in a postseason in a 7-game series, it would further solidify,
Yeah.
his status.
Yeah.
Okay. What?
I
Hey, look, the idea of playoff hockey, I'm smiling a little bit.
sure.
I
yeah.
looked over at Kelsey and I said, look, last year, if they made the playoffs, I think we would have had game 4 as part of our ticket plan. I want to be there for the first one. So I think I'm going to, whether we get it or not, make sure I go
Oh, okay.
to the first one. It starts to enter your brain. We're still not in March, but like when they're playing well, you start to think.
I appreciate the growth that you have shown really just in the last 30 seconds because you've you're talking about the playoffs like it's a real possibility. You're not saying they're going to the playoffs, but you're talking. Your tone is like, and you actually said the word March.
I didn't even realize I just did that.
I know
guys. I'm
that.
sorry.
That's personal growth.
Yeah, I'm opening my heart to love.
Oh, jeez. Well, let's not get all sappy.
Okay. Well, let's get it back to business because that's the status with Tarek Skubal. And I just think this is more proof that the Tigers and Skubal are headed for an inevitable divorce. Jeff Passan, ESPN with the latest. Skubal's the only player the Tigers didn't come to terms with yesterday to avoid arbitration, and they are $13 million apart. It's the largest gap in salary arbitration history. For people unfamiliar with this, Skubal filed for $32 million, which would be a record. The Tigers countered at $19 million.
What did he make last year? It was what, 19?
No, I think he made around 10. So this is a pretty sizable jump.
Okay. Right. I thought the arbitration was more than that.
The Tigers will argue it's among the largest jumps in arbitration history. But Skubal's camp is going to say you offered less than David Price got in arbitration 11 years ago. And judging for inflation, you're a little short. If the sides don't settle, and they didn't settle, it'll go in front of a 3-person panel. The team will have to talk about all the things the player doesn't do well in front of the player himself. And because Skubal has 5+ years of service time, he doesn't have to use comps from previous arbitrations. He's allowed to use comps from all of baseball. So, for example, he can reference Zach Wheeler's $42 million as a comp. Mm-hmm. And the way this is going to work, as I understand it, the Tigers are at 19 and Skubal's at 32. The midpoint is where the arbitration is going to fall.
Right.
They have to decide, is he worth more or less than $25 million? And if they say he's worth more, he gets 32. If they say he's worth less,
he gets 19.
He gets 19. But that feels like a hard argument for the Tigers when he's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. And judging for inflation and judging for the comps in the market, I feel like he's going to win this, right?
I will discuss when we return.
Oh, boy. X97.1. Not today, but winter in general means snow. It means icy roads. We're avoiding it right now, but you know it's going to be back, and it means serious car accidents. When you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG and make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG's uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. He's won more than $100 million for his clients. He'll win big for you. KG will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY. Visit kgcares.com. John, you said you had some thoughts on the Skubal situation. To me, it just feels like more evidence they're headed for a divorce. $13 million apart in arbitration, the largest gap in baseball history.
Okay, so did we think if you're reading all the tea leaves, we thought that they were heading for a divorce anyway.
Correct.
And so I'm not going to get overly dramatic of, oh my goodness, arbitration. And here's the other thing. Now, yeah, okay, they're going to sit in a room and they're going to present their case in front of this 3-person panel in front of Tarik Skubal. In the middle of a contract negotiation, if your agent says, because I went through this, hey, we think he's worth $6 million. And the team says, well, we think he's only worth $3 million. They tell the agent all the deficiencies that you have and why you should only be paid $3 million. And then your agent stands up there and says, oh, well, no, we believe he is worth this. And then he says all of the great things about you. So
what
whether
some
you're
of the things
there
they said
in
about
person, he's a try-hard guy. And maybe I was original. He's got grit. Okay, that's great, but it doesn't necessarily it can get the job done.
They say you were slow, you're not athletic enough.
Trust me, I was never the best athlete of offensive tackles. I wasn't the strongest, but I did get the job done.
How did it make you feel? Like it gets relayed to you in this world.
It's business. And when you're in the business, like as a rookie or as a second-year player, you may not understand that, but then you hear it from other guys that are going through it. So by the time you get there, you've built up this callus, or at least you should build up a callus that says, all right, this is how the conversation goes. And ultimately, you meet somewhere in the middle, which is what arbitration is. But the difference is, okay, you set that middle point. Right now, it's at 25. If they determine that Skubal is 25 and $1, then he gets 32. Or if they say, hey, you're $1 less than 25, you get 19. And I'm not gonna do the cheap Tigers, all that stuff, because I think if you're a pitcher, and this is where it's different. When you bring up a comp from 11 years ago, 11 years ago, you used to have guys going in complete games. You don't anymore. So the game has changed. The expectations on starting pitching has changed. And yes, contracts have grown. Inflation has happened. I understand all those things. But if you have a pitcher that can't go more than 100 pitches, if you have one that says, I can't go out there in the 7th, or you told me I'm not going out there in the 7th, I'm curious, will the comments be made public, or is this a private hearing?
I believe it's a private hearing, but who knows what comes out of it. Because publicly they've stuck up for Skubal, but now they're going to have to kind of reverse course to fight for every dollar at arbitration.
In all of the, the things that will be said, obviously the Tigers want to only pay 19.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would be willing to pay 24 or 25 versus the 32, but that's not the way the system is set up.
Yeah.
And so to sit there and say, oh, well, you think he's only worth 19 million, or you think he's only worth, or he's going to be making less than Jack Flaherty. Yeah, on the surface, that looks like an absolute crime.
Yeah.
However, he's a guy that can't go more than 100. or won't go more than 100. He's a guy that came out. Will they talk about the end of last season and say, well, the actual conversation between A.J. Hinch and Tarek Skubal was different than what we talked about publicly?
Look, I don't need to name call, like you said. I don't need to do the cheap thing. It's just, it's a low ball relative to what Tarek Skubal's worth.
Yeah, but that's a negotiation.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit there and say the Tigers are cheap when it's a negotiation. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but it's also what you do when you don't care about keeping the player long term. You're just trying to win this year's battle.
Or you feel you have no hope of keeping him long term. If the agent that you are going up against, not just the player, but the agent, is not willing to go anything less than $50 million at this point, then you're forced to go to arbitration.
Yeah, and look, I mean, from Boris's camp, he's successfully done this with Soto and got him more than $30 million in arbitration. I think he knows what he's doing. And
He's also an everyday player.
Yes, but on the side of Boris, he's going to go, hey, you can say baseball isn't what it was 10, 11 years ago when Price got his, but salaries have gone up.
Yes.
So dollar per inning has gone up. So using today's best arm, and Skubal's won back-to-back Cy Young Award winners, what's today's best arm worth? It's worth twice what your arbitration offer is. Now, we get it. It's not a free market, so we're going to go at 32, and we think we can make a hell of a case using comps in today's game, not 10 years ago, today's game. So if he gets his 32, the Tigers are going to have to swallow $32 million in salary for the upcoming season.
Which they can.
Which they should be able to.
Again, I think it's a great number that's put out there by Boris. I also think it's a great number that's put out there by the Tigers. In fact, if it's $9 million more, it's a 100% jump from what he had last year, nearly.
Yeah, I just think the big headline is this is the largest gap in arbitration history. It just shows a disconnect between two parties. Which, to your point, John,
it's negotiation.
But the largest disconnect ever. This isn't like you over a couple $1 million. This is a huge chunk of change.
Right. Again, I'm not going to lose my mind over the Tigers. Yeah.
I'm just telling you that my takeaway is if you had any doubts whether this was headed for divorce or not, this only further drives the wedge.
I don't know that anybody really doubted that this was going to be the last season. There are a lot of people that thought maybe that they had seen the last pitch that Skubal had in the Tigers uniform already.
All right, we are going to get into Brad Holmes. He spoke yesterday. We'll get to some of what we took from that conversation as well as your thoughts at 6:50. We've got the picks coming up, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, a cat made a brief appearance in court on Thursday. There was a 22-year-old Michigan man who was attending a virtual hearing over Zoom when a cat filter was accidentally activated on his camera.
Okay.
We've seen this before.
Yes.
Not the first time a cat showed up in court, but the judge was not very happy to see this. So this man was in court to enter a guilty plea on an assault and battery charge. And when he initially joined the Zoom hearing, he had one of those virtual backgrounds. The Golden Gate Bridge was behind him. And then he was probably trying to switch that off and hit a button, and then he turned into a cat. And basically the judge was like, we're going to have to postpone this unless you can get rid of that. And thankfully he did, and ultimately he was given 12 months of non-reporting probation and a fine.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so not too bad.
It all worked out for him in the end.
You want to hear from him?
Yeah! He did apologize multiple times, but it's always funny when that happens.
Yeah.
Two big concerts have been announced for Ford Field this spring and summer. First, as part of his first tour in nearly a decade, Bruno Mars is set to perform on May 9th as part of the Romantic Tour. So tickets for that show go on sale January 15th at 12 p.m. And then another big show in August. Chris Stapleton is returning to Ford Field as part of his All-American Roadshow. So he, along with Lainey Wilson, will be performing on August 8th. Tickets for that show go on sale on January 16th at 10 a.m.
Yep, it's the concert announcement season of what's coming up this summer.
It's two big shows.
Yeah,
Very exciting.
cool.
Yeah. Tensions are running high across the country after a federal immigration agent fatally shot Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis, and protests have erupted not just in Minnesota, but in cities all around the country, from New York to Seattle and even right here in Detroit. In the days Following the shooting, demonstrators have taken to the streets demanding accountability, calling for ICE to leave their communities. In Detroit, dozens gathered in front of the ICE building on Michigan Avenue in the downtown area. Officials are urging people to keep demonstrations peaceful and lawful. The way you watch Tigers games may look a lot different next season. So, according to a report, the 9 MLB teams currently under broadcasting contracts with FanDuel Sports Network, obviously including the Tigers, have all canceled their current agreements. So, the Tigers and the rest of the teams affected still can renegotiate contracts with FanDuel if they want to. But if they don't, MLB says it's ready to step in. So that could mean that the Tigers could be broadcast to local fans through the league itself.
Yeah. So we won't miss any games. We'll just have to figure out when the season comes, if that's the route the Tigers and Major League Baseball go. Is it a local package on, MLB Network?
Do any of the local TV stations get a chance to broadcast the game? I don't know.
So, it'll be interesting to see how that all plays. I just hope that this whole regional sports broadcast networks go away because it's such a rocky road. Anybody that's tried to do it attempts and fails, and then we're left with a month of the season where we don't get to see any of it.
Yeah, can't have that happen.
No.
It's Girl Scout cookie season, basically.
Yeah!
There we go.
And this year, there's a new Girl Scout cookie that will debut. You're not interested. You like the oldies and goodies. I get it.
If people want something new, that's great. They can eat whatever they want. I'm just glad that the tried and true Samoa is back.
You know what? I never liked them as a kid. They were always my least favorite. Like, I didn't like the coconut, but
really?
now as an adult, I like them a
Now
lot.
that you
I
have
still
a
like the tag
sophisticated
alongs.
palate.
I guess. Right. Sure, I'll take that. I still like the tag-alongs. Those were always my favorite when I was a kid.
I don't touch any of the other ones.
The Thin Mints were good in the freezer.
Love the Thin Mints.
Yeah. Anyway, they're new ones. Explore More's are Rocky Road ice cream inspired sandwich cookies filled with flavors of chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond flavored cream.
Marshmallow, I'm out.
Marshmallow, I'm in.
Yeah, me too.
Let's go. Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the picks. End of the hour, we will get to what Brad Holmes said yesterday. It's 97.1. Yeah, you missed a good one last week, John.
About it, That is the best line I have heard in just over 5 years doing the show.
Incredible.
That was awesome.
All right.
And Heather's reaction, too, because neither of us were here last week.
I know. Both of us were like, wait, what did you just say?
That's what we do last time on the picks. The picks are brought to you by Shaner Roofing. Quick standings update. We got a tie for first place. It's Tom and it's me. We also have interest at the bottom of the standings. John, you're in last, but Heather's going the wrong way.
Sure am.
She's only a game up on you for last place.
I know. All I got to do is win one more than her, and I get a chance, or two more than her, and I get a chance to finally move up.
She runs out and makes herself a trophy after year one, and she could finish last in year two.
Yeah, I'll always be at the top of that trophy, though, boys.
I'm still laughing at Stoney, the no way. And he did at one point use the term God's green earth, that the Lions would cover the 2.5 against the Bears. Stoney seems to get older without getting wiser. No way the stove's still hot.
Yeah.
Let's start college football. Semifinal number 2 in the college football playoff. This is the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. Indiana, 3.5-point favorites over the Oregon Ducks. Jim.
Indiana's got that grown man strength, average age 22 and a half. It's a veteran group. They won the line of scrimmage in Autzen. 6 sacks, 8 TFLs. I think they overwhelmed the Ducks. Give me Kirk Cignetti and that psychopath.
Yeah, I mean, they just do everything well. Like, they don't beat themselves. And when you're talking about the college football playoffs, and I'll go here's a reason that would be much more of a Heather reason.
Oh, yeah?
Ruby had a teammate on her AAU basketball team that is now a student at Indiana. Her mom went there. The Lynx, a proud family out of the city of Troy. They're Hoosiers. I'm going to ride with them, and so let's go IU.
Yeah, I'm also going with Indiana.
No period jokes this week. Last night, the better trench team won. Miami. The better trench team in this game, I will pick as well. That is Indiana. Let's go Hoosiers.
Keep talking about that trench.
All right, well, we've got our second rematch in the college football playoff, and the second time around, Ole Miss beat Georgia. I'm going to go on an island here because the stars have aligned for Mario Cristobal to face his former team for the national championship.
Oh, Miami, Oregon. Quick correction. We did have one other rematch, Ole Miss Tulane, and the team that won the first time covered the
And
second
Alabama,
time.
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That didn't matter because that was a group of 5 team.
Okay.
Alabama,
These are
Oklahoma
conference
was also
matchups.
rematch.
So
So
That was a de facto bye.
Okay, let's go NFL playoffs. They start this weekend as well. Rams are traveling to Carolina, taking on the Panthers. Rams favored by 10.5 points. John.
This is a playoff game, and I can't imagine. I know we did the whole disco last year, but this to me is the Rams are going to win, but I don't think that they win by 11. Give me the Panthers. They're at home. They're going to do enough to keep it close. I'll take the Panthers.
I think the Rams can win by 10.5, and I'll take the Rams.
Okay.
Rams are just better. Lines of scrimmage, defense, quarterback. Give me the Rams.
History of the game, history of this spread, home dog getting double-digit points. The history says the Panthers cover this game.
Yeah.
To your point, I think the last time a team covered a spread anywhere close to this on the road was Johnny Unitas.
Oh, high tops.
So, yeah, I mean, the history says you take the Panthers. I'll take the Panthers in the points.
Packers travel to Chicago, taking on the Bears. This is a pick'em game. Let's start with Heather Park.
I'm going to pick the Bears.
I will take the Bears as well.
It's a quick one.
I'm going with the Packers here. Packers held 2 10-point third-quarter leads in the 2 matchups against the Bears this year and then folded. They're going to finish the deal here. Packers win this game.
Any chance Bain shows up and the field just collapses and neither of these teams advance?
That would be nice.
I'm going to take the experienced quarterback, even if it is Jordan Love. Give me the Packers.
I'm going to take the Bears defense. I think they forced Jordan Love, which we know has the propensity to turn the ball over. I know you're rolling your eyes right now thinking you instantly regret your pick, don't you?
I do. I hate this game.
And the fact that when you hear things coming out of Chicago, Ben Johnson does have experience in the playoffs. We obviously know that. And I think he is as detail-oriented of a coach as you're going to find. Last week, details were not up to par. I think he corrects the ship, and the Bears win this game.
Bills travel to Jacksonville, taking on the Jaguars. Another pick'em game. We have come a long way from Nathan Peterman versus Blake Bortles.
Yes.
This is Trevor Lawrence, one of those team names, against Josh Allen. Hey, maybe it was the pierogi I had last night. Let's go. Western New York, Buffalo. Let's go.
Yeah, game is all about experience. I mean, Josh Allen has so much playoff experience. I will take the Bills.
Yeah, it's Josh Allen's year. Give me Buffalo.
Yeah, I think Josh Allen, much greater than Trevor Lawrence. I think they find a way to at least slow down the Jags offense a little bit. So give me the Bills.
Yeah, and Josh Allen is going to be a dad. That's exciting. Give me the Bills.
Okay.
Going for that dad strength. 49ers travel to Philadelphia, taking on the Eagles at the Link. Eagles favored by 4.5 points. Let's go to Gov.
Mr. Philadelphia.
Rematch of the NFC Championship game a few years ago where Brock Purdy nearly threw his arm off and Christian McCaffrey almost played quarterback.
Yeah.
I think this is a really tough game to call here. I think the Eagles are going to try to flip a switch here, and it's either going to be ugly or they do flip it. I think they can flip it against the Niners D. Mr. Philadelphia takes the Eagles.
Kind of feels like the Niners are on fumes. And it feels like the Eagles have been playing possum. Love them at home. I think a huge edge at both lines of scrimmage. Give me Philadelphia.
It's a tough one because I think Kyle Shanahan is a brilliant offensive mind. And offense is not where they struggle, but it's against a really good Philly defense. And you're talking about bad on bad, the Philly offense versus the Niners defense. I'll take Philly to be able to just get it done.
I'd like to pick different than you, but I'm also going to take the Eagles.
Battle for the bottom.
I think the 49ers are one of those teams is when you really start believing in them and that this is again the year for the Niners, they fall like they did against Seattle. But once you doubt them and said, okay, they're on fumes, how much is no Bosa, no Warner going to make an impact and affect the long game, then they show up and do their 49er things. I'm going to take the Niners here. Chargers travel to Foxborough, taking on the Patriots. Sunday Night Football. Pats favored by 3.5 points. Jim.
Yeah, look, I think the Chargers' biggest weakness is the offensive line. One problem, the Patriots don't pressure the quarterback enough, and they've played an inflated schedule. I like Harbaugh, who's taken a team to a Super Bowl. Herbert to finally win a playoff game, and at the very least cover. Give me 3.5 in the Chargers.
I'm going to take the home team. And part of it is Justin Herbert hasn't been able to win a playoff game. He's had some of his worst performances. You guys know I'm a big Justin Herbert fan, but I think Drake May gets it done against this Chargers defense. Give me the Patriots.
I was going to take the Patriots too.
Oh, you can flip.
Okay, I'll take the
Flip-flop.
Chargers.
There you go. Thank you.
Good call.
There I go.
Good call, Heather. Two good coaches in this game. I will go with Coach Dad. Give me Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Oh, a lot of dad strength today.
So both teams have highly ranked defenses, but as Jim alluded to, the Patriots is fluffed up against bad teams, I think. And this is going to come down to whoever runs the ball. It's going to be a tight game. I think the Chargers are going to win, but even if not, I think they cover.
Now the Patriots got a fluffer. Texans travel to Pittsburgh, taking on the Steelers. Houston's favored by 3.5 points on the road here, John.
I'm going to take the Texans. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to get absolutely abused by that defense, and I think C.J. Stroud, he finds ways to get things done offensively, and I know that he may get abused as well with that, the rush of the Steelers. But I believe in the Texans and their defense more.
I do too. I'm going to choose the Texans.
Yeah, better team, better defense, better quarterback. I'm going to go with the Texans.
This game has had I've been so on the Texans wagon from the get-go, probably since Thanksgiving. And this game, just because it's the stupid Steelers, it gives me a little pause. But then I'm going to go back to, I think the Texans have one of those every 10-year defenses in this league. If that's what they are, they win this game like a 26-7. They've got a good kicker too, by the way.
Yeah, the danger is low total, points are a premium, but I don't know how Pittsburgh moves the ball consistently. Give me Houston. I'll take the Texans.
It's going to be. It's already started out to be a great 5 days of football. The game last night was amazing. It was right down to the wire, and I think we see it again tonight in the college football playoffs, and I think we see it all weekend in the NFL playoffs.
We're into the postseason, people. Those are the picks. Brought to you by Shaner Roofing. It's 97.1. The highly anticipated Brad Holmes press conference yesterday, 4 o'clock. We'll open up the phone lines. We're going to play cuts throughout the show today. We want to know, simple question. Do you feel more or less confident going into this offseason after hearing Brad Holmes address this fan base? Because, John, on the surface, he came out and owned it. Said it was a disappointing season. Gave himself an F with Dan Campbell. Said it's pass-fail. He didn't run away from his own blame in this. But
or the expectation was a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he said their standard is much higher, and this was disappointment, and the season they failed. But as the press conference went on, when pressed on specifics, it's not like he really gave any ground anywhere. They're going to stay with the same process at pass rush. When asked about being more aggressive, he flipped the question and said, define more aggressive. When asked about the offensive line, he said it's an urgent need. Hey, that's good.
Yeah. But
then deflected to you guys, if only you knew how many phone calls we make and how hard we tried.
Yeah, I was annoyed with him talking for the first 10 minutes about how hard the front office works, how hard Dan Campbell works, how hard he works. Like, to me, that should be understood. Like, I don't need to hear about how hard they're working. I get that. I expect that. And I don't expect it to work any harder, but I do expect there to be some differences in the results of what you're seeing on the roster.
Right. I mean, if you try and fail, you still failed. So it doesn't really make me feel any better to say they made phone calls and tried to work deals, but they didn't get those deals done. And I think a fair question is, should he have offered more? Should he have operated with more urgency? Was his assessment of fair wrong? Because clearly he didn't make the deal because he thought he'd have to give up too much. Well, should he give up more than he's comfortable with because maybe his line in the sand is wrong?
Right. And was there a move that they could have made, whether it was at the draft, in free agency last year, in trades, whether it was preseason or at the trade deadline, that would have gotten them one more win? That's all you needed, one more win to get into the postseason.
Yeah, and as he put it, then he wouldn't be talking to us right now.
Right, and it's I when I say that out loud, I also think, well, in terms of coming from his perspective, do you want to sacrifice something, a future asset, simply for one more win and you're in, but you're a first-round exit?
Yeah, but the pushback would be you're willing to give up those future assets for Giovanni Manu and multiple assets for a rookie and Isaac Tesla. It's like he's willing to give them up for projects, but he's not willing to give them up for veterans who would help the team win.
Yeah.
Just call it even one more football game. Just get one step closer.
And honestly, I wish there were different follow-up questions to some of his answers when talked about the sense of urgency, when talked about Taylor Decker. Hey, if Decker does retire, like, what is the plan? And not that he's going to tell you, oh, well, we're going to go draft an offensive tackle at number 17. I didn't expect that answer. But is the follow-up question, well, if Decker does retire, are you drafting or acquiring a left tackle, or are you moving Penei Sewell over to left and then you're acquiring a right tackle? Like, what's the plan?
So it's people, these press conferences, they go in these weird directions because one guy will ask a question and then another reporter wants to work a different angle and then you lose the follow-up. Yeah. You're right. I think there's some more meat on the bone that we didn't get answers.
Or is at least there a discussion of moving Penei Sewell to left if Taylor Decker is not there?
Yeah. Now, look, we should play some of this for people. But again, the question is, do you feel better or worse? More or less confident going into this offseason? It's an important offseason. Let's start, Greg, with the first cut about Brad Holmes saying he didn't do enough this year. See, that's a good answer. That's a good spot. That's not running from anything. That's owning things. That's acknowledging we got some harsh realities and some tough conversations. That's a good start. he was asked about learning lessons from Frank Ragnow. Let's play that for people. But that's kind of a weird way to put it. It's been urgent in the past, but they haven't acted on that urgency. They haven't delivered.
So when I listen to that, it's a little bit of, okay, we're not just going to make a move. I took that more as the trade deadline. And we talked about it's hard to acquire offensive linemen. There weren't a lot available, and good players aren't going to be moved by a lot of their teams because they also know that they've got to be able to build up front. So why get rid of some of your best offensive linemen at the trade deadline? The offensive line is one that has to be addressed throughout the entirety of the offseason. Mm-hmm. It has to be addressed in free agency. It has to be addressed in the draft. And I know that he was asked about Giovanni Manu, and he was asked about both guard positions. And I do think that both guards, Mahogany and Ratledge, will be good players. I'm not going to sit here and say they're going to be great, and if they move Ratledge to center, maybe that's the best move of addressing the center position. But then you have to address the right guard position. I think the best move is going to be to go get a veteran center. Go get somebody that is a veteran that is used to the rigors of an NFL season, that's able to see and recognize blitzes, that's able to move guys off the ball. This offensive line needs that type of personality and type of player at center.
And that may require a considerable spend. So when Brad is asked about aggressive and he says, well, what's aggressive? Aggressive to me is I don't quite get to the Sam Laporta extension because I'm going to use the money right now to make sure I have a starting center. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Aggressive is doing something that may be outside your comfort zone, maybe takes a little more risk into the equation, but speaks to the urgency that you claim is there. Urgency that doesn't actually get acted upon is hot air. Mm-hmm. So I love that he took accountability, but when pressed on specific areas that he could do differently, or, well, no, we're going to keep doing what we did with the defensive end. This is what he said about pass rush. Well, then it was ignored. Do you get what I'm saying when he says it wasn't ignored? We tried to get a pass rusher in the draft. It wasn't ignored on the offensive line. You wouldn't believe the phone calls we made. He has built a hell of a team in his mind. That doesn't count. You know what I mean?
Yes. I do know what you mean. And, when you look and you say, okay, well, who was some of the other teams? Well, Houston had a 12 and a 15 sack guy. Mm-hmm. And where are they playing?
Postseason.
In the postseason. So it can be done, but it's also like we all knew he was going to go to the sack numbers, and the number that he didn't talk about is time to pressure. Like,
I think it'd just be a great question to ask him. What do you make of the stat that you guys have the slowest time to pressure in consecutive seasons? And then back away. What does that mean to you? Because how do you twist out of that one? It's not good.
Right.
Clearly speaks to needing to do more. You can't just do the same thing. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Red Wings took down the Vancouver Canucks 5-1 last night. The goal scorers for Detroit, 4 of them, Axel Sandin Pellikka, JT Compher, Lucas Raymond, and Patrick Kane, who had 2 goals to reach 500 for his career. He's the 50th player in NHL history to reach that benchmark, the 13th such player to have played for the Red Wings at one point in their career, and the 5th American. The Wings not only take down the Canucks 5-1 behind Kane's 500 career goals, but John Gibson had 23 saves as well. He's 11-2 since the start of December. The Wings are now tied for second in the East, and Patrick Kane was happy to just get it over with when he reached 500 at the end of the game.
I'm just kind of relieved to get it over with, to be honest with you, but it's still a really cool feeling. Obviously, coming into tonight at 498 and scoring 1 in the first, and don't usually play when the net's empty, so it was nice to get that opportunity when I came on the ice just to kind of hear the crowd erupt a little bit there. It was pretty cool, and then obviously, getting the puck right away and having a chance to put it in the net for 500 was a great feeling and nice to do it at home.
With 56 points, the Wings are tied for second in the Eastern Conference with the Montreal Canadiens, who they will play on the road on Saturday. And last night, Michigan State basketball outscored Northwestern 48-31 in the second half to come back from trailing by 7 at the break to beat the Wildcats 76-66. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Do you feel more or less confident? Before we get to the phones and read some of the texts, let me just put it this way. Tone to start was humble pie, wasn't good enough, disappointing, not up to our standards. And when asked, hey, Campbell gave himself an F, what about you? He said, yeah, it's an F. It's pass-fail. We failed. We're not playing right now. So that's all good, right? There's not like a delusion of, well, actually, everything I did was awesome. My issue is, John, did he ever articulate how this offseason is going to be different than previous offseasons? Is there any one area where he really owned, hey, I screwed up? It was more general.
Yeah, it was. And I understand that we are at the very early stages of the offseason. But his evaluation should have been going on throughout the entire season so that when you get here, you have a starting point of, yes, we need to address the center position, the offensive line. We've got to address the tackle position. We've got to address it's not just having multiple guys up front with double-digit sack numbers. What are you also getting from your defensive tackles? Because you look at Denver, who was by far and away the best team at pressuring the quarterback. They lead by 10, 11 sacks, and they've only got one guy in double digits, and that's Nick Bonito.
Good point.
But then you look and you say, well, Jonathan Cooper is a linebacker, 8 sacks. Franklin Myers, defensive end, 7.5 sacks. Zach Allen, 7 sacks. Justin Snard, you got 4.5 sacks. Like you go down the list and there are contributors all across that defensive front. So it's not always about getting pressure from just your edge guys.
But when you say, I'm going to have the same approach at defensive end, and then you say, urgency on the offensive line, but we've been urgent. We haven't ignored it. That doesn't speak to, I haven't done enough and need to rework some of this and maybe get out of my comfort zone and do things a little differently this offseason. None of that was conveyed to us as fans. Let's get to the phones. Let's start with Steve. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Appreciate the show. Just a couple things. I listened to that during Mike Valenti's when they were doing the press conference yesterday. There's something really wrong with this guy, Brad Holmes.
Oh, I thought you meant Mike.
Talk about aggressiveness. He wants to be aggressive. I'll give him aggressive. Jalen Phillips. That's aggressive. This guy really has done nothing. He claims that he failed. Yes, they both failed miserably. And I'm telling you, I'm really sorry that not just for me, but for the other people that paid all this money to go to these Lions games. Nobody's listening to the folks that go and cheer this team on. I don't know what this guy's going to do. Listening to him yesterday, and then when you guys play some of these radio clips, this guy's going to be the same place where he was last year. I don't think he's going to make any improvements. In my opinion, gentlemen, I think it's time for him to go because I really think there's something wrong with him. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Yeah, that's going a bit far.
Yeah, at no point do I think they should fire him. When he says he hasn't done anything, that's going too far. They've won a few couple division titles. They've won a couple playoff games. They've drafted fairly well. They have cornerstone pieces here because of Brad Holmes. I don't want him fired. And to be clear, actions are going to matter more than anything he said yesterday at the press conference. But I guess I just wish that not that you're going to get specifics, John, but that there was an idea of there are things that we need to change that I'm willing to own that weren't good enough specifically, right?
Yes. Specifically about Jalen Phillips. And I know he was a name at the trade deadline, and Howie Roseman went out and got their guy. He finished the year with 5 sacks.
Yeah, look, at no point are you guaranteed anything if you take a swing. At no point does risk guarantee you that you're going to get a great football player. Like, there's a world where Brad Holmes trades for a center who's a turnstile in reality, and it doesn't work out, and he burned the draft pick. But he's willing to burn the draft pick on Manu, so I guess I'd rather see the pursuit, that it's not just phone calls that are happening in the dark, but moves that are actually made on the field, and then we can say, well, now I'm more willing to say you tried. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm more willing to hear you out. Hey, we evaluated, we scouted, we attempted, we took risk. It's not always going to work, but we didn't ignore it. When you say we didn't ignore it, but you also didn't add, then it's hard to take you
right
at that word.
And it does take two. Like, you've got to have
of course
a trade partner, somebody that's willing to part with a good player. But if they're not willing to part with the good player from what you're offering, but you need that good player, you may have to overpay a little bit to get them. And it's just like in when we're talking about the center position. If you want to go out in free agency and get a good player,
a Linderbaum, a McGovern.
Yeah. Okay. So Tyler Linderbaum, like right now, the top end of the center market is at what, 18 million?
Yes.
All right. So do you think that Tyler Linderbaum is the same as, what's the center for Chicago, who I think is one of
Dahlman.
the Dahlman. All right. He may not be Dahlman, but you're going to have to pay him more than you are paying Dahlman. So what does it take, 20 million to get it done?
Right. And that would be, quote, more than our chart says he should get paid, so we're not going to do it because it would be an overpay and a mistake. Well, then the trade-off is the opportunity cost. Who's your center? You still got to play games next year. You still got to try to get better next season. And you may have to spend a little more than you want, give up a little more than you want, quote, lose the deal. You know, you're the sucker. You gave up more than you should have. But if you don't take those risks at all, you get to watch the playoffs on the couch with us.
Right.
And I don't like that he was doing the press conference yesterday. I want him to do it at the end of February. 248-539-9797. Let's read some of the text coming in. Guys, everybody works hard. Most of us are at jobs that have a greater impact than wins on Sunday. It's not enough. It says this offseason will be exactly the same as the previous.
I'm not going to say that yet until we see what he does this offseason. If he says he's going to take a hard look and operate differently in regards to, and again, define aggressive. Well, that may be different to us than it is to him. But if he's going to take that hard look, what they did last offseason wasn't enough. So what are you going to do differently? Actions are going to speak a lot louder than words.
One definition of trying is failing with dignity. Sounds like it applies here. Kevin. Guys, working hard and working smart are two different things. Nobody cares how many hours of research you put in if it's not good.
Or if ultimately it doesn't result in anything.
This one says, Travis St. Clair Shores, when someone does a press conference and every other word is he's not prepared for the press conference, let alone these types of answers. That I don't think that's
some
fair.
Some people are better public speakers than others.
That's not a... Yeah, this guy says it should be a drinking game. How many times he says No, what I'm not going to do is judge the quality of general manager by, does he have any verbal crutches at the podium?
Right.
It says, imagine you tell your boss, sorry I didn't get it done, but can you imagine how hard I tried?
Yes. Pass, fail, which also in an F and neck situation might mean fired.
It says, I feel worse about the offseason after listening to Brad yesterday. Nothing's going to change. He's still the smartest guy. He'll be looking for a new job in 2 years because he won't fix anything.
Oh, Brad Holmes has done a really nice job of pulling the Lions organization from years and years of irrelevance to being a relevant team run by competent people. So to think that in 2 years he's going to be gone, no. If they miss the playoffs the next 2 years, then yeah, I think everything's is going to be gone at that point. But this is a team that has a lot of talent, clear flaws. Mm-hmm. But now we need to see them address the flaws.
John, are we really asking a GM to lay out a blueprint at a press conference and discuss what they're going to spend? That would make Brad sound desperate. He'd lose leverage. No, I don't think either of us are asking him to have come out and said, here are the players we're targeting, and here's how we're going to get better with every name and every dollar accounted for. What I'm simply saying is you come out and you start with the right tone of not up to our standard, disappointment, failed. Yet, same approach at edge. We've been consistently trying to add to the offensive line. We're going to keep doing that. What do you mean by aggressive? There wasn't, it was disjointed. I would have loved to know what's going to be different.
Because the questions were disjointed.
And that's fair. When you have a media scrum of that many people and everybody's trying to poke at different topics and different talking points. But my point is, I don't think he ever explained how this upcoming offseason is going to be different. And I'm not saying it's got to be here are the players and here are the dollars, but give us a little more to understand, okay, you understand you failed. Why will this be different? I think that's the biggest money question, and I don't think we got a satisfying or satisfactory response to that.
No, the only time that when he was talking about the center position, and he actually mentioned, we've got to do something, whether it's in free agency, the draft, or trades, we need to address it. Okay. Now you piqued my interest. You talked about a need, and you've got 3 different ways that you can address it. I just want to know that they're going to address it in one of those 3 ways.
We'll play the audio about him declining to commit on being more aggressive. We'll do that coming up next. We got calls to get to. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years, and you need that experience on your side. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Do you feel more confident or less confident in this offseason after hearing Brad Holmes yesterday? I didn't really hear how things are going to be different. I know they want them to be different. He made that very clear. How are things going to be different? Here's Brad Holmes, and then we'll get to the calls. On, will they be more aggressive?
Well, there was no action.
So it is a lack of action. And he can say we don't want to reach, and I can respect that position. We hear that from all the general managers in the city. And to an extent, like, I get it. You don't want to feel like you're getting the raw end of the deal. But maybe your idea of a reach is wrong, right? Maybe your assessment of what a fair deal is wrong. Maybe you're lowballing these teams, and you should be more aggressive, to use the word in the question, and give up more than you're comfortable with, because the alternative is you get to watch games with us this weekend.
They were not able to address the offensive line as it needed to be addressed. And I understand, yes, hey, rookie right guard, basically a rookie left guard as well, because Mahogany had, 2 games last year and was coming into this with very little experience. Miles Frazier. Like, again, it's you're expecting young players to go in there and play. And yes, there are going to be bumps in the road. The issue is you didn't have a center that could go in there, and no one expected Frank Ragnow 2.0. But you have to have somebody that you can plug in that is going to be able to get the job done. And I love Graham. Graham, 3 years ago, probably would have been a great answer. This year was not.
Right. That's a good way of putting it.
So I think people focused on the wrong things this morning. To me, this is still all about the offensive line. And if they would have addressed the offensive line a couple years ago and started preparing for Ragnow and Decker, addressed it the right way instead of taking guys like Manu and Mahogany even later. We'll see. Mahogany can be a decent player,
right?
But they could have really put some value in. I just can't get past. Like, I go back to 2022, and you tried to get another edge in Pascal in the second round, and 5 picks later, Cam Jurgens goes to Howie Roseman. Why is he drafting Cam Jurgens when you got Jason Kelsey? So I think watered the garden.
But in his mind, and what he said yesterday, is it wasn't ignored. And I guess maybe it's this stupid semantic argument, so I don't want to get caught up in it. But in his mind, it's not ignored because they made phone calls and they attempted. But in our eyes, it's ignored unless it's acted upon in a way that actually delivers results. Anything else is a failure, and anything else, you need to change your process.
And I would even go a year further down the road, 23. We've talked about this. Ennis Rakestraw. We all know going into that draft that you were going to have to address the corner position. Terrion Arnold was supposed to be that. He hasn't been. I was fine with that pick. It's not worked out, but to double down on the corner position versus at that time in the second round going and getting an offensive lineman that was going to be a backup that year but could then step in this year.
Right. And the team that's had the most success in the NFC the last few years, they were willing to invest a second-round pick in a future center in the second round. Brad wanted to invest 4th, 5th, and 6th-round picks.
Yeah.
That's the difference. I mean, that's why people think we stroke Howie Roseman around here. These are the shrewd moves that are layered way deep. It's not trading for A.J. Brown. It's moves like this that they were ready for Jason Kelsey to retire.
Right. And people will say, and I know he addressed, we did address it with Mahogany and Frazier later in rounds. Well, Mahogany was forced into duty because there was no one else there. Mahogany ultimately might be that guy that you want as, the guy that's going to back up left and right guard if someone gets hurt. Maybe he's the next Awosika.
Yeah, but also maybe he's a day 3 pick that never really does turn into a stable presence on the offensive line. That's also a possibility.
Right. But so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not your answer at guard because he should be the backup.
Right. Okay. Okay. I get what you're saying. Let's get to the phones. Mike and Standish, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call, and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I feel good about it. I think Brad, well, first thing I'll point to is the Mike McDaniel call, right? Kind of breaking away from the my guy approach, building with inside. Mike's head coach, well, recently fired head coach and, possible offensive coordinator. I think that just shows, growing outside of what you've already built within. And, to touch on the press conference, I think he was kind of talking about how he's tried to address Decker, leaving or retiring in the past with Manu. I mean, yeah, that project might be a failed project. And then if you look at last year, we were 1 pick away from getting James Pierce, which I think was their guy, right? But, look at the Falcons. They traded up, 2 first-round picks for the guy. So I like the approach this offseason with already seeing, calling for Mike McDaniel. And I am interested to see, if they get someone like Tyler Lindenbaum and if they can spend a little bit in free agency and not extend everybody and get that buy-in from the players and restructure golf.
Mike, I agree with everything you said. We're going to talk Mike McDaniel a little bit later in the show, but you said if they can pursue a Linderbaum or Holmes asked him, I think it was Burkett that asked him, hey, would you consider spending more in March and delaying some of your extensions because Laporta's off a back and Branch has the Achilles? And Holmes said, but there's other guys that are due extensions too. So that would mean guys like Campbell and Gibbs.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, again, I don't want to read too much into a press conference, but it's all I have to go on, that he's still committed to re-signing his own. Mm-hmm. And if the money's not there in free agency, the money's not there in free agency. Tough luck. We're not going to change our process. That's kind of the takeaway I got from that.
Then there better be, then what's the answer at center?
Yeah, well, yeah, I know.
Because I don't really want to go into it with 2 young guards and a rookie center. Like if that's going to be the way that you go about it, now you can acquire guys through trade, but then who are you going to give up? What are you going to give up? Because you have limited draft capital to give up.
Look, this is going to be part of our conversation all show today. We're going to be playing audio. We're going to be taking your phone calls, more or less confident in Brad Holmes. We'll have some fun with the cookie jar. We made some picks. We got Heather with the news. Let's do that here. Heather, what's going on?
So Kelvin Johnson made a recent appearance on Amon-Ra St. Brown's podcast, and while the Lions legend opened up about his playing days, he made an admission that may surprise you. So he revealed that he smoked weed throughout his career and even a handful of times before games towards the end of his career. And he was using it to manage his pain. That was also in the
I wasn't surprised because obviously I know the ventures he's done post-career, but John, I didn't have any idea of like how common this would have been or if this was a surprise to you.
It's a surprise to me, yeah. There's a lot of different ways to manage pain, and he chose the weed route.
Sure did, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it.
So you didn't have a teammate that did this that you knew of that was playing?
No.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole, but there were, and guys have talked about it. Santana Moss, Clinton Portis, like of taking shots before games.
Okay.
To deal with the death of a teammate, which I don't understand or don't approve of.
Taking shots of alcohol?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I thought, okay,
Yeah.
I'm thinking like shots to manage pain.
Painkiller.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you're
Oh,
taking
yeah.
a shot of, which I think everyone probably did.
Oh, yeah, I would take multiple.
But I guess to me, you compare that to smoking some weed, and one seems like a better option to me.
Yes. Yes.
Played
Not the
pretty
weed
well.
option.
He played
Yes.
pretty well
I
for
think my option is different than what you would say.
Oh, you were going to go weed?
Yes.
Oh, really?
I mean, I would rather do that than inject myself with,
Toradol.
yeah, but
Huh.
I know. I knew my opinion
Yeah.
would be different than
Yes,
yours. But
very,
anyway,
yes.
yes, he just opened up about that. Kind of shocking to some. The Tigers are among 9 Major League Baseball teams that have terminated their broadcasting contracts with FanDuel Sports Network. So that means the way you watch Tigers games could look different next season. So there is still a chance that they could renegotiate their contract with FanDuel, or it's possible that the MLB could take over. So that could mean that Tigers games could be broadcasted to local fans through the league itself.
I
I
that's
hope
what people
Major
are
League
calling
Baseball,
for,
takes over. I don't want to keep going on this roller coaster of will these regional sport networks be able to do it? We lost a bunch of the Tigers season 1 year because of it. So just Major League Baseball step in. The downside is obviously locally here, FanDuel Sports Network, we get on one subscription
all three.
If you have to have 3 subscriptions to MLB Network or the NHL or to the NBA, like now all of a sudden that gets complicated.
A Michigan man is going viral after accidentally using a cat filter during a virtual court hearing. So this guy, 22-year-old, was attending the hearing to plead guilty to an assault and battery charge when for a brief moment he did turn into a cat. So the judge obviously didn't find it funny. It basically said, hey, if you can't figure this stuff out, we're gonna put this on pause. But he apologized very quickly, and the court ultimately placed him under a 12-month probation period and gave him a fine. So tax season fast approaching, and if you want to be the first to file, the IRS will begin accepting and processing 2025 tax returns on January 26th. So mark your calendar if you want to be an early bird, or if you're like me, mark your calendar for April 15th.
Every year we get to this point and I'm like, I'm going to do it sooner.
Well,
Me too, and I always wait till last minute.
if you owe, you should wait, right? And if you're going to get money, then you would want the money sooner.
Well, yeah, but you can
I mean-
always go through the process without hitting the send button. And
That's
if you
true.
owe, you can send it on the 15th.
That's a good point, too.
I wait to that last week for sure. I'm always pushing it. Of course, you can extend, file for an extension if you want to, but you still do have to pay what you're.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't get to
Correct.
wait till
Yes.
October to do that. Anyway, just get organized now because it's fast approaching.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Life gets busy and it's easy to forget that dentist appointment. You've been putting it off. I was at a point in my life where I went longer than I'd like to admit without going to the dentist, but you got to get back in that routine, especially if you want to start the new year with a brighter smile. Brightside Dental is always welcoming new patients. $35 new patient special, and they could see you same day, so you don't have to put it on the calendar and then you get tied up. They've got 9 offices to choose from in Metro Detroit. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. You guys got a lot to say. Oh. It's Brad Holmes. Sorry, didn't mean to cut him off. We'll get to you guys here in a second. 248-539-9797. He spoke yesterday, highly anticipated. Our question to you, you feeling more or less confident? Let's get to Stu in West Bloomfield. Stu, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
All right, man.
And I just got to say to the naysayers, you got to realize from where the Lions franchise was and to where we are now, you got to be a little more patient. Rome wasn't built in a day, and we're kind of like overachieving to where we are.
Well, hold on, Stu. I want to take a quick break on that because when Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell took over, they were out of the playoffs. And 5 years later, we're out of the playoffs.
True, 5 years later, we're out of the playoffs. But, I mean, yeah, every team gets injuries, and our center kind of did retire on us last minute. So our offensive line is kind of the reason why we are not in the playoffs this year. I do believe if they had known that Glasgow was going to retire, I think they would have addressed the center position. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know what you meant, Stu. It's all good.
But it's his job to be able to plan ahead. Eventually, Frank was going to retire, and I think we all knew it was imminent. Not necessarily next year or last year, but it could have been this year.
I mean, it had been discussed years in the making, and Brad even addressed that yesterday, saying that there were some breadcrumbs. Look, they drafted Tate, and that was going to replace Zeitler, who was another veteran player they lost from last year's offensive line. They didn't have an adequate solution to replace Frank Ragnow. And when you say it wasn't ignored and calls were made, which is some of what he said yesterday, maybe it makes him feel good that he's doing the job, like he's making those calls. He's not sitting, on the couch lounging.
Yeah.
Like I don't doubt that he's got a high work ethic, but ultimately failing while trying is still failing.
Yeah. And it's the essence of that call was it takes time. Well, it's been 5 years. They've been to an NFC Championship game. They've had a number one overall seed, and now they're out of the playoffs. So I don't expect it to the trajectory is not always going to be a linear line. There's going to be setbacks. Clearly, a huge setback this year. So when you learn from what you did right, you learn from what you did wrong. What does that look like this offseason now?
Yeah, and when he says, the naysayers don't understand, well, the naysayers have watched them get further from the Super Bowl 3 straight years. Yeah. They're not making this up. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Mike in Novi. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
All right, first thing I want to revisit is you guys remember the first press conferences from Brad and Dan when they first got hired? They said that their plan pretty much was to build the championship roster through draft, free agency, and trades. And the biggest thing was they didn't want to fall in love with their own guys, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, yeah.
Okay. Yesterday in the press conference, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, Brad said that their plan since day one was draft and develop and re-sign their own players. Did he contradict himself and not realize he did?
I think that's always going to be the nucleus, but it can't be everything. And that's the worry that I have. To your point.
I don't know. Maybe I just...
No, to Mike, to your point, I share some of those fears that they're going to do this or try to do this almost exclusively with their own guys. They need to be the bedrock, but they can't be everything.
I'm pretty sure, and maybe I missed something early on where they talked about free agency, but I think their plan has always been draft, develop, re-sign. I am with you in that can't be the only way. And I know that they're going to say, hey, well, we went out and got DJ Reader. We went out and got Carlton Davis before that.
Yeah.
There are other bigger moves that you can make. You're going to have to continue to do that, and we want to know what you're going to do in free agency. Is it going to be a center, or is the center coming in the draft, or is center coming with trade? What are you doing with left tackle? I think that's the perfect situation to address in the in the draft.
Well, and I think some of this too is the walls start closing in on you. You were disappointed nobody pushed or asked about managing the salary cap because it's getting harder.
I mean, like that's one of the biggest issues going into the offseason is like, okay, are you going to rework Goff's contract? How does that affect the salary cap? And he's not going to give you numbers.
But he could say it's something we'll look into.
It's something that we have to address.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to have to, because I mean, you probably end up getting an answer that isn't overly specific, but I would hope it would be to the effect of, well, yeah, we're going to have to get creative. We're going to roll some space over. We're going to have to talk to some of our guys about restructures because we still want to be able to attack free agency and improve this football team. But I don't know how much they're going to attack free agency to improve this football team. It's not something they've done. He certainly didn't give the inclination that things are going to be vastly different in that regard.
Right.
It's about keeping my guys, paying my guys. We're not that far away. I'm going to do the same things at edge. We haven't ignored the offensive line. Like a lot of those things are troubling to hear in totality because it's one thing to say I didn't do a good job, but then to spend the next 35 minutes not offering up how things are going to be different. That's not encouraging.
Right. And you can say that you've addressed things. And I know you can go back to Sorsdahl and you can look at Miles Frazier and you can look at Mahogany and you can look at Manu. Like, okay, you've addressed it, but not in an appropriate manner.
Right. Let's get back to the people. Let's go to Philip in Detroit. Philip, good morning.
Good morning, Queen Heather, John, Jim, and Tom. Real quick before I get to my point. When y'all said the other day that Heather was in Real Still, I was sitting in my truck and I went straight to the daggone movie just so I could see Heather.
Did you find it?
I couldn't watch the whole movie, but I'll pick it up as soon as I get home. I'm gonna look for it again.
Right.
You know what, Philip? It's interesting you say that because I did that yesterday. I'm like, well, I'm gonna go see if I can find this Real Still, and the only place I could get it was Amazon Prime, but I had to pay $20 for it. And I'm like,
oh, John, I'm not worth $20. Download it. You'll have it forever. Your kids will love it.
Do you get a residual check from that?
No, of course not.
yeah,
No.
that's what I figured. So I'm like, yeah, I'll wait for it to come on TV or something.
Yeah. No. Let me get to my point. I apologize, but so my thing is this: I love everything that I love. Brad Holmes, I love everything he's done because him and Dan, they have pulled us out of football purgatory. We were in the basement. We were non-relevant. We were the joke and laughing stock of the league. That being said, I'm willing to give him this year to see if there's going to be some differences or some changes or some things that he addresses. But I am of the opinion of this, that Brad Holmes just might be a great drafter, a great scout of talent. And the GM aspect of the job, that might not be his niche. The business aspect of it, the taking the risk and making the deals. And that's not a knock on him. That's not to say, okay, let's fire, let's get rid of this guy.
Right.
I am like John, and I'm like you, Jim. Let's give him a chance to right his wrongs, to correct the mistakes and the oversights that he's made. But I am only willing to give him this season to address this because we cannot prolong the inevitable future of us reverting back to what we were before they got here, because they've done a great, outstanding job. And this is not a referendum on Dan Campbell. It's more so on Holmes because he's the one that gets the groceries and puts them in the refrigerator. All Dan does is just cook with them. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And so, Philip, I think what you're saying as well is, okay, if he's a great drafter, great. He's the one that continues to draft. As he does the self-analysis, and he figures out, okay, well, I'm not great at trades, I'm not great at free agency, then you have to hire those around you that are. Yes. And that is their strong suit so that they're a part of the conversation. And we don't expect him to be perfect at every facet of the job. But if you're not perfect at a certain spot, then you hire those around you that can help support you in those roles.
No, and I'll emphasize, this is fixable. Where they are right now is fixable. We can debate how much work needs to be done, but this is fixable. They had a winning record this season. They're going to need to be very targeted in addressing their offensive line. That is the identity of this football team. It will be the biggest jolt they could do. It's not the only thing they need to do, but it's where I would start, and it's where we've spent a lot of time talking. But this is fixable. They could be right back in the division's lead, right back in the postseason, right back hosting playoff games as early as next season, but it needs to be handled appropriately this offseason. And our question to you guys is, are you more or less confident after hearing Brad yesterday? It's 97-1.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy, and it's just a number, but that's good for them. What does it really do for you if you've been in a car accident? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, of course, just like the others, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
I think I found Heather Park. Looking at the Real Steel blooper outtakes.
Oh, did you already found it?
I think so. Heather, is this you?
That's me. I mean, the kid's head is in front of me, so you don't see me. But yes, I'm in more of the movie, not in the blooper. But I did make the blooper reel as well. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We're talking Brad Holmes' press conference yesterday. Are you feeling more or less confident after hearing the man speak? Highly anticipated press conference. Text says, Chef Brad has gone from getting glazed to getting cooked. Yeah, we're hip around here.
Yep.
This one says, less confident. Brad's presser was 45-minute word salad. Scoffed at every legitimate question about his shortcomings after giving himself an F just because Campbell did. I'm not sure this is the guy who gets us over the hump. Brian in Howell. Other one says his groceries are spoiling. Let's get to Ronnie in Grand Rapids. Ronnie, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I got to say it's awesome having you guys here in Grand Rapids. Legitimate sports talk radio to listen to, so I appreciate it.
Thanks, Ronnie.
Of course, thanks.
I'm also going to preface this by saying I'm in my friends group, the naysayer, if you will, and which realistically means that I'm just more of a realist person when it comes to the Detroit Lions. And I 1,000% appreciate everything that Dan and Brad have done for the Lions in the last few years. My problem is I think that he said that he gives himself an F for a failing grade, but I don't think he really believes that he failed. I'm tired of the 2008 we went 0-16. I feel like we need to forget all that. We need to get past all that. Like, yeah, we got to the playoffs last year. Yeah, we lost. And now we took a huge step back, in my opinion. So for him to go up there and not legitimately answer any question that anybody had is ridiculous, in my opinion. And I also think that, Decker and Skip were crying in the locker room, meaning we need to figure out something because both of those guys are gone. And if you ask me, our downfall last year started when we let Zeitler go, because I feel like if we had him on the offensive line, I feel like it changes everything that we had to try and scramble to do. And I just kind of wanted your guys' opinions on that piece of it.
Well, the whole Zeitler thing, I don't necessarily know that we let him go. Yes, we didn't re-sign him.
Could have offered him more money.
He may have still said at that point in his career,
maybe
I want to go. My wife is telling me she wants to live in Nashville.
At the same time, I thought they were pretty complimentary of Detroit on social media. I don't want to misquote this. I thought it was his wife was complimentary of being here. But either way, they rolled over cap space. They had unused cap space. There would have been a way of, whether it was Zeitler or a veteran guard not named Zeitler, to just make sure you keep that group stable. And it's not enough to say, guys, you wouldn't believe how many phone calls we made. Our pro staff is trying out here, and we're not ignoring it. These are things Brad Holmes said, and I guess I just assumed that you would be trying. I don't really care all that much that you tried. Trying and failing is still failing.
Yeah, the whole we tried, we worked hard. Great. You know what? I tried really hard to get ready for this show.
Yeah.
And I worked really hard to get ready for it. But if nobody likes it, then
it doesn't matter.
It's a fail.
248-539-9797. Let's get to AC in Detroit. Haven't heard from you in a minute, AC. What's going on? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas and lady. Just wanted to say, here's my philosophy. I appreciate what Brad has done over the last 5 years. I call now because I care. That this team had me in a position where I didn't care. The Lions were insignificant. It wasn't part of my day or my week. It wasn't getting any of my thoughts. But now I feel like I don't feel like Brad showed, or he did show. He showed that he is going to be stubborn. He's going to stick to his philosophy, his approach. And I think when you look at this team, the secondary is in shambles. You need to refill the offensive line and defensive line. It's not going to get done in one off season. It could, but if Brad is going to stick to his philosophy, his approach, he's going to need 2 off seasons to really get this team to a true contender. And I feel like what's going to happen is they're going to play a last place schedule next season. It's going to look good. They'll probably win 11, 12 games and get outed in the first round of the playoffs. But 2027 is going to be the real test. Once he's had 2 more off seasons to really replenish and rebuild this roster, then you'll be able to say, okay, are we actually contenders? Because this coming up season, I think it's going to be fool's gold. They're going to come out with a last place schedule. They're going to probably look better on on the record wise, but they won't actually be a true
Yeah,
contender.
AC. If they don't make serious improvements on the offensive line and defensive line, I think that's the exact scenario that'll play out. They'll win 1 or 2 more games, but they won't legitimately be a threat to win the championship. They need to make real changes up front,
and they need to have serious conversations with the medical staff in regards to what are the reasonable expectations for Kirby Joseph, for Brian Branch, for Aleem McNeil. And real conversations with him about, okay, you were able to come back and play, and I get it. He's coming off an ACL, and it's usually that second year back. It was the same for me. And so defensive line-wise, if you expect, and now Tyleik Williams didn't light the world on fire, but you expect in year 2 that he's going to be better, which I expect, and Aleem McNeil in the second year after his injury to be better, all right, then address the edge. And now you've got 4 guys up front that you feel are formidable, and then backfill with some talented players. I think the biggest need and the biggest sense of urgency, and he said there's a sense of urgency, is the offensive line.
Yes.
How are you going to handle the tackle position? Because it doesn't necessarily have to be a left tackle. You can move Penei Sewell over, but the tackle position and the center position.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 bold, italicized, underlined needs for this football team. Brad said they need to be urgent on the offensive line, which is good to hear. But he also said they have been urgent and will continue to be urgent on the offensive line. So if it's more of the same, I don't know that we're getting different results.
Yeah, if it's another 5th-round pick like a Sorsdal, all right, not good. If it's another going to develop, a Manu. And he admitted yesterday, Manu's not in a position to really compete for that position.
Well, and I did like what he said. He goes, I can't just expect that he's going to be a starter right now.
I expected a lot more going into what we saw in year 2. Now going into year 3, like, when's the light bulb going to go on? It may not.
Right. 248-539-9797. We've got great response. I see you guys waiting on hold. We're going to get to you top of the hour. We also wanted to play a little bit of the offensive coordinator update game because there's a big name available, and the Lions have reached out to bring him in.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to talk a little bit about Mike McDaniel and whether he could trade in Aqua for Honolulu Blue. He has been complimentary of Dan Campbell and Jared Goff as recently as this last calendar year.
Yeah, with the inter-squad scrimmage that they had. They came here, they visited, and had a chance to talk about it.
So we'll work in some of the Mike McDaniel stuff in addition to the Brad Holmes question, which is a super easy question. And you guys are doing a great job filling in the blanks on this. Do you feel more or less confident about the offseason after hearing Brad Holmes speak at length with the media yesterday? We also have picks ahead of the NFL wildcard weekend. That's at 8:35. We're going to do the cookie jar at the end of the show today to help wrap up a Friday show and get you into the weekend. So stay tuned to all of that. We'll get into it for the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Patrick Kane joined legendary company last night when he scored his 500th career goal as the Red Wings defeated the Vancouver Canucks 5-1. He's just the 5th American in NHL history to accomplish the feat. Furthermore, 13 players that have played for the Red Wings scored 500 goals at some point in their career. Kane is just the 6th player to do so in a Red Wings uniform. Gordie Howe, Steve Yzerman, Pat Verbeek, Dino Ciccarelli, and Brendan Shanahan all previously found the net for the 500th time in their career while wearing the winged wheel. After the game, Todd McClellan talked about the impact for his team getting to witness Kane's accomplishment and saying how special it is for the young guys to see something so historic and for the old guys who have been in the league, himself included, who have been around for a long time, getting to witness such history. Kane and the Wings will take the ice again on Saturday against the Montreal Canadiens. And Carson Cooper scored a career-high 18 points last night to help Michigan State basketball come from behind and defeat Northwestern by a final score of 76-66. The 12th-ranked Spartans trailed 35-28 at half, but outscored the Wildcats 48-31 in the second stanza. Jeremy Fears and Jackson Kohler each had 15 points as well. MSU is now off until Tuesday when they take on Indiana at home. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before we get to the phones and people's thoughts on Brad Holmes, you feel more or less confident after hearing him speak yesterday. Mike McDaniel fired as Dolphins head coach. The Lions have reached out with their vacant offensive coordinator spot. John, is this the number one target for you?
After going back and looking more at his time in Miami, and even his time before that in terms of a play caller, his style of offense. But you look at Miami and you think, okay, well, Miami's never had an offensive line, yet Devon Achane was dynamic, terrific. He's been able to generate yards without having an offensive line. Now, we believe that Brad Holmes will address the offensive line, and this offensive line, even as constructed now, was better than they had in Miami. And Achane is very similar to Gibbs. The passing game is very similar to what Dan Campbell has. I see a lot of similarities in the offense, so it's not going to be an overhaul of the offense. I do think it would be plug and play. So here's the other thing. There's a lot of coaches that are head coaches once, and then for whatever reason, and his is a very unique personality, they never really get that next shot. And I think he may fall into that category, or at least for a few years. So if he is your play caller and they get back to this dynamic offense and he's here for a couple of years, if it results in a Super Bowl, then fine. Hey, go wherever you want, be a head coach. We saw it with Spagnuolo. He was a head coach, and he's been a great defensive coordinator for Kansas City for a number of years, and you don't really hear about his name being talked about as a head coach.
No, and what you're talking about with Mike McDaniel is he has this like dorky, aloof demeanor, and if he doesn't get a head coaching job, he's going to be a play caller, and this is as attractive a place you could go as a play caller because you have weapons galore. You're going to play a soft schedule, a lot of indoor and warm weather games next year too, and because the Lions took a little bit of a step back, you then get some of the credit when they take a step forward next season. It's the ultimate polish your resume job, and it's not all to the benefit of Mike McDaniel. It would benefit the Detroit Lions to bring someone in who could take that play caller responsibility off of Dan's plate, especially if they are going to keep Kelvin Shepard. Let Dan be the CEO and oversee as he's done for most of his time in Detroit. This makes sense for everybody. And Mike McDaniel, by the way, was super complimentary of Dan Campbell at the joint practices earlier this season. And again, he was under Shanahan in San Francisco, and they had some very good run games and play-action passing games. Could Goff be a guy who gets even better under Mike McDaniel? Here's what Mike McDaniel said about Jared Goff. So again, you've got this idea where he was able to get the ball to Tyreek Hill and Devon Achane, and now he'd have Gibbs, he'd have Jamo, he'd have Laporta and St. Brown. He's a good offensive coach. Maybe not a very good head coach, John, but we've seen this. Yeah. Failed head coaches can still make great coordinators. I think this is the number one target, and the Lions have already reached out, so I think they view him as a serious option as well. Yeah,
I think it would be fun. And it would be, obviously, coordinator press conferences. Probably give us a lot. Root for radio. It would be interesting. You could even hear it there. Like, he's just kind of an odd dude.
Imagine us talking to him in training camp in August.
It'll be
something.
interesting, yes.
All right, so the McDaniel stuff is out there. I know Brad Holmes is the focal point. 248-539-9797. Do you feel better or worse after listening to Brad? Dante in New Baltimore, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Hey, listen, this story has already been written about what we're dealing with our offensive line in the league. Like, the New England Patriots mastered contract negotiation, salary caps, drafting and developing of that offensive line. They created depth for years. And what needed to be done with that? Number one, you needed a head office and a general manager and a team that could do it. And number two, listen, these teams in the leagues and us as fans invest in players, right? Whether it be their salary or what they get paid. But remember, Tom Brady was an above-average quarterback that had great numbers. All right?
Yes.
Right? Had great numbers, but had great as GOAT numbers when the offensive line protected him. Does that sound like someone else we know?
Yes.
That
Yes. There's an
dons our
element to that.
jersey?
Yes.
Okay? So, like, for instance, as a fan base, we are spoiled to have a dual tandem running backs, okay? But here's the problem. We need to build the offensive line, and we need cap space. I hate to say it to the fan base. Montgomery is the seventh paid highest running back in the league, and he's used all season this year, unfortunately, somewhat as a backup.
Yeah.
Guess what? That's salary cap right there.
Well, did you
You've
hear
got
what
a
Holmes
kid
said
coming-
yesterday, Dante? Not to cut you off. Did you hear what Holmes said about David Montgomery yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
And
I mean, it's
didn't
kind of
sound good.
telling.
It sounded like
They love him,
Yeah.
but hey, if he wasn't committed to him being back next year because
if we're not going to use him, why pay him?
Right.
Right. And then, for instance, we love Penei Sewell. He's a freak of nature. He's a phenom, right? But there's a lot of money tied up in him. The players, I'm a realist. Like, you want a championship, Patriot players for years, that offensive line, Jansen, sacrificed pay for the Lombardi. They all did. And they came and went. But that line, listen, we know we need defensive help in the backfield. We know we need help for Hutch on the edge. The middle of the deep, we got a lot of missing pieces. But when that offense is out there 70% of the time and scoring 30 or more points, it takes the pressure off the defense.
Spot on.
So the offensive line is huge, and it needs to be fixed. Hey, are any of these old Patriot minds retired? Can we use them for consulting? Can we find this team?
I think Bob Quinn's available.
Oh, God, don't say that. Maybe the call of the year is saying Tom
Brady's above average quarterback.
He's above average. Yeah, just
no
like-
S.
Several notches above average, but who's counting?
That's
you looked at me, I looked at you. That was
Yeah,
incredible. 248-539-9797. Before we get back to the Holmes calls, just a couple quick Mike McDaniel tweets. Says, sign him up and get him a pair of buffs immediately. Says he's the perfect fit for both parties. He's an offensive genius, but struggled with discipline and culture. Dan Campbell will take care of that for him.
Yeah.
So let's get back to the phones. We got Kevin in Canton. Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So a few of the callers before me kind of stole my thunder, but I just want to say I followed this team since the Harrington years because I wasn't really a football guy up to that point. I was more into hockey, but I've seen it all, the ups and the downs, and there's nothing that Brad could have said that could have reassured me or made me feel more confident because regardless of what he says, which he didn't really say a lot of anything important, let's be honest.
Okay.
There is a lot of needs on both sides of the football, and it's not going to be taken care of in one season. And ironically, the don't really have a problem with is our QB position, even though that's the most scrutinized. But as long as we get an O-line that can protect him, we don't have to worry about that position. So we got to worry about everything else now. And I don't think Brad's going to be the type of dude that's going to change his mind and say, hey, I'm going to trade for an impact player in the middle of the season. No, he's just going to keep doing it through the draft. That's all he's going to want to do. I don't think he's going to change from that. You know?
But that's why we asked the question more or less encouraging, because if it's just more of the same, I'm not encouraged. I'm concerned. You know?
So I don't think I've ever, when we've been talking about this question, do you feel better or worse, that there's a sense of urgency for the offensive line? I feel better. I feel better about going into next year. Now, I don't know what those actions are going to be because ultimately it's about the actions speak louder than words. So go out there and do it. But if they go into next year with a veteran center, and if they address the center and the tackle position, I instantly think we're in a position to not just make the playoffs, win the division, and make a run.
Agreed. Fully agreed with that.
Because I know they're not going to ignore the defense, but I think the most important thing is center and tackle.
Yeah, I mean, there would still be the cloud over your head about how these safeties are going to come back from some pretty serious injuries, but the focal point's the offensive line. If you told me they added a veteran center and had a plug-and-play tackle, whether that's free agency or an early draft pick, I go, yeah, man, this offensive line's going to have the ball. They're going to run the ball. They're going to finish drives. They're going to help their defense out, and it's not like that would be the only thing they do this offseason. John, it would take them from a team that missed the playoffs back into contender status. That's what matters more than anything he said yesterday at the press conferences. Does he do that? Mm-hmm. But if his idea of urgency is what they've already been doing, we're going to continue to be urgent on the offensive line. We're not going to ignore it. We haven't ignored it. If this is more of the same, I'm petrified.
Yeah. I mean, don't just run it back.
Right.
That's what I don't want to see.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. More of your thoughts on Brad Holmes. Continue to play some of the audio for people. Reset some of the better stuff. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, we're all busy, and we all want to find a chance to work out. Planet Fitness offers you every opportunity. A lot of their gyms are open 24 hours. So if you're like me and you want to do it first thing in the morning, hey, I've got a weird schedule. Sometimes it's 3:30 in the morning. You knock on the door, they're there. If you're a late-night workout guy or girl, they're available. Mention it. A lot of them are open 24 hours. Gives you every opportunity to work on your fitness. If you travel, again, it's about opportunity. You get the Black Card membership. You have access to 2,800 clubs nationwide, 50 of them here in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 7 in Toledo. So everywhere you go, there's that option. And it's not expensive to get in. So it's $1 down, $15 a month, $24.99 for the Black Card membership. It's all right there. So all you have to do, find your nearest club. You can do it to join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
It's Brad Holmes.
That's what I said earlier in the week. It's pass fail. Like there's no, well, we got a C or it's a B plus. And he mentioned that like I'm not going to get to the plus minus. Like it's a test. It's pass fail.
Yeah, that's what you said. And it's the mindset of a competitor. Like we're not playing this weekend. If we were playing, if we're competing for a championship, well, that's a different story. But they're not. Now, and that was a little later in the press conference. I think Rieger asked that question. But right off the top, he didn't mince words. He said, I didn't do enough. He said, by our standards, this is a disappointment. He was able to label it a failure. These are the things we talked about yesterday. Would he have some humility? There was definitely a tone of humility from Brad Holmes and some accountability right off the top. What I found concerning is as the press conference rolls on, he didn't really offer how things are going to be any different. In fact, saying with the edge position, we're going to keep doing the same thing. And then the question of, okay, but like how aggressive are you going to be? At one point, I think Wojo asked him, are you guys going to be more aggressive? And he asked him to define what more aggressive would be. Here's a different answer about aggressiveness.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to do something just to do something,
right?
Or to show the fan base that, oh, look, we're making a move.
Like, see, we're justifying our jobs. No, I get it, and we've had this similar sentiment from other executives running teams in the city, and I think it's just the word of aggression. Are you going to be aggressive? There's a disconnect in what we're asking and what they're saying. We're not saying make moves to make moves. We're saying identify good players, get to the negotiating table, and do what it takes to get the deal done. Because action is what you haven't done enough of. You've attempted. The attempt is there. Allegedly, right. I'll take him at his word there. The follow-through hasn't been there. It hasn't been good enough.
Well, and, I mean, he has made an aggressive move before. He traded Matt Stafford, got Jared Goff and 2 first-round picks.
Worked out great.
And that worked out well. But as things go, aggressive moves can certainly mean something different. Za'Darius Smith at the deadline. I wouldn't say that was an overly aggressive move, but they did address a need. So we have seen him do things. I think people forget that they did make a trade at the deadline. This year, the big need was offensive line. We saw one offensive lineman traded, and it wasn't going to be one that was going to have a great impact on this team.
No, but what I'm saying, like, if you're trying to define what aggressive is, it's maybe doing things outside your comfort zone that add risk to the table. Maybe you're not going to roll over as much salary space. Maybe instead of signing guys 2 years early, you're going to pay Tyler Linderbaum or McGovern, one of these centers in free agency. And it might mean that Brian Branch doesn't get paid until he's a true free agent. And you risk he could leave, right? That's uncomfortable. That's not fun. It's great to draft your guys and keep your guys and re-sign all your guys. Maybe it's picking up the 5th-year option on Gibbs, but not coming to a 4 or 5 year commitment quite yet, because what good is Gibbs if I don't fix the offensive line? You know what I'm saying? Like, those are maybe a little more outside of his comfort zone. Those would be a little more aggressive moves. Right. Those are the moves we want to see.
In regards to extending Gibbs, for a position that is known to have injuries. Now, he hasn't.
Right.
He's been very durable. But are you willing to invest knowing that you invested in Aleem McNeil and he got hurt, knowing you invested in Brian Branch and he got hurt, and not Brian Branch, but Kirby Joseph and he got hurt? Like, okay, all of that has to be taken into account.
Yeah, I just don't know what's different if you claim you've been urgent, you've tried, you haven't ignored the offensive line. You are going to do the same thing at edge and aggressive. What's aggressive? That doesn't sound like they learned a lesson from this season. Now, actions will speak louder than anything he said at the podium, so I'll reserve some judgment, but I just was not encouraged.
And I think aggressive, I mean, maybe the best way to define it is doing something that is a little bit outside your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Because we know he's very comfortable at trading during the draft. He's very comfortable, obviously, with drafting players, especially in the middle of the rounds where you're taking a risk on a Manu. You're taking a risk on a Broderick Martin. You're taking a risk on an Isaac Tisla.
Well, that's the point. And I know, Jim, you've been waiting, Jim and Milford. This is kind of a point we're going to set you up for that you want to make. Jim and Milford, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. The thing that drove me crazy about that press conference yesterday was he referred a couple different times to the phrase, we're not going to reach. And I think that he's reached in multiple forms. He reaches in the draft. He's reached with some of the extensions. I mean, you've already talked about Manu, Tesla giving up the extra third-round picks. Rakestraw has been a reach, and John touched on maybe it would have been better going in a different direction. With that pick, Tyreek doesn't seem like he's living up to the potential. Broderick Martin, I mean, you can kind of keep going down the list there. And then on the extensions, the money that he gave to McNeil and to Kirby Joseph, is that going to handcuff us a little bit moving forward with free agency and things like that? Maybe if we didn't have all these forms of reaches, we'd have more depth and we'd have more pieces where if he did need to go out and maybe actually have to make a little bit of a reach with capital to sign someone or to acquire someone that we desperately need, we'd be in a better position and we'd be talking about our playoff game.
Well, I'm with you on the reaches in the draft. I don't necessarily think I agree that re-signing Aleem McNeil or giving him the extension, that wasn't a reach. Now, with hindsight and the injury, okay. But I think Kirby Joseph, maybe that's the one, because at the time we were like, when they did it, and are you going to extend Kirby Joseph or Brian Branch?
Right.
And I would have been of the mindset, and I talked about it at the time, Brian Branch to me is the bigger impact for the longer period of time. But had it been a year ahead of time, if you had given him the extension and then he gets hurt, like that's bad luck. Yeah. Guys get hurt in football. But I don't think signing Aleem McNeil to an extension was a reach.
Look, we got a lot to do on this Friday. We opened the show talking about Patrick Kane, 500 goals for those that are interested. Odyssey Rewind. We talked about Tarek Skubal at odds with the Tigers for arbitration. We may be able to get back into those before the end of the show. We've got picks coming up. We're going to do Cookie Jar, Brad Holmes phone calls. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, police are investigating after a driver reported that he was shot at by another driver while driving on I-94 in Detroit on Wednesday night. Man, these stories, it just seems like they just keep happening.
These road rage stories?
Yes, It's ridiculous. Michigan State Police say a driver called police to report that while he was driving on the freeway around 11:10 p.m., another person shot at them after being unable to change lanes. So, according to the driver,
turn signal's a better use.
And maybe planning ahead, because it sounds like the suspect needed to get off, was going to go on to I-75, but was in the left lane, couldn't get over all the way, and then got frustrated. So it sounds like the victim was driving in the center lane, and the suspect was in the far left lane, couldn't get over, eventually got behind the victim and was tailgating him. And then when he was able to get to the far right lane, opened fire, shot at the car. Thankfully, nobody was injured. The victim wasn't hit, but his vehicle was. And now, obviously, police are investigating. They're still looking for that suspect. Very little information. Drives a silver sedan, but perhaps you were on the freeway at the same time. If you have any information, you're being asked to call the Michigan State Police. Lions legend Calvin Johnson made a surprising or notable admission while talking to Amon-Ra St. Brown this week on his podcast. He revealed that he smoked weed throughout his NFL career, including several times before games.
so much. My win got to be appreciated. My win has to be good. So I was very particular about win and how much I did.
So it's not unheard of that you'd use it for pain.
And that's what he was using it for. And if you know what he's done post career, he started this,
cannabis company.
Yes, with another former player. And so I guess it's not that shocking, but maybe it is because it wasn't allowed in the NFL.
Yeah.
That's what is the shocking part, I think.
Yeah.
The fact that he was doing it doesn't shock me, but the fact that it wasn't allowed is what.
Yeah, there's
the
been
shocking
shifts, obviously, in society and with
yeah.
laws in regards to where it's legal, where it's not legal, when it's become legal, and there were also shifts in the NFL where now I don't even think they're testing for it anymore. I don't think they've said it's legal, but they're not testing for it. And at the time, I think it was just once a year. We would know, when that test was going to be. So if you could just,
lay low,
lay off it for a little bit. But yeah, it goes to, and because you asked this question versus the shots, the pain shots before.
You mentioned a teammate would take shots, and I was alcohol shots or shots of painkiller? Because that's the reason he was doing this, was to manage his pain, not to get high before a game.
Right.
That's why I was like, wait, shots of alcohol or pain shots?
Because I had some teammates that were taking shots of alcohol before a game. Yeah, I would always take the shots for the pain. So
Two big concerts have been announced for Ford Field upcoming this spring and summer. So one, Bruno Mars will be here. First tour in nearly a decade, will perform on May 9th. It's all part of the Romantic Tour. Tickets for his show go on sale January 15th, 12 p.m. Then another big name, Chris Stapleton, will be returning to Ford Field as part of his All-American Roadshow. He's going to be performing alongside Lainey Wilson. Did I say the date? August 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Tickets for that show go on sale January 16th at 10 a.m. So,
John, you'd be more
some
likely
fun
to see
things.
Chris Stapleton of the two?
Yes, that would be an accurate statement.
I'd like to see Bruno.
Me too. If I had to pick between the two, I don't know.
Right. I'm sure it's a great show.
Both will be good shows.
Live music, I'm a big fan of all live music, and I'm sure he puts on a great show.
Yes.
All right, that's Heather with the news. You got the picks coming up next. It's 97.1. Really cool moment last night at Little Caesars Arena. That's Ken Cal on the call. Kane scored one early, put him one away from 500. And when he got on the ice with an empty net, the crowd immediately popped because you knew there was a chance he would score the milestone goal. And as someone sitting in that crowd, I'm going, boy, if we don't get it here, I'm probably not going to get to see it.
No, it was awesome. And for it to happen at home,
yes.
Even if it happened on the road, right? They're going to pause the game. There's going to be a standing ovation. Hockey fans, I think, are very more aware than anyone else about some of these milestone moments and more appreciative, especially for a guy like him who did most of his damage, obviously, in Chicago for a rival of the Wings. Now he's here. It's also in his third, hockey season with the Wings. So if it had happened in game 2 of his time here in the Wings, maybe it's not quite as emphatic, but...
Well, think about it. He could have chosen to continue his career on a team closer to a Stanley Cup. As much as I think Wings fans have embraced Kane, he embraced us first. He wanted to be here. And even last night when he was honored as the first star of the game, he starts pointing to the Winged Wheel logo. And he's talked about it. He's kind of a hockey geek in that way, like loves the sport, grew up loving the sport, appreciates the original 6. But yeah, man, to see him do it in a winged wheel.
Yeah, and he made comments last night after the game, and there's some social media ones where he talked about how honored he was to be able to do it in this jersey.
Yeah, and in terms of guys who have done this, 500 goals, he's the 50th all-time, only the 5th American-born player to score 500 goals. And to mention doing it as a member of the Red Wings, they have a bunch, but only 6 have scored the 500th goal while playing for Detroit. Gordie Howe, Steve Yzerman, Brendan Shanahan, Dino Ciccarelli, Pat Verbeek, and now Patrick Kane.
It's a good group.
By the way, Pat Verbeek used to... he has a relationship with Verbeek going back to when he was a youth skater, so there's kind of a cool bit of history there, too.
Yep.
So
2 Utes.
Yeah, so that's awesome. Wings win again. That's also awesome. And I mentioned to you, and I don't know how confident I am in saying this, but I am starting to contemplate the world where we do get playoff hockey again. I know we still have to navigate that dreaded month that's third in the calendar.
Oh, well, so earlier today you were...
I slipped up and I said it.
Yeah, you said March, and you've talking about them in the possibility that they can be in the playoffs.
Well, I said to Kelsey, because last year we had to opt in for the playoffs, and we did, and they just didn't make it. But we would have gotten game 4 as part of that.
Do you know which game you're going to get?
I don't know if it alternates or with the red-white plan, if we're stuck with game 4. Because I said to her, I go, just putting it out there, I want to be there the first home playoff game. So if we want to set aside some money, I want to make sure we're there for it, because this place is going to be awesome if and when we get playoff hockey.
Oh, hell yeah. Especially in the 100th year, and avoiding the decade.
And look, you kind of cracked a joke. Of course they were ready with merchandise, but like they had the 500 commemorative pucks last night. Fans are eating it up. Like there's really good energy right now at the arena.
As there should be. Like this is a team that is top 3 in their division, and they're a team that has been able to... They've gone on some West Coast trips and performed well. They've had some skids, but they've been able to mitigate and come out of those. And a lot of the credit has to go to Todd McClellan.
I think it does. Now, this weekend, they'll play at Montreal. That's a huge game because of where the teams are in the standings and all that stuff. And then Monday is a huge day because it's the Fedorov retirement night, but it's also Carolina in the building. So before I get too excited...
Are you going to be at the Fedorov night?
No, it's not part of our... Oh. I know, it sucks. I know. That's part of why I wanted Kane to score last night with the empty net, because he could have scored it on the road over the weekend, or, hey, these people who have Monday night already have a treat. Why should they also get the Kane 500th goal?
Yeah.
So that was awesome last night. The other headline, and we'll get back into Brad Holmes in the 9 o'clock hour. The other headline involving one of our teams was Tarek Skubal and the Detroit Tigers. The Tigers avoided arbitration with everybody yesterday except Tarek Skubal. And the numbers are very far apart. It's the largest gap for an arbitration in MLB history. The Skubal camp put forth $31 million. The Tigers put in $19 million. It's a big gap. So this furthers the idea that we're not long for a long-term arrangement here. This is eventually going to end in a divorce.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's a shock to anyone that reading everything that is going on, seeing everything, hearing everything, that if he even gets to the season in a Tigers uniform, it'll be the last season.
Yeah, again, because this gap is historic. And so people understand how arbitration works. It's a panel of 3 that will decide the midpoint of the 2 offers. And it's like an over-under game.
Right. Well, we could do the math on that too.
So it's like $25. $25
$25 million. Yeah, $25, yeah.
They wish. But $25 million. And if it's more, he gets 32. It escalates all the way up to the tip top. And if the arbitration hearing rules in favor of the Tigers, it's under $25 million in valuation. They'll get a discount and they'll get him for $19 million for the upcoming season.
The irony is that he won't be the highest paid pitcher on the staff.
Flaherty makes more. And some of this is, just to be fair, this is not an open market situation.
Right.
Now, again, I did a ton of digging on this, and Jeff Passan was all over the little intricacies of arbitration. Because Skubal has at least 5 years, or I think it's more than 5 years of service time, he's allowed to use comps that aren't just arbitration. So he can, like Boris can say, the comps we want to use for Skubal's salary for the upcoming season are the highest paid pitchers in baseball. The guys making north of $40 million can be the Boris comps. And his argument, boy, what a job. Argue Skubal's good at pitching. He's won 2 straight Cy Young awards. Here are the comps for the highest paid guys. We deserve it. And I think the other note would be the highest paid arbitration pitcher was David Price, and the Tigers offered less than that. So, like, it does make you think that they're going to have a compelling case on the Boris side of things, the Skubal side of things.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not upset at the Tigers for doing this. It's all about business, and it's all about, the negotiations of, we think the valuation is this, you think it's that. Well, generally they're able to find somewhere in the middle. That's why they have the arbitration.
But where do the Tigers get the $19 million? Because David Price 11 years ago got more. Like, where are you getting that number from?
That's one I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Other than they're just playing a game and trying to keep it low.
Right. And so maybe it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
But the arguments for them, and this is going to all be, we probably won't hear all the details.
But he will have this said to his face at a hearing.
Sure. We've got a guy that can't go, 100 pitches in a game. And maybe this is where you get some of those backroom conversations that we don't know about, that maybe Boris and Skubal have had with them. Like, I'm not going to go more than 100 pitches. Or is there more to the story about the 7th inning in the final game of the series against Seattle, where, we heard AJ Hinch and they talked about, we agreed that this was going to be his last inning. Well, maybe AJ went to him and said, we'd like you to go out there for one more. And he said, no, because I'm not going over 100 pitches.
Be fascinating. The Tigers are going, at arbitration, are going to have to talk down to their star player to argue he shouldn't get the money that he wants to get.
Yeah, but that happens in negotiations.
No,
okay,
I know,
it's
but
not to his face, but through his agent.
It just further breaks down the relationship, to me.
Well, put your big boy pants on and go sit there.
See if he wins it or not.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. When is the hearing? Is it end of the month?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Our update. Yeah, shaking his head. Brendan's shaking his head.
Yeah. You're welcome to turn that mic on.
Yeah, I believe it's supposed to be end of January, early February.
Okay.
They take place for all of them. So,
and again, it's the only player they couldn't come to terms with, but it's a big deal because he's a really good player and a very expensive player. All right, we'll talk Brad Holmes coming up next. Play some of the audio from his press conference. Are you more or less confident for the offseason? It's 97.1.
not a lot going on locally in sports tonight. We will have 3 teams in action tomorrow, however, as the Red Wings, Pistons, and Wolverines will all take to their respective sites of competition. First tomorrow, Michigan basketball welcomes the Wisconsin Badgers to the Chrysler Center. Michigan is still ranked second in the country and will try to remain undefeated at 15-0 tomorrow. They had a scare earlier in the week on the road against Penn State, only beating the Nittany Lions by 2 points after winning the 10 previous games by 18 or more. Tip-off from Ann Arbor is slated for 1 o'clock. Then in the nightcap, the Red Wings Wings will take to the ice north of the border against the Montreal Canadiens. The winner of that game could move into a tie or sole first place in the Eastern Conference, as the Wings and Habs are tied with each other at 56 points currently in second place, 1 point behind the Hurricanes. Puck drop from Montreal is scheduled for 7 o'clock and can be heard right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage begins tomorrow at 6:45. Then at 7:30, the Pistons will be here in Detroit to face the Los Angeles Clippers. The Stones have won 3 straight games in 4 of their last 5, but were embarrassed by the Clips last time they played, as Kawhi Leonard went off for 55 points and a 112-99 victory for LA. That game tips off from Little Caesars Arena tomorrow at 7:30. You can hear it over on WWJ News Radio 950. And we have more college football semifinal action tonight after last night's thriller in which Miami won over Ole Miss 31-27. Tonight, the unstoppable Indiana Hoosiers will meet the Oregon Ducks at 7:30 in Atlanta. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Get to the cookie jar at 9:35. Still got a half hour to talk about the Lions with you guys. Do you feel more or less confident in the offseason in Brad Holmes after hearing him speak yesterday? It started with a humble tone. It started with him acknowledging we didn't live up to our standard, that this was a disappointment. When asked to give himself a grade, he said, I'm not trying to copy Dan, but it's an F. It's pass, fail. We didn't succeed. We failed. We're not playing right now. So that humility that we wanted to hear was present in his 45-minute press conference. But I came away feeling less confident because he didn't offer up any changes that they're going to make. In fact, the opposite. It felt like he was doubling down. We're not going to change our approach at edge. What do you mean by more aggressive? Can you define aggressive? Hey, are you considering paying some guys in free agency and delaying extensions? Well, no, we got a lot of guys that are due extensions. The offensive line, he said it's got to be urgently addressed, but he maintains that's been their philosophy, and they've tried. And that he says they haven't ignored the offensive line. So if anything, I came away thinking, hey, big picture, you're owning it, but did you learn anything?
Well, and I also had more questions. It just led to more questions where, okay, you have all these guys that you want to re-sign. Where are you going to find the money? And how do you generate more salary cap space? Are you going to, extend Goff? Or are you going to, guarantee more money? Are you going to push more money down the road? Are you going to do the same thing with Amon-Ra St. Brown or Penei Sewell or some of these other contracts? And so I don't know that I came away feeling better or worse. I'll answer that. I came away feeling better because of the urgency that he talked about with the offensive line.
But an example of that is he said, like, you wouldn't believe the calls that we've made. But failing to upgrade, even if you try, is still failing.
Right, but it's, okay, did they make all of those calls at the trade deadline? We know that it's hard to acquire an offensive lineman at the trade deadline. It's one of the rarest positions at the trade deadline to make a trade for. But in the offseason, there needs to be an adjustment. I don't necessarily want my starting center to be a rookie. So if you're going to draft 17 overall and you're drafting a center, now I don't know that there's a center in this draft that I want to go into the season as my starting center. So it's a trade. How can you acquire a starting center in trade or free agency? Then again, how do you create enough cap space to go get a Linderbaum when it's going to cost you $18 to $20 million a year?
And to be fair, he wasn't asked about the salary cap, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But he'll speak more this offseason, and we'll get more cracks at this as a collective media. You mentioned getting a veteran center. I agree with you wholeheartedly. That's probably the number one thing that I want to see them do is add a Linderbaum type of player. Here's the challenge, though. He says they've made these calls, they've made these efforts, and the deals haven't gotten done. Stay with me here. Is it possible that his idea of a fair market trade or a fair market contract is wrong?
Sure, that's a possibility.
But I didn't hear that, like, I've misjudged trade markets or free agent markets and need to do a better job. That's not getting into specifics or unveiling your blueprint, but that would be taking accountability and admitting your faults and failures. Like, hey, John, the idea of I didn't make the deals because they would have been bad deals, says who? Maybe you're wrong to think they would have been bad deals.
So let's try to create a reasonable hypothetical call that could have been made at the deadline.
Okay.
We mentioned the name Joel
Bitonio. Yeah.
Okay. Look, anybody that needs an offensive lineman calls the Cleveland Browns and sees if he's available. Veteran, end of a contract, bad team, looking for capital, right?
Yes.
So let's say he made that call and the Browns wanted it too.
He said, that's an overpay. You're out of your mind.
Yeah. Was
Now-
it?
Well,
Okay,
and
but
it may
again,
be
we're
by the
making
book.
these up.
No, I
I
know.
know, no, I'm just- we said that.
But to Tom's point, I'd love Brad to offer specifics. He's not going to. So this is what we're left to do is kind of create what it could have been. But this is just purely speculative. Okay, and Brad's probably right to say on paper a second for a rental guard is an overpay. But are they in a position to be more aggressive, take more risks, lose the trade on value? But now I've got Joel Bitonio and I'm moving people in the run game and F it. Who cares?
Okay,
Right.
so
And if we're making things up, they could have made that call as well as 31 other teams, and Cleveland said, Bitonio's not for sale.
yeah, and
But if
the thing-
nobody's ever for sale, you're not doing your job.
I
right?
understand
Yeah.
that, but if we're making things up, like I can make anything up and throw it against the wall and say, well, hey, we have no idea what Brad Holmes said.
But isn't that what he's doing? He's going, trust me, bro. I
Right.
made the calls.
I agree.
Since he doesn't tell us the calls, we have to try to think of what calls he would have made. So I think we made up a reasonable one there. It was just a reasonable target. I'll say this. Here's the problem with what I just presented. And Valenti, I will give him great credit for what he said yesterday about leaks. Guess what? When teams inquire about something, it gets out. They did yesterday with McDaniel.
Oh, yeah.
That's why
they're
these-
interested. Yeah.
That's why you've got to question whether these calls ever happened, unless.
Well, I'm not going to call him a liar. I'm going to say they called, but were they serious? Was he willing to?
This is why you have to leak things out when you do call.
Yeah.
And maybe they weren't doing that as an organization. I thought that was a pretty hyper aggressive thing that came out yesterday in terms of the Lions and McDaniel. I mean,
Well,
the
but
seat
we
was
also
still
don't.
warm.
We also don't know if that leak came from the Lions or did it come from McDaniel's agent, because he's the one that wants to be in Detroit.
Maybe.
He wants to coach this offense.
That's John. If we're just keeping everything open and hypothetical,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
suppose. But it would stand to reason for both sides that marriage would make sense.
Sure.
Detroit and Mike McDaniel. I don't think he's getting a head coaching job this cycle. You'd agree with that, right?
I would agree.
He has this kind of weird, aloof, dorky energy, and maybe he needs a reset. What better place than you got Gibbs, you
Right.
got J-Mo, you got St. Brown, you got a last place schedule, a lot of indoor games, dome games, warm weather games. Jared Goff, who you've been complimentary of, you go in and you spend a year or two rehab your image. The Lions benefit because they get a guy who's run some really good offenses.
Right.
And Dan Campbell gets to be the CEO and doesn't have to call plays.
Right. And I'm not trying to defend Brad Holmes when I say there's other possibilities, but if we're going to just throw out a possibility, it seems very legitimate that phone call would have been made. And it seems legitimate that Cleveland would have said, hey, we need a second.
Yeah.
But we also have to throw out other possibilities that maybe they just said, you know what? No, he's a Brown for life.
Yeah, it's funny. I was guilty of arguing with people on the internet, and one guy said, "Bro,
That's a great place to argue.
He said, it's not a video game. You can't turn force trade on. I don't mean to suggest that Brad can strong arm and just force accept
Yeah.
from the other teams. Clearly, to his point, two to tango.
It was
But-
also leaked that he was the most aggressive at calling about Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I guess what it comes down to, though, is if you can't create a market and get the deal done, you aren't doing your job well.
But then it goes to what he had to say. It takes two to tango. Well, he didn't say
But-
tango. He said it takes two.
Two and then trailed off. But
it takes two. Sorry, Brett.
But there's, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to beat him up for that. But there are more than two teams in the league. So part of it is calling these guys and working this phone and trying to get this. If no one will trade with you, that's a you problem.
Right. I agree. And after the only way to acquire a center last year after free agency and after the trade or after the draft was via trade. And we didn't hear anything leaked about that. In fact, we heard from Grant Glasgow after the season that he wasn't even the center. It was Tate Ratledge in minicamp, and he
Right.
wasn't even the center until like a week before camp started.
Yeah, it just got off on the wrong foot.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. You feel better? You feel worse? You heard a lot of it. We'll play more of it. Let's get to John in Canton. John, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, no, I don't feel better. I think that, when he said we need to, it's not we, it's he. And I think he put us in last place this year because he didn't have the foresight to do the things that needed to be done, get the players in here that needed to be get in here. He went off on some, taking guys in the third round that we didn't need, and I don't see it getting any better.
Yeah, all I can say is like actions are going to speak louder than words.
Yeah,
I wasn't impressed with the press, and I didn't need him to lay out here's who we're signing and here's how many dollars we're allocating. I think that's, first of all, no one's in a position to do it, and no GM would ever do it. But they just lacked any accountability on any specific. He didn't say, I screwed up on the offensive line. I screwed up on the pass rush. I screwed up on this. I should have been more aggressive here. None of it was like direct ownership. It was the blanket. Well, of course it's my fault. I have to say that. Okay, where specifically are you going to own I was F? I got F grade in this area. Didn't do that. So then you wonder, okay, well, are you still just going to do your own thing? Or are we going to see changes? And that's why I guess I'll leave it to the actions will speak more than anything he said. I just wasn't encouraged. Let's get to Sal in Oak Park. Sal, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. How are we doing, guys?
Good.
Okay, so I'll tell you, I actually do feel a little bit better coming out of the press conference. I'll tell you why. It started off like pretty good. I liked what I hear about the accountability, and he gave himself an F, and or it was more of a pass-fail grade, I guess I should say. But I'll tell you why I feel better is because when it tapered off, I think people finally now are starting to see that sentiment of, hey man, your actions got to follow what you're talking about. And, the thing that I was happy about was that I heard the word Super Bowl and expectation in the same sentence. Like, that's how low the bar is. So for me, this is an ultimatum year, and, water kind of finds its level where when it's coming to this team. So I think what's going to happen is that at the end of this year, we're going to know our answer on if this marriage between Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes is really going to work. And I think that Brad Holmes has a much higher bar to clear than Dan Campbell. And I think we might come out of the season and say, all right, well, we don't need a clean house, but we need to get rid of one of you, and it's probably going to be Brad Holmes if we don't get way better.
See, I think
that'd be very unique.
Yeah. What I think is also going to be challenging about this, too, is the schedule is going to lend itself to a couple more wins, whether they're actually any better or not. So there's a world where they get better on the win-loss ledger, but don't advance anywhere in the playoffs, and then we're left having kind of the same conversation.
To the caller's point, though, don't forget, Campbell got hired first.
Yes, but it would be unique that a coach wouldn't, or a GM wouldn't get two head coaches. And
I know.
I hate even talking about this because neither of them are going to get fired.
Neither are currently on the hot seat.
Right.
I just think the most refreshing thing that's been said by either of them after a week and no more football is that Campbell said we need to bring in competition.
Yeah.
So jobs aren't being handed to people anymore, and I think they were last year. The Owens Enrique plan, the Pascal plan,
Davenport.
No, they're bringing in guys to compete.
Better or worse? How you feeling? It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, of course, I'm going to turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time and have to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation and modify that plan as my family continues to grow. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. When you're talking about communities, you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's theirs as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. Member FDIC.
It's one of the extended cuts. Brad Holmes talking yesterday at the podium. Highly anticipated. We carried it live. I know a lot of you set aside time to listen to it live. I did too. I was like, I got to make sure I hear how he goes about this. Did you feel better or worse? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Chris in Ypsilanti. Chris, good morning.
Hey, guys. I feel pretty neutral. I think the one thing to feel good about is that it doesn't seem like they're going to hand the center and the tackle position to Tate and Manu, that they're going to bring in some competition, and that's something to look forward to. I do want to talk specifically about the edge position, though, because obviously this has been a couple years running, and I'm just not convinced that that is a personnel problem solely. I think personnel is definitely part of it, but it's also like a coaching schematic problem, and I'm not sure if that's something that Brad can fix. One thing that jumped out at me this year is that when interviewed, Aiden Hutchinson said that they can't cut it loose when they're in man because the secondary eyes are not on the quarterback. It's up to the D-line to take responsibility for quarterback containment and or run fit containment, right? Because the corners on the edge their eyes are on the receivers. That they only really cut it loose when they're in zone. But we know that Dan and the defense, they want to run this team as a man team. So there's a tension there. I think we can, holler and beg to bring in a guy, like a high-impact guy like a Trey Hendrickson next year. And I would love to bring in Trey. But if they are being asked to play the run this aggressively, you might still see that it takes a long time to get pressure on the quarterback. And I think that there needs to be a look at the schematics here. I mean, even if you look under the hood, the Lions are getting burned on first and long and second and long, right? They're getting burned on run downs more frequently than they're getting burned on pass downs. I think the Giants game is a really good example of that. So, I think we need to upgrade, obviously, right? Al-Quadin Muhammad isn't really a long-term solution. He's a free agent anyway. But they need to take a look under the hood here as to what are they asking this defense to do, and is it in conflict with being able to bring quick, effective pressure on the quarterback?
I mean, it sounds interesting to me, John. I'm looking to you. Does that add up to you that they may be asking this D-line to cover the run and contain, so that's part of why the time to pressure is as high as it is?
In certain situations, but not all of them.
Okay.
And when you're in man coverage, yes, if you don't get home and the quarterback breaks contain, then everybody's backs are turned to the quarterback. That's why you see some of those long runs. And you are at times asked to stay in a rush lane so that you don't create that passing lane, which becomes the exit route for the quarterback. It doesn't have to be that way, and it's not as frequently as that caller made it sound.
And I guess to your point, that all sounded good, but then I've watched third and longs, which are obvious, just pin your ears back, and they still can't get home. Right. So that's where the personnel part of it comes in.
Yeah, and it's in if you're going to be double and triple team like Hutch is, okay, we admit that, and he had 14 and a half sacks. You still need to find ways to win. The top pass rushers find ways to win in those. And I'm not going to say he's the next Myles Garrett, but Myles Garrett finds ways to win in those situations. And then you see what Myles did against Pittsburgh, right? They were predetermined that they were not going to let him get the sack record against them. So what did they do?
It was kind of crazy, the stuff they were doing.
Yeah. And so you see those types of tactics taken against top pass rushers, which is why you need somebody opposite him that can win more reliably in one-on-one situations. If you're accounting for all of those resources to block one guy, then where is Aleem McNeil?
Right.
Where is Tyleik Williams? He wasn't drafted to be a pass rusher, but you're going to have to be able to win sometimes.
Well, that's why I know you said big picture in totality you feel a little better, but you had to feel worse just with the comment at Edge where he says we're going to continue the same approach.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you can't just have the same approach in regards to we're not going to get a one player that could be a 3-down player. Or because you look at, and I use the example, I'm trying to find the stats right now in regards to the sack leaders, and you look at Denver, a team that created 68 sacks. their top guy, I believe, I don't have the stats in front of me, was like 14, but
Bitonio.
then there were yeah. Not Bitonio.
Were you talking Denver?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did I just say?
Yeah, isn't but no, not Bitonio. We're talking-
Bitonio's the guard.
Yes.
No, but yes.
Yes.
So, but you have a whole bunch of guys with 4s, and you have a whole bunch of guys with 6s and 7s, and some of them are linebackers who are, quote unquote edge defenders, and you also have other guys that are defensive tackles. This was a defense where the pressure only came from Aiden Hutchinson, or it came late from Al-Quadin Muhammad.
Benito,
yes. Bitonio, Benito, tomato.
It's all Italian to me. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Hey, if you made a New Year's resolution, most likely you'll give up on it today.
Oh, really?
Today is Quitter's Day.
Oh, well, it's a
Yes.
Friday.
Quitter's Day is always the second Friday in January, because apparently we can only make it one weekend without pizza or alcohol or whatever it is we said we would give up. But 2 weekends in a row is nearly impossible. So there was a study back in 2024 that found 80% of us start to lose steam by Quitter's Day, which is so quick.
Well, what do they say? It
So
takes
quick.
30 days to create a new habit?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yes.
All right. So stick with it another week. Hang in there, and then it will become habit, and it will become much easier.
Yep. As far as the top resolutions go, exercise more, right there at the top. Be happier, eat healthier, and save money.
Okay, so be happier. Like,
This is loaded.
Yeah. Well, we
What are
all
you
want to
gonna
be
do?
happier. I
Yeah.
want to be happier today than I was yesterday. What are you going to do
Well,
today?
what if
What's the goal? How do you measure that one?
What if the pizza and the beer makes me happier, but then I don't
Yeah.
lose the weight?
But then
And
I
I'm
feel
not
awful
happy.
the
Yes.
next day.
Yes.
Ugh, awful cycle. Last year, Ann Arbor ranked among the best cities to live in the U.S. So it's not that shocking that the University of Michigan was just ranked among the 30 most beautiful college campuses in the U.S. by Travel and Leisure magazine. Didn't make it right into the top. It's right near the bottom, but still, it's still the
bottom
top
of the
30.
top.
Yeah, exactly. So being on this list means that Michigan is being recognized alongside campuses known for striking architecture, scenic lawns, historic quads, and
Says
memorable
lawns, as long as it's
green
not May.
spaces. Yeah. So number one, Stanford University. Michigan came in at number 28.
What's the list of the ugliest campuses in the country?
Kalamazoo.
The winner of that
Western.
one would be Rutgers. Rutgers is terrible.
Come on, Mount Pleasant is not.
It's pleasant.
Central.
It's in the name.
But there's like one 4-way stop.
It's
The campus.
not a beautiful
Yeah.
campus.
Like who goes to a campus? Oh, what an ugly campus here in Bloomington, Indiana, or something. Nobody says that.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean that I do like Bloomington. That's a nice one.
So,
I
John,
think
I
that's
know,
nice.
I know you have a daughter at Purdue. I didn't go through the campus. Their football stadium is depressing. It's just like a block of
it's
cement.
because of the product on the field. Their campus is actually, when I was in college, when we went to West Lafayette, it was terrible. They have done a lot of things throughout the last, well, I guess now 30 years, where you're looking at it going, wow, it's a really pretty campus.
Does Ohio State have a nice campus, John?
No, S-hole.
Bottom of the barrel.
Uh-huh.
Hey, after
Still not as bad as Rutgers, though. Sorry.
It's okay. After warning earlier this week that there were going to be limited spots remaining for the 2026 Detroit Free Press Marathon, it has officially sold out. So race organizers posted on social media Wednesday night, there are no spaces left. So it's pretty cool. So back in 2024, the marathon sold out for the first time 3 months before the race. Then last year, it sold out in March. This year sold out in January. The marathon and the half marathon take place across the October 16th through 18th weekend. So lots of people want to participate. Hey, if you want to know how to spot a liar, one expert has you covered. So according to this expert, he is a criminal defense lawyer. The average person lies at least 2 to 3 times per day, whether they admit it or not. And it can be a simple lie, like when somebody says, "How are you?" and you say, "I'm fine." He said, "That's a lie."
Yeah.
Like, you're not really saying how you feel, right?
Oh, okay.
So
Like,
it could
yeah,
be
hey,
very
where do you want to go
simple.
to eat? I don't care. When you know, you care.
Yeah, so that he's saying very simple things people lie every day. But to really know a liar, he says there's 5 things that they do. Obviously, this is
You
not
write these
always
down
the
so
case.
I can take stock
Number
of everyone I
one-
talk to today.
Yeah, it's if they say, "As far as I can recall," most likely if they use a line like that, they're lying. If they start a sentence like that, they're taking some time to figure out the truth.
How to answer, yeah. Mhm.
To be honest, most likely
stalling.
you're not. Yes.
Yeah, so kind of assume, hopefully you would be
yeah.
honest.
If they use phrases like, I always have or I never have.
Absolutes.
Yeah, they're most likely you're
Only
lying.
Seth deals with absolutes.
Number 4 is kind of more of a strategy. If you repeat any question that you've been asked. So let's say somebody's calling you out and you ask your husband, where were you last night? And he's like,
Where was I last
Where
night?
was I?
yeah. You're taking that time to try to figure out what can I get away with saying. Most likely you're lying.
Yes.
Another
No,
is
my phone was on. I just didn't have reception.
yeah. Another is like another technique is the deflect and evade technique. So let's say this is did you go to the strip club last night? And then you say, you don't have anything better to do than wonder if I went to a strip club? Like you're like putting the blame on that person for even fathoming to ask that question. How dare you?
What were
you're a
you
liar.
doing last night? You flip it on them?
Yeah, you're a liar.
Yeah. Well, I will have to make note of everybody that says, well, honestly, to be honest,
Yeah.
I've always kind of annoyed that's annoyed me as well because I would assume that you were going to be honest with me.
You shouldn't have to preface it with that. All right, Cookie Jar's next, 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients and his own family already know. Dr. B, he's had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. And when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board-certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been wanting to get this done or waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
It's the Cookie Jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. First of the new year.
Mm-hmm.
First question. If your partner sends food back at a restaurant, do you wait to eat yours?
I always do until Lisa will say, don't wait, go ahead and eat. And then I kind of just pick at it a little bit because I don't want it to be all gone. And then I'm sitting there watching her eat and kind of wishing I had more of that as well. Unless she's not going to eat it all, then I get to eat the rest of it.
Yeah, I think I would do the same as you. This recently happened to us when we went on a little date night. I don't want to eat all my I don't want him to watch me eat my food and then I have to sit there and watch him eat his food. So I would wait as long as I could, maybe pick at a little bit, or both of you. Like, I would offer some of my food to him if he wanted it. And then when his meal got there, I'd eat with him.
Yeah, but you also run the risk of, depending on how long it takes for them to bring out that other meal, of yours getting cold.
I don't want to ruin my meal.
Yeah, and I would tell, if I send mine back, I would always say,
go ahead.
It's hot. Eat it now.
Yeah, I'd probably just go slowly while hers is getting redid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Greg, because if you send yours back too, you might make the kitchen angry.
Oh,
She
no.
has a legitimate reason to a degree what's going on there, but if you send your food back and want yours made again,
Oh, no, you can't do that.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
you
by
wait.
the time theirs come, you're like, well, mine's cold now. Will you just go warm it up?
Yeah, I don't think you wait. I mean, if you want to ask or whatever, but you're
If it's
hungry, your food's there, it's hot, eat it.
It's also situational. If it's a first date, like I'm not touching my food.
No, you wait.
Yeah.
If all animals could talk, which would be the rudest?
Oh, this is easy. It's a cat.
No.
They're all a-holes.
I instantly thought of cat too, but I also think maybe geese.
That's my answer.
It is?
Geese
Well,
are so yummy.
But they're already rude.
They're rude. They're
Not
squawking
when
at
they're-
you.
not when
you.
they're- Yeah, that's why you shoot them.
Don't know how specifically I can get, but I'm looking at you primates.
Okay.
Everybody in the primate family. Probably us as humans would count
Yeah, I
too,
was
by
gonna
the way.
say.
Yeah, only those ones at the zoo that throw their poop at you.
well, if you're going to say geese and go that route, a swan is even worse. I mean,
Oh, yeah, they're so
swans are
mean.
that's
Yeah.
not mine. I'm in agreement with John.
Yeah.
Because cats have dismissive attitudes, and I would equate cats to French people.
Okay. All right.
So
Can you see that?
Yeah, can't stand up for anything. Yeah.
If a cat's treating you that way, it says more about you than the cat.
Take a stand. Do something.
Cats are rude.
No.
And so are French people.
But that's
Yes.
what makes cats so great.
Cats,
I think.
Cats are a little more independent. You have to earn their affection. If they don't treat you well, you're not being nice.
Oh, did you just put this cup of water on the table? Well, off it goes.
Yeah.
Rude.
No.
All right, this next one is very highbrow stuff. How do you spell it? Okay or O-K-A-Y? How do you spell okay?
I always spell it O-K-A-Y.
Of course you do, Josh.
I gotta spell the word. And if I'm just sending it to my kids always make fun of me because I am very big on punctuation. I put O-K-A-Y, period.
No exclamation point. Okay.
If I'm gonna do the exclamation point, then it's in all caps.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And then exclamation point. Yeah.
I'm an OK or sometimes just K.
Oh, you can't do K.
Oh, the
Sometimes
kids
Oh,
are
that's
big
aggressive.
on the kids are big on KK.
KK.
Yeah.
So on this,
Okay, AY.
Oh, you're
Oh,
the full
really?
word.
Yes. Thank you. It's the education. Well done. Yeah.
Okay.
when I saw this, I looked it up. Is there a right answer?
okay.
There isn't. You can use either.
Well,
But it
sure
just-
you can. Yeah.
But it says okay, just the two letters is the formal way to do it, like AP style journalism, all that stuff.
Two
Okay.
letters. 2 letters for me.
Yeah.
Of course. You want to shorten
Yeah,
everything.
lazy,
Yeah.
millennial.
It's very sus.
Everything quick.
What's
Language evolves.
Uh-huh.
what is the greatest invention ever?
So I started asking my kids this, and I'll not going to say any of their answers because they were bizarre. I'm stuck
Well, now I
between
wanna
two.
know.
I'm stuck between two, and I think it's the wheel because obviously bikes, cars, everything. It makes the world, it makes it easier to get
around.
around. Yeah,
Or the city that
money
put the
does,
world
but
on wheels?
I think it'd have to be the wheel.
Okay. I was thinking more recent than that. I went
Okay.
either the internet, which was my first thought, or electricity.
Okay.
'Cause you
Okay,
can't-
AY.
You can't function without. I mean, you can.
You can function very well without
but not
electricity.
in the modern world.
It depends on the modern world you want to live in.
Yeah, I've definitely got more of a first world problem than what John has described. The first down line. How did we watch football games without it?
Okay.
That's a great one, Craig.
That's actually really good.
Mine is electricity. I mean, air conditioning, heat, light. Think about the world being dark.
Right. And so it kind of goes with my second. I had 1A and 1B. My 1A was the wheel. My 1B was fire.
Yeah, look, I wrote those down as the obvious.
I am caveman, John.
Wheel and fire are pretty strong contenders. I tried to go outside
You
the
just
box.
asked for the greatest.
I know. I'm not
Uh-huh.
mad at him. This is open to interpretation. I said air conditioning.
Okay.
So I can run it in March.
Or how about a heated
When
mattress?
the wings are
Air conditioning.
All right, the last one. This could be a fun one.
Refrigeration. Indoor plumbing.
If you could be a character in a TV show, who would you be?
I'm going to go with one of Tim Allen's characters, and it's not Tool Time. It's Mike Baxter in Last Man Standing. I watch them repeatedly, and every time we watch it, the kids always say, it's like you talking to us, Dad. When he does his blogs and he goes off on tangents, like it literally is like me talking to my kids.
Heather?
This is a hard question because there's so many great characters, and I feel like my brain just can't even think of all of the shows I've seen or characters. So I went to a show that was really big in my youth, which was Friends. And I went with Rachel Green because there's lots of reasons. She shows a lot of growth. In the beginning, she's like kind of this stuck-up, spoiled, unsure woman, and then she becomes more independent and successful and confident. She's a great mom. She has a little baby. She's witty. She's intelligent. She's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I like all those things.
Pick Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, I did. I picked her character.
Din Djarin, the Mandalorian. It's kind of like the Star Wars version of Batman.
Okay.
So I just thought of something. We need to do this in another future cookie jar, but you have to pick the opposite sex.
Oh, that adds a layer of it. Yeah.
Yes, that John would be all over that.
I would
The
take
hottest
Jennifer
TV
Aniston just so I could take my own clothes off.
There you go. All right. Here's mine. All right. I'm going to go kind of where Heather went in terms of growing up and then into the teen years and
Yeah.
stuff. Mine is Sam Malone from Cheers. All right.
That's a good
He's a
one.
Red Sox relief pitcher, so he got to play sports. He in a high pressure situation. He owns Cheers. That's great. That's
Yeah.
cool. He had a red Corvette.
That's cool.
And he got all the ladies. Like
That's
when
a
I was
really
like
good answer.
14, 15, and like, you know, you're a teenage boy, I'm like, this dude's a stud. He's got everything perfect.
Still thinking about myself as Jennifer Aniston.
Now I am, John.
With my voice.
Has Kate Upton been an actress before? Yeah, she has. Not a TV character, though.
I went with Dr. Perry Cox from Scrubs. Sarcastic.
Just so you can say your name all the time. Hi, I'm Mr.
Of course you are.
Hey, it's Doctor.
That's a doctor to you.
Doctor of what?
That is your cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold, and temperatures are going to go down this weekend. Take a time out. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because spots fill up quickly when it gets cold. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. More information is available on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Best TV character? We'll ask Gator this, by the way, when he comes in.
Yeah.
Best TV character? Fred Flintstone. Hot wife, best friend's an idiot. Can screw up at work and never get fired. Car never needs gas. That's John in Lake Orion.
That's good. That's funny.
What else we got? Great answer, John. Love Mike Baxter from Last Man Standing. That's Dave and Warren.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Kirk got to get all the ladies, including the hot aliens.
Yeah, but that's not a TV show. That's a movie.
Star Trek was a television show in 1966.
Oh, thanks, Tony.
Yes. Hey, I know things.
Uh-huh.
By the way, Kirk's overrated.
Greg, weren't there the other ones too that was like on Channel 50 in the 90s?
Yeah, there's a lot of 90s Trek.
Yeah.
There's Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager.
Yeah, but
all
was
very
Captain
good.
Kirk all a part of those?
No, he was not.
Okay, so, yeah.
How about Tony Soprano from an unnamed texter?
Yep.
Dude, Superman. Could be Superman, John.
Could be.
He'd rather be Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, again, for obvious reasons.
John, do you realize Mike Baxter's wife went to Ohio State?
Yes, I do.
So you'd want to be married to someone who went to Ohio State?
It makes for friendly banter.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I did. Yes, because they have a race, and one of them, it's a foot race, and yeah.
It would make
But
that
he's
very interesting.
Mike is a Michigan fan in that show as well, so it all lines up.
Did you see?
And he owns a hunting and fishing store.
Jim, did you see the other theme on the text?
What's
And
the
he
other
makes
thing?
the grunting noises. That's it.
It's the invented versus discovered thing.
I was
with
just going to bring it
fire
up.
and electricity.
They weren't. Yeah, they were discovered. They're not inventions.
That's why I went with wheel.
I believe was electricity discovered or invented a cookie jar topic?
One of them. We did something like that.
Well, I mean, it would have to be discovered.
No, it was math. The question was math
math.
invented or discovered?
Oh, yeah. That one makes my head hurt.
Yeah. Did John seriously say Star Trek wasn't a TV show? The Wheel and Fire, he really is a caveman, Roy.
Yep. Well, you think about it, fire, whether it was discovered or invented, it takes care of electricity because you can use it for light.
Yeah.
It takes care of warmth,
Yes.
cooking.
Cook food.
I mean, it does everything. It's all inclusive.
Doesn't cool you down.
No, it doesn't, but you can put the fire out,
So pick one, Fire or
and
the
now
Wheel.
I'm cooling off.
Fire or the Wheel. The other one disappears forever. Bonus round.
Oh, I'd take fire.
Yeah, I think you have to take Fire.
There's no question.
We'll just have to walk everywhere.
Oh, which is okay.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. A vote for Eric Cartman if you could be any TV show character.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
Eric Cartman.
Who's that?
What is going on? You guys don't know who Eric Cartman is?
Bronner's.
South Park.
I've
never
seen
seen
South
South
Park.
You
Park.
guys have never seen South Park?
No, I'm a grown up.
It's got adult humor, John. It's for
That's fine.
grown-ups.
It's a cartoon. I'm not big into the whole animated hilarity.
So, like, I'm not a fan of The Simpsons, but you've seen The Simpsons, right? That's
I know what they are, but I've never watched the show.
I'm more stunned that Heather doesn't know than John.
I thought it was always Hartman.
Oh,
I've never seen it.
I know to turn off the
of
text.
South Park. I've seen it. Like, I know what it is.
Yeah.
And I've seen, like, bits and pieces, but I've never seen a full episode.
No.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Yeah, I mean it's on the same level as Beavis and Butthead.
No, it's not.
Absolutely, it is. It's the
I'm
same
not into
humor.
adult cartoons.
Yeah, me either.
Okay. Okay. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
No, I don't think you would be. I think it is more surprising that Heather wouldn't know than me.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
248-539-9797.
We are going to ask Gator that question when he comes in.
He's getting ready out there.
Yeah.
What?
Sitting there staring at the wall.
I think he's watching one of the TVs. What do they got on over there?
I see a
Sitting there
cat.
staring at the wall.
He's not staring at the wall. He might be staring
Yeah.
at the wall.
Yes, doing all his prep.
If you hard at work.
Yeah.
If you missed anything today, a lot on Brad Holmes. You can go back Odyssey app, rewind, and catch the stuff you missed. We opened the show talking about a historic night for Hockey Town. Patrick Kane scores goal number 500. Finally gets the monkey off his back. 'Cause he'd been sitting on 498 for a while, scored 2 goals last night, and joins rarefied air in hockey history. The other thing we brought up was this Tarek Skubal stuff, just the fact that he is nowhere near a deal with the Tigers. He's the lone player they couldn't come to terms with to avoid arbitration, so it sounds like we are headed for some more friction.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting. I mean, I don't know how much will leak out. We obviously won't get a chance to observe what's said in that, to the 3-person panel. Mm-hmm. But I think it'll be entertaining. It would be entertaining.
Well, and you had an interesting note on this because people might not realize the way the process works. The team has to present why they don't want to give you the money you want.
Right.
They have to poke holes and nitpick and circle your imperfections. And John, you didn't have this happen directly to you, but you had this stuff communicated via an agent.
Sure. Whether you're sitting there in person or it's coming to you via your agent, when you're in negotiations, your side is going to say, "Oh, you're the greatest thing since sliced bread." Another great invention. Or the team is going to say, "Well, here are all the flaws," and your agent is going to come back and tell you. So whether you hear it face to face or you hear it in another form, that's part of negotiations. Get some thick skin. Put your big boy pants on. Well, he's not a great athlete. He's not that fast. He's not, all of these things. And then obviously, the selling point for most of my contracts was, well, he never misses a snap. He plays through injuries. He's tough. He gets the job done. He's physical, all of these different things. So there's going to be pros and cons on both sides. And you have to be willing, if you're going to go down this road of negotiations, you have to be willing to hear those things.
Just so people know the numbers, $13 million gap. Skubals can't put in 31. Tigers put in 19, which is less than David Price got in arbitration 11 years ago. Mm-hmm. Skubal can use comps from not only arbitration cases, but all of baseball. Boris has already gotten one of his clients a record arbitration deal in Juan Soto. That kind of sets the stage for what's coming up. Mm-hmm. Gator, we don't want to ask you about Skubal. We want to ask you a fun question.
All right.
It was from the cookie jar, John.
Mm-hmm. Yep. If you could be a character in a TV show, who would you be?
Oh, boy, this is tough for me. Because I'm all over the place on this one.
Uh-huh.
And Doug said, "Oh, I know who you'd be," and I knew what Doug was going to say. And I'm like, "Yeah, but I can't live up to that as much as I want because it's I'd love to be what Doug is going to say." But I would say for me, what about Jay from Modern Family?
That's a great call. Smoking hot. Oh, wait, Jay is the grandpa. Yeah, smoking hot wife.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Got that
with
going.
A great accent.
You're also retired. You're rich. You can play golf all day.
Yeah.
Although doesn't have little kids too though.
I think the fact that you passed on Rip Wheeler from Yellowstone.
I can't live up to that. I first of all, I never ridden a horse in my life.
I'll be Rip Wheeler.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I wish I could be Rip Wheeler, but I can't live up to that.
I mean, he punts on the one he'd most want to be.
This is true. I love Rip
That's
Wheeler.
a great call.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, you guys have heard of South Park before. You've
Oh, yeah.
seen South Park
Yes.
before? Okay, neither of these two.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
I've never seen a full episode.
I
Like if
obviously
you put
know
a
what it
picture
is,
of
but
South
yeah.
Park up, we would know it's South
Yeah,
Park.
they're little eggs with
It's pretty
legs.
great.
I feel like that John's got immature humor right up his
Oh,
alley.
John,
right
you would
up
love
your-
it. I think you'd love it.
He doesn't
I'm not-
like cartoons.
Not the animated adult thing.
Anyway, Karsh and Anderson are coming up next, a Friday edition of the show. Stay tuned, 97.1.
Well, hello, and happy Friday, everybody. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. What's up? What a night of sports last night, huh? That CFP game was something else. Patrick Kane gets goal number 500. Michigan State a win. Brad Holmes meets with the media. Lions reach out to Mike McDaniel. You got Scooble drama. What else is new? There's a lot going on.
That is a lot going on.
Yep. So you good?
Yeah. All I can think about is how I screwed up the question in the crosstalk. I came up with a good one. Jay from Modern Family.
I don't know who that is, but that's fine.
Yeah. But it's.
Well, so
we came up with one afterwards. It's like, damn it.
Well, John said it on his way out of the studio, and we asked him, did you say this on the air? And he said no. And the question is, if you could be one character on TV and basically live their life, who would it be? And John, on his way out of the studio, mentioned a name. Is this the one you're talking about where you're like, oh, hell yeah, that's the one?
It's up there, yeah. I mean, Magnum P.I.
Tom Selleck's character in Magnum P.I.
Great call.
Yeah.
Drive around a Ferrari. You live in a billionaire's lair, and it's pretty great. If I say this, Kang's going to laugh at me because he knows that I can't stand the show. But the lifestyle, Vinny Chase's lifestyle, right?
I mean,
I
a young Gator.
What show? Sorry, what show?
Entourage.
Doug, a young Gator once maybe didn't want to be just like Vinny Chase, but you wanted the dream, right, of the young actor moving to L.A., right? Didn't you and your buddies or
my friends
had
moved out to L.A. and they're like, "Come on with us," and I'm like, "Nah." I've been working at the radio
They
station
acted like they
for
were
2
handing out
years.
sitcoms,
Right,
right?
at the airport, right? Just handing them out. I gave it a thought. I gave it thought to move to L.A.
Did you?
I did. Some serious thought when I was like 24, 25. But I said, no, not just ready yet. And then things started to happen for me, and I made the right choice. I don't regret it at all.
Yep. Well, good.
I'm curious as to what would have happened, but I don't regret it.
I was trying to think about this question because John mentioned it at like 9:45, and I'm like, all right, if shows I watch, I wouldn't really want to be Rip Wheeler because I'm such a bad rule breaker. And
Well,
but he's a documented murderer, and I wouldn't sleep at night.
Yeah.
And I'm not. Look, teach their own, right? I'm not as big a Beth fan as you are. But
I love Beth, but she's a psycho.
Yeah, she is a psycho, and he's in a relationship with her.
Yeah, he's an enabler. So the whole thing is just I can't live that.
Yeah, I the only name I came up with of shows that I watched.
You're gonna say the guy from what's the show that we started watching that through season 2 with innies and outies that
from Severance?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't want to be any character from Severance. That's a dark world. But the coolest MFer on the planet is Milchek. But I wouldn't want it from Severance. But I'm not. I wouldn't want to be anybody from that show. No, I'd want to be the guy from Ted Lasso.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
I'd want to be Ted Lasso.
You want to be Ted Lasso?
That's it. That's all.
You want to coach soccer?
Kang, why are you shaking your head no?
I just feel like
Doug's
you'd
limited.
want to be like Mr. Rogers. Dude, you just want to follow the rules, tell everyone have a good day at the end of the day, put your shoes on, and go home.
I do like putting my shoes on when I go home, yes.
Because that's what when you're like, I haven't watched Yellowstone, but this Rip Wheeler character you guys love so much.
Yeah.
Seems the complete opposite of Doug Karsch.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
So
that's why I said
how
I
could
could
you be that character? You couldn't even fathom the stuff that guy.
I know that was the truth of the whole situation. I kind of joked about it, but yeah, I couldn't.
Rule breaker. You're the rule maker.
I couldn't do that.
Just the rule follower.
Yeah.
But Ted Lasso, I could totally be. I mean, I'd like to be like Ted Lasso. Beautiful, great mind, thinker, can get people to do stuff. Ted Lasso's awesome.
Hey, Batman's not bad.
You want to be Batman? You want to be Bruce Wayne?
Yeah.
That's so on brand.
Billionaire.
There you go.
Single guy.
Mm-hmm.
You got both of those. Billionaire, single guy.
Yeah. There we go.
I'm Gator.
I'm halfway there.
Well, you've checked one of the boxes, yeah.
Crime fighter at night.
Yeah.
That's 2 boxes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what you do in your off time? And why do I ask you every day what you did last night? Which, by the way, noted, Gator never asks me. But I ask you every day, what did you do last night? And you never say, I fought crime.
Oh, I'm not supposed to tell you what I do.
Yeah, he can't say that.
I mean, what
That's
is that?
why he quote unquote didn't do anything last
Yeah.
night.
Okay.
I was just at home.
So
do
every
much.
time you say not much, we could pretty much chalk that up as I was out there fighting crime.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah. Well, we appreciate what you do for the community.
I appreciate it to appreciate.
Kang, do you have anybody from TV that you would want to be?
I did want to be James Brown once and host the NFL show.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Actually, you know what?
Does that count?
Here's
Is that
something
a
I remember.
character?
This is an honest truth. I remember that from your intern interview.
Yep.
And this is like what? We're going on like 20 years ago now,
Yeah,
roughly.
Doug interviewed me for the internship here.
And I remember you said
STFU.
your goal was, did I give you the STFU? Was that pre-STFU speech?
I gave it to you. I was like, enough, Doug. I was like, I got to get out of here, man.
For people who don't know, we have problems for just a minute with interns coming in and kind of being
Coming
a
in
distraction.
hot.
They came in hot trying to prove how much they knew about sports, which we were like, good, you're going to get your chance. Don't worry. So I started giving them during the interview process, if you get hired, STFU. and I think every intern, when it was all said and done, appreciated it and understood that we would incorporate them and ask them and get, they'd be part of the show. But at the beginning, don't come in hot. And I'll never forget, I was sitting in the cubicle one day and there was, the Red Wings had played a game in November and the intern was a huge Red Wing fan. And, we had like it was like a Friday before a Lions game and two big college games. And the intern wouldn't stop talking about the Red Wing game the night before and just going on and on with all their hot takes about the Red Wings. And, oh yeah, they need more Andreas Athanasiou and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I hate to break this to you, but we probably are barely going to mention it today because it's a football Friday.
It broke his heart.
Anyway, yeah, maybe. But Kang came in and interviewed for an internship, and I remember you said that. Your career goal is to be James Brown, who was the...
At the time, for Fox. It was,
For
I think,
Fox,
yeah.
he was the on-desk studio host for the NFL. Hey, man, still time, brother. Still time.
Goals have changed.
Oh, you're doing pretty well in this role, I'll tell you that. But, all right, so, look, Kenny, by the way, Kenny, is there a TV character you'd like to be? This, if you haven't thought of it yet, that's fine. I want you to think about it because your answer will fascinate me. I'd be intrigued to hear who you have to say.
Why is that?
Because I'm curious as to who you would choose. Knowing your lifestyle, hot dog roller in the living room, Kenny, I'd be intrigued to see who you would choose.
I had a couple of people bouncing around. I'll let you
You want
know.
to think about it?
I'll
All
let
right,
you
you crystallize it and let us know. Zero in. Okay. Overall, what was your thought when you listened to Brad Holmes yesterday, the Detroit Lions GM who addressed the media for 45 minutes?
I mean, I think it kind of went almost exactly as I expected it to. I don't think he said anything that was shocking or surprising or also necessarily encouraging or discouraging. It was just as milquetoast as it was going to be. And, sometimes he gets a little prickly when he perceives that he's being checked on something. But I don't know. I guess I was a little disappointed.
Were you?
Yeah. I want more. I want more than just what I'm expecting to hear, and it's okay.
I guess I had a completely different take on it.
Okay.
I thought he was pretty insightful. Didn't show his cards, and I would describe him as moderately humbled.
Yeah. By the way, whatever he says has no bearing on how I feel of him as a GM. I think he's a great GM.
You can say whatever you. Yeah. I mean, there's being good in front of the media doesn't necessarily reflect how good or bad you are at your job. But all right, we're going to play some of the highlights and give our 2 cents. Brad Holmes met with the media yesterday, and there was yesterday we took some calls, and we had 2 calls in particular. He said, well, I'll tell you what he's not going to say. And I think he said them both. And there was somewhat admitting some mistakes along the way. He took accountability right out of the gate. And you will hear that next. It is Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 Ticket. We're actually going to audible because there is some moderately, it's not breaking news, but it's news we haven't had a chance to give our 2 cents on. And it happened after our show. And before we, get too deep into it, I want to get your 2 cents on it. But Kenny, did you think of the TV character you would be if you could be a TV character in real life?
Yeah, so the one for me is from the show, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but from the show New Girl, I would be Nick Miller. The first primary reason is because he's dating Zooey Deschanel, which I've always found very attractive as a lady.
Could be a Property Brother if you want.
What's that?
So he could be one of the Property Brothers. He married her.
Is that right?
That's on HGTV, yes.
Is that really? Is that right? Is that one of the Property Brothers?
Jonathan, yeah. Jonathan, the carpenter. Guy.
Scott.
Yeah, Jonathan Scott is the last name, yeah.
Okay.
Unless he took her last name, he's Jonathan Deschanel.
Right. Scott Deschanel, please. Yeah. So that was that's not bad.
What's the show?
New Girl.
Never heard of it, but
it was like 15, 20 years ago, 20 years ago.
TV is like a new technology for me right now.
That's an interesting going about it. Picking a character that you just want to be the husband of the, or the wife or the boyfriend of the girl.
Well, also, I feel like I'm not that far away removed from him as a guy. So I feel like it's realistic enough where I could be like, okay, that makes sense.
I keep thinking about this. Other names keep coming to my mind. Charlie Harper.
From?
Charlie Sheen from 2.5 Men.
Okay.
I mean, he's a musician. He's rich. Has this amazing house in Malibu on the
Gator keeps
beach.
picking single guys.
He does.
Yeah. He's got a bevy of incredibly beautiful women, and then he wants to settle down. And the ones he wants to settle, you're like, yeah, okay, do it. And, he's an uncle. So even though there's a kid living in the house, it's not his kid. So, hey, I'm the uncle.
You do the cool stuff.
Do whatever I want to
you
do.
Don't have
Right.
to actually take care
I
of
can be
them.
the cool uncle.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You don't want the responsibility.
No. I don't want the responsibility.
So Gator has been Batman, Vinny Chase, and Charlie Sheen in the
Charlie Harper. Yeah.
Charlie Harper, yeah.
Funny, but I guess that kind of is predictable.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
It's not bad.
Okay. Look, we were going to get to the Brad Home stuff, and we will soon enough. But I wanted to audible here. So the Lions reached out to Mike McDaniel.
No.
How about that, huh? That's kind of awesome.
No, and I think, when we heard that McDaniel was fired yesterday, the first thought in all of our minds was, well, geez, give him a call. I happen to think he'll get a head coaching gig somewhere else.
Yeah.
But yes, absolutely got a call, and I was more than pleased when you sent me a text yesterday at like 4:00 with the story saying, yeah, Lions have reached out to Mike McDaniel. I mean, already within hours.
Do you know what job he's favored to be the next head coach?
I don't.
None of them.
He's
Which
not the
I
favorite.
found curious. He's
how many
not
people
the favorite.
How many people are the favorite for multiple jobs?
Everybody. There's like odds on everybody becoming Matt Nagy's on every team's list, but
Are you
there's
saying he's not on the list for anybody?
no. He's not the favorite for anybody. But you said how many people are on the list
like
for
John,
multiple jobs?
Well, no, like John Harbaugh, for instance.
John
Is he
Harbaugh's-
the favorite for several jobs or
He's
just one?
the favorite. I'm sorry. He's the favorite for the Dolphins job.
The Giants, probably.
No, Stefanski's the favorite for the Giants job. Stefanski's the favorite for the Falcons job. And I guess that's it for Harbaugh. I'll just give you all the favorites and who are the favorites for each job. This is according to our guys over at betonline.ag. John Harbaugh is a favorite for the Dolphins job. Jesse Minter is the favorite for the Ravens job. Defensive coordinator with the Chargers, was the defense coordinator in Michigan. He's done a great job with the Chargers. The Raiders, he did a great job at Michigan. The Raiders' next head coach is Brian Flores, is the favorite to be the coach there, which would be a great DC choice. Giants for Detroit. Giants favorite for their next head coach is Kevin Stefanski. Falcons favorite there is Kevin Stefanski. The Browns, the favorite for the next head coach of the Browns is Jim Schwartz. Yes. McDaniels is number 2. Is number 2. Schwartz is 5-2. McDaniels 5-1. Titans next head coach, the favorite is Matt Nagy. Cardinals next head coach, the favorite is Vance Joseph. It's interesting. I'll give you the McDaniel odds. He's 20-1 to get the Cardinals job, way down the list. He is 22-1 to get the Titans job, way down the list. He is 5-1 to get the Browns job. He's the second favorite there. He is 16-1 to get the Falcons job, which is about 10th. He is 9-1 to get the Giants job, which is 4th. He is 10-1 to get the Raiders job, which is tied for 5th. He is 9-1 to get the Ravens job, which is tied for 5th, and he's obviously not going to be the Dolphins.
Okay, so for him, there are 7 openings because he's obviously not going to go back to Miami. But for him, there's 7 openings, and he's in the top 5 in just about every one of those. So with 8 coaches to be hired in this cycle, I still think he's going to get hired in this cycle. I hope he doesn't. I hope that he's like, you know what? Detroit's a great gig. I'll take that one.
So there's a story on CBS Sports of where he's most likely to land, and the only head coaching job that they mention, I believe, is the Foot Commanders, but let me double check that.
Well, Commanders already have a coach.
That's not them.
He would be
I'm
their
sorry, it's
OC.
Cleveland. My apologies. It's Cleveland, yes. It's the OC for Washington. It's the OC for Detroit. It's the OC for Tampa. And it's wherever Robert Saleh gets hired as his OC is what they list as the most likely places he will end up. And this would be an aggressive move. He's done some things conceptually that I have heard that the Lions have talked about. I've heard the previous Michigan offensive coordinators talk about mimicking. And so this is the type of thing here where he's considered pretty innovative. And we've said it a whole bunch. It was funny. Yesterday I was listening to ESPN radio and I couldn't hear who said it. But they had an analyst on who said, well, if I were him, I'd take a strong look at Detroit. You're playing with a possible future Hall of Fame quarterback. And I'm like, I haven't even thought of Jared Goff in those terms. But if he is, then the Lions might go back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And people bitching about him along the way, and leave it to the Lions to be the organization that has back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks and still no Super Bowls. But it's not over yet.
I think for Jared to get to that lofty goal,
he's
have to
probably
win the Super Bowl.
Probably has to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, but that was the respect. Again, I didn't hear who it was, and so I hate bringing it up without saying who said it. But it wasn't a caller. Like it was an analyst that they had on, and I'm thinking to myself, first of all, high praise indeed of Goff. But secondly, this isn't the Rubik's Cube. This isn't the Da Vinci Code. The Detroit job's a great job.
I honestly think it's the best OC job in football right now that's open. I think it is. And if you're an offensive mind like McDaniel, you would absolutely want to do it. Everybody keeps talking. I mean, you know how I feel about Cliff Kingsbury and the fact that his name is being thrown out there as a head coaching candidate is still beyond me. And, he might be a good OC. I don't even know if Cliff Kingsbury's a good OC. I know he did it well in college for a little bit. But when he took all of the responsibility, he was terrible. But McDaniel, the one thing that Miami had going for them, their offenses were really good. So I think they pulled the plug on him too early into Miami. But okay, fair enough. You pulled the plug on him. They got to hire a new GM and a coach. I know there's huge ties with the owner and John Harbaugh, and there's a GM that they want to hire that has ties to John Harbaugh. I think that's why Harbaugh is the odds-on favorite right now. But thank you if it leaves McDaniel out to be taken as an OC. If he doesn't get a head coaching gig, I think it comes down to the Lions and the Commanders, and it's because there's a relationship with the Commanders head coach that would have him there. He and Dan Quinn are like best buds. And he credits Dan Quinn to helping him, with his alcohol issues.
The analysis of the Detroit job in CBS Sports is a lot of stuff that's rehashing what we already think and know. But at the end, it says if there's anyone capable of getting this group back to firing on all cylinders, it would be McDaniel. And I'm like, cool, sign him up. And the other thing about that is hey, we're going outside for help. Like it's an acknowledgement that we need a new voice, maybe a new approach here. I mean, it's not like McDaniel's going to come in and start running zone read and a lot of QB run here. He knows what he would be getting into with Jared Goff, but I kind of like them saying, yeah, let's go outside the family, if you will, and people who've done it the way we've always done it. The offense doesn't need to be revamped, but
No, it doesn't. The offensive line needs to be fixed, and everything else gets fixed once the offensive line gets fixed. I mean, that's the harsh reality of this whole thing is that, yeah, the offense wasn't as good this year and it changed coordinators, but the bottom line is the offensive line was not up to par. And if it were, we wouldn't have any of these issues. Like, what could the Lions do as well as they had done in the past? They didn't run the ball in the second half of the season as well as they had in the past. Well, why is that? Because the offensive line wasn't as good.
all right, we again wanted to audible and get our 2 cents on what was, I think, pretty sizable news yesterday, breaking news that came out after our show that the Lions have reached out, one of the first teams, and they didn't wait.
No, they did not wait.
McDaniel gets fired before lunch, and he gets a call from the Lions before dinner.
Yes.
248-539-9797. How do you feel about that? Additionally, Brad Holmes, we mentioned, took some accountability. You hear what he had to say today at 10:35 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Friday, which is awesome as always. Scott, you got big plans for the weekend?
No.
No, he does not. Does that mean you're fighting crime?
Maybe.
Can't say.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Yep.
No, I don't have big plans as of yet.
Okay.
Nothing I can. I don't think so. You got big plans?
Yeah, well, I kind of do. And it's like tomorrow's a very busy day. I'm going to be at multiple games. But here's something that's interesting. I have something we have to do tomorrow that I hate doing maybe as much as anything. And Kang, you might appreciate this. I have to go to the cell phone store and activate new phones.
Oh boy.
And I block off 3 hours for that.
Yeah, it takes some time.
It doesn't ever move quickly. And I every time I have to walk through the door for any reason to go into a cell phone store, I'm like, I don't expect to get out of here for a couple hours.
Do you set up an appointment ahead of time?
I have, yes.
So you're getting new phones?
Yes.
Okay, and you know what you're getting already? Or
Yes.
Okay.
And they've come in. They were ordered prior to Christmas. And
so they can get the process started to a point.
Oh. Yeah, will they?
Well,
this shouldn't be an issue. Like they should get this done.
I hope so.
Why are you doing this?
Why?
Not the wife.
I mean, she could, but
That's
taking
what I
on
do.
the responsibility. You just gave it. You just said
Yeah,
you do
I
this.
give up. You do it.
You used to manage a cell phone store.
Dude, that's why I don't want to see it on a cell phone store.
How long did you do that for?
I don't know, 3-4 years maybe.
Yeah,
3 years.
it just is. It never goes quickly.
It should go more. I feel like it should go more quickly now than it did back then. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, yeah, you'd have to set up appointments, and it does take a minute. But it sounds
Charging
pretty.
a phone, transferring information.
It sounds
from
like
one phone
you're
to
just
another.
activating phones. You guys should be good.
Yep.
But they got to transfer the information.
Yeah,
That's nothing.
Well, it takes longer, and it takes longer than 2 minutes. I mean, when you're, at least the last time I did, which was recently, like in the last 6 months, it took, I don't know, at least 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, we got 5 phones. Well, wait, mom and dad, daughter, son, wife, me, 6 phones. So all on one account. But I'll report back on Monday and let you know how it went.
Good luck with
Yep.
that. Good
Thank
luck
you.
with it. Because
I'm fearful.
I had the same problem this last time that I had prior to this, because I take care of my mom's phone, where all of a sudden my contacts were imported into her
Yep.
phone.
Yep.
And she's like, well, who is this? I'm like, oh, God. It happened again. We didn't have
Who's
to,
Groosh?
right? Exactly. Oh, she knows who Groosh is. Yeah. But she's like, who are these people?
Okay, Brad Holmes yesterday spoke with the media. I thought it was pretty darn insightful. Let's start with this. The failures this year, he didn't make any excuses, didn't say it was anybody else. He put it all on his own shoulders, or he put much of it on his own shoulders, and here's what he had to say. Okay, it's time for a reset. And I think many of us in various fronts in your life, whether it be with your family, your job, professional, personal, whatever it is, every once in a while you go, all right, this isn't working. What do I need to do differently? But you can't make a change. You won't make a change until you acknowledge that what you were doing didn't work. And so we took a call yesterday from one guy who said, I know what he's not going to do. Actually, he did a lot of it. He did a lot of, he talked about trade deadline and stuff like that. And you'll hear that coming up. But it's time for a reset. And I don't know if that's going to make people more encouraged that Brad, because you know what that didn't sound? That didn't sound like a stubborn GM.
No, it didn't. But I mean, listening to the whole thing, not just the one soundbite, I think there was a lot of playing both sides of the fence with what he had to say. I mean, that if that was all he said, like, oh, that's pretty good. But then later on, he's like, but we don't have to do deep surgery on this team, and maybe we've taken the wrong approach in the past, thinking, well, we're just one player away, or one guy away. And I'm like, you never took that approach. That wasn't that approach. You're taking the same approach you were, which there's nothing wrong with because you've been successful, except for this season. And I think because you got caught off guard with Frank Ragnow a little bit, even with that topic, there's it's fence sitting, because he'll say, yeah, we didn't know officially till afterwards, but we did have some breadcrumbs and da da da. It just, and I'm not angry. I'm not going to get blown away by anything that he says at a press conference. I like everybody else, wait to
you want to see what the action the action is. Yeah, what you just said, I didn't get that sense at all. I didn't think he sat on the fence. I think he just didn't give away.
I didn't say he sat on the fence. I said he played both sides of the fence.
I didn't
at different times at a press conference.
Yeah, I didn't get that. That wasn't a takeaway I had at all, but that's fine. I'm I'm excited to see what this means in the real world. Like what's going to look different then if you're going to take this long, hard look at every facet of the organization? Kang, what did you make of that?
Yeah, going into it, obviously I didn't expect him to give any real details of what they're going to do this offseason because, that's every GM, and I get that, totally understand. I want him to take some accountability, and I think he did in that cut, and which I think I go back to, by taking accountability, you got to look at what do I need to change, and I think he's open to it. Now, the real question I think everyone has is, how much change are you open to? Because I know they like to do things a certain way, but this season, they didn't make the playoffs, and so then I don't know if he thinks, okay, drastically I should look at some things or just got to tweak some things here. And I know there's more of the press conference we'll play, but I'm just glad he took some accountability, which was important to me.
Yeah. And now, if it doesn't mean anything's going to look all that different, well, then we'll see. This is a man, though, that needs a good offseason. I don't think there's any question about it. And, what that good offseason might be, well, I guess that's subject to everybody's wish list. I think everybody's wish list is different. My wish list starts with a veteran center. But that doesn't mean if you're going to call up and say, dude, they need a safety, I'm not going to argue too much with you because, dude, they need a safety. All right, here's more from Brad Holmes on the criticism for the lack of moves. We've heard that a lot. Here's what he has to say about it. Okay, that went on for a while. We pared it down there a little bit. You know what I thought of when he said, a player, why is that player available? Why is that player not getting re-signed? I immediately thought of Trey Hendrickson. And it made me think, why is he available? Why isn't he getting re-signed? I think their homework, if you're to connect dots, did their homework say, because we're not sure he's going to get back from this injury, which he didn't? Because that was a hot button issue at the trade deadline. Go get Trey Hendrickson. Go get Trey Hendrickson.
And he was hurt at the trade deadline.
Yep.
But I guess when I'm thinking re-signed, I'm thinking that, going into last year's offseason, and it's like, I don't know. With Trey Hendrickson, the Bengals, I don't think the Bengals had the money to do it. I think that's why they didn't re-sign him. I mean, they gave him as much as they could give him, and that was that. But even in that cut, I mean, there's a little bit of both sides of it when it comes to, the most moves we make, they're probably not going to make headlines, but we could make a splash. It's like both sides, which again, it's fine. It's because I don't expect him to say, yes, we're going hard after, Linderbaum, the center from Baltimore, if he becomes available, we're going to go hard after him. I don't expect it to be specific about anything, right? But when you say things like, hey, we're going to do some tweaks and we're not going to make headlines, that goes down the road. But I don't think fans want to hear that, because that says to fans it's going to be the same old. And fans want to see the bigger change.
I just don't think he wanted to commit to anything at this point.
Right.
No,
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. It's a press conference, and, you don't have to say anything.
Kang, do you have anything to add to that one?
It's funny you thought Hendrickson. My thought was Jalen Phillips.
Interesting.
So maybe, I don't know, this is just my thought, right? Like,
right,
is he talking about they didn't get Jalen Phillips or didn't because of that reason. Maybe the Dolphins didn't like him for whatever reason. We feel the same, whatever. Why aren't they bringing him back? Why are they trading him? So I thought Jalen Phillips, not Trey Hendrickson, that. So there's always going to be a reason why you don't bring in a guy. But the fans and myself, we see the result. And the result was...
The result's all that matters.
Yeah, and so that's why they go back to, you should have done more, because the result was it didn't work.
Well, the fact is, it's, I'm always like, I agree with that, because the result is all that matters. But at the end of the day, you ask yourself, did what they do, was what they did at the time nonsensical? And he's explaining his side of the story. And it's funny you bring up Jalen Phillips, because remember, Jalen Phillips hit the ground running against Detroit and looked like a game wrecker. And do you know how many sacks he had the rest of the way after the Detroit game?
1.
In the last 6 games, he had 1 more sack. 248-539-9797. More from Brad Holmes on trying to make up for the loss of Frank Ragnow. You hear what he had to say today at 1048 on 97.1. The holidays may be over, but your rewards, well, they are just beginning. Make your money work harder with the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card. You'll earn a consistent 1.1% cash back on everything that you purchase. There are no rotating categories to track and no spending limits to worry about. Just unlimited earnings potential on everything from groceries to gas. Best of all, your rewards are automatically deposited into your account. It's a simple way to earn while you spend. Visit umcu.org/cashback for details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Playing back the best of what Brad Holmes told the media yesterday. And it's interesting stuff there. I mean, he took accountability. The first cut we played. Says he understands the lack of criticism, but it's not because they didn't try. And it's also not because, I mean, they do their homework on players. And he kind of implied there's a reason we didn't trade for some guys. When you do your research, you ask yourself, why is this player available, or why is this guy not getting re-signed? And it was funny when he mentioned that, my head immediately went to Trey Hendrickson. Kang, you immediately thought of Jalen Phillips. But he's kind of telling what went on as much as he can during the season. But, when he took accountability, by the way, he said, we're going to take a long, hard look at the way we do everything. And that means, might be some things different. All right, here's more on trying to make up for the loss of Frank Ragnow. Here's what Brad Holmes had to say. Okay. Agree. 1,000% agree. Now, they do have very interesting young players in the middle of that offensive line. Between Ratledge, Frazier, and Mahogany, it feels like there's promise there that they can maybe long-term answer the interior of the offensive line. At least a couple of those spots, if not all three. Probably not all three, just because odds are every prospect you have, every young player that you have doesn't always pan out. Injuries get in the way, et cetera, et cetera. But a sense of urgency to address the offensive line. Yes, please.
Yeah, and it's going to be amped up even more if Taylor Decker decides to retire. If a month from now he makes that decision, lets him know, it's going to be even more so. And then you're looking at, okay, Giovanni Manu, Kobe Sorsdahl, these are guys they've drafted in the last couple of years. Either those guys potential to be starters, or were they just drafted to develop to be backups, and we got to go find starters in free agency or the draft again?
Yeah.
It becomes even more important.
This again is so critical to any of their success. Look, they went 15-2. They were a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and that isn't really all that debatable. It didn't work out. They lost in the first round of the playoffs. They picked a terrible day to have a bad day, and they had a bad day. They had a real bad day. But that team is the one we want to get back to being. The one that went 15-2 feels like the best Lions team in my lifetime. Now, other teams have gone further, but the bulk of the information we got from that 15-2 team was the best team I've ever seen the Lions ever have. And then they bombed just absolutely tragically in the postseason. But what was the key to that? They were killer up front. They mauled people up front.
Yeah, that's why I actually liked the team the year before, because they were healthy. Even though we were 12-5, they were learning how to win. And once they learned how to win, they were really freaking good.
But that team also mauled people up front.
Yeah, they did. 100% they did. Yeah. And like I said, they did even more so because they were healthy. Because you had a healthy McNeil. You had a healthy Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay. Should you have been more aggressive at the trade deadline? Here's what Brad Holmes said. Okay. I think, he said usually it's a big deficiency that you address. This is one area where I kind of agree with him. I thought they had some deficiencies that were pretty big that needed to get addressed at the trade deadline. I understand because when he says it takes two, and at some point in the news conference he said, I'm trying to get good players, not just get players. So I'm trying to get good players, and teams don't want to trade those.
Yeah, he's not going to make a trade just for the sake of making a trade, which is, I think, the point of that soundbite. And I think we all would agree. I don't just do it to do it. You have to do it for a player that's going to be an upgrade over what you have, or a player that's going to add depth to what you have, which is better than a guy that you have on the practice squad. So if those moves weren't there, then they weren't there. Do I trust that he, tried to, look under every rock in the NFL? Yeah, I think he's really good at what he does, and I'm sure he contacted teams about players, and like you said, you have to have two teams to make a trade, and sure, and if those players aren't available, it's hard to acquire players that aren't available.
248-539-9797. Kang, your thoughts on this?
Personally, I never thought that Brett Holmes and the organization wasn't trying to find better players. I know some people think that because nothing happened, but I do think they were uncovering every stone, like you said, whatever. I agree with you, Gator, there. The issue is maybe what they're looking for doesn't exist, and sometimes you have to bend your own rules a little bit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you're not going to find the perfect fit. Yeah. But you do need something. So maybe you do what you best you can do right now, because I know they don't operate in windows, but there is a window right now where you're trying to make the playoffs, right? This year, at least your goal is to make the playoffs. You need to make a move to make the playoffs. And if you don't make that move, you're going to be doing a press conference January 8th instead of playing for the championship. And so I think maybe they need to kind of loosen up those reins a little bit and what they're looking for maybe. And maybe that's some of the tweaks he's going to do this offseason. I don't know.
It doesn't sound like.
I know. I'm
saying because even what he says later on in the press conference, it sounds like they're going to go back to finding guys that they want that fit their criteria specifically.
I get there's non-negotiables, but sometimes you have to.
I'm with you on that. I
loosen them up a little bit.
Bend a little bit and maybe give somebody an opportunity to assimilate into the culture that they built here.
Okay, finally, before we get to the people, how far are you from being a Super Bowl caliber team? Here's what Brad Holmes said. Obviously, there needs to be some adjustments made for sure. I guess only time will tell what exactly those adjustments are. I'm intrigued because I don't think by any realistic measure he's on the hot seat, but I think he's one season away from being so.
Yeah, I think with this team, obviously there are changes that have to be made, and they have to be made because you're losing players to free agency. Every team does, and the Lions have a laundry list of players that are going to hit free agency. They have to make decisions. Do we want to try to bring this guy back, or are we just going to let everybody go, try to find a way to create more cap space, and then make a real concerted effort at getting quality players? And when I say quality players, I mean guys that are going to step in and start right away, not just guys that are going to help fill out your roster. Guys that are going to start and be upgrades over what you had. That's the tough part to find.
All right, there's some of the highlights of what Brad Holmes told the media yesterday. Your thoughts, 248-539-9797, phone calls and ticket texts. We will get to those straight ahead. A little bit later on, what the Tigers are doing with Tarek Skubal certainly is interesting. We will get to that before the show is done. Of course, we'll talk about the CFP game last night. Quite a game for our Mississippi and Miami tonight. Of course, we'll preview a little bit Oregon and the Indiana Hoosiers, who hey, it's going to be a B1G team and he playing for the Natty again, maybe 3 in a row for the Big Ten. 97-1.
Yesterday, Lions general manager Brad Holmes spoke at his annual end-of-the-season press conference. Holmes was in a somber and humble mood at the presser, citing the disappointing season the Lions just had.
Look, bottom line is, for our standards, this was a...
The Lions finished 9-8 this season and came in last in the NFC North after winning the division 2 years in a row. When asked about being more aggressive in future player acquisition, Holmes defended the front office's work ethic, suggesting they already have been aggressive, but some attempts at acquiring certain players just didn't work out. The Lions appear to already be aggressive in coach acquisition as well, as they reached out to fired Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel yesterday. The Lions are interested in McDaniel for their open offensive coordinator position. And we've got 3 games amongst our local teams tomorrow. Michigan basketball is first at 1 o'clock as they will face the Wisconsin Badgers in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines are looking to improve to 15-0 for the second time in the last 8 seasons. Then the Red Wings will be right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock against the Canadiens in Montreal, followed by the Pistons, who will be on News Radio 950 at 7:30 from Little Caesars Arena. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. So we got this Lions thing set up. Be listening to what Brad Holmes had to say. And look, a lot of people don't like it. I can see the feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Brad Holmes, in my opinion, doubled down on his arrogance when it came to the D-line. He isn't going to change anything when it comes to pass rushers. He appears to think it's good enough. That attitude really ticks me off.
Well, if they bring back Al-Qadim Muhammad and then you add Hassanin, who didn't play this year because of injury, and if they think they have something with him, and then they draft another one, would that be doing something? I mean, well, Al-Qadim Muhammad did have 11.5 sacks.
On the list of Detroit Lions problems, where does edge rusher rank right now?
I don't think it's high at all. I think you can make an argument for defensive tackle because we didn't get as much out of Aleem McNeil that I thought that they should have, or that they didn't get enough out of DJ Reader. Tyleik Williams had an okay rookie season, but I think it takes some time for those guys to really have their presence felt. But I would expect him to improve at the very least. And I think Aleem McNeil is going to bounce back too. But the Reader experience wasn't great for this team.
So, I don't know what this person, whoever this is, that's ticked off. what their measurement of a successful pass rush is. Because it's not just quarterback sacks. If it were, the Lions were top 5 in the NFL, which doesn't feel like it's a screaming need that needs to get addressed relative to other things. If it's quarterback pressures are an important thing too, because you get quarterbacks off platform, make them throw on the run, you make them make decisions quicker. They were top 10 in the NFL in QB pressure rate. Okay. So pressure rate is probably a truer measurement of how successful your pass rush is. It's basically how many times a quarterback drops back and how many times you pressure him. Because some teams are going to throw the ball a whole bunch more, so you're going to get more quarterback pressures because you're pass rushing a lot more. But if a team's running out the clock and handing it off over and over, you don't get a QB pressure on a run. So pressure rate is probably their top 10. Now, again, could it be better? Yes. Could it be better? Of course. But on the list of needs after this season we just had, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I don't know if it's I don't think it's a pressing need. I think that they have to figure out what to do if El-Quadin Muhammad is going to move on. Then they'll have a problem.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Then it would definitely. I don't know if they have a problem.
Well, but then
something needs to get addressed.
Yeah,
there,
you just lost 11 and a half sacks if you don't re-sign him. So, and they'll have to find that. But I think that the thing is that people we love the bright, shiny thing that happens.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see that an edge rusher like Myles Garrett gets a new deal, or that, and of course the Lions gave a huge deal to Aiden Hutchinson, but that Micah Parsons gets traded before the first game of the year. And like, whoa, should the Lions have gotten one? Could they have done that? When Quinton Williams gets traded, whoa, he's not an edge rusher, but he's a pass rushing defensive tackle. Should the Lions have gotten involved there? When you see that, guys like Max Crosby may not be happy in their current situation, or Trey Hendrickson becomes a free agent here, and should they get involved with that? Because those are bright, shiny names.
They are bright and shiny
that we heard of. When the reality is, if the Lions bring back El-Quadin Muhammad, they really don't have a pressing need for another edge rusher. What they have is perhaps a more pressing need at defensive tackle, because Levi Onwuzurike didn't work out, because DJ Reader didn't work out, because other guys might be moving on. And you're going to have to replenish that, because Josh Paschal hasn't really seen the field too much. And, Mekhi Wingo wasn't anything to write home about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would agree with you. I'd rather go D-tackle. I mean, when we did our first mock draft this week, the guy I wanted was the D-tackle, the Washington kid from Oregon, defensive tackle. And so, but this goes back to something I say all the time. However you want to build the football team, you have your list of priorities. All of us are different, right? This guy values another high-profile edge rusher, and he thinks that's a requirement to go win it all. And I suppose if Houston runs through the playoffs and wins it all, that will be his template, because they got two pretty damn good edge rushers. But at the end of the day, I think that the results speak for themselves. Obviously not to whoever sent that text and is ticked off. So
excuse me. Yeah, it came out of nowhere.
Is that a burp?
No, it was a cough, and I was always ready to say something. But again, I think this offseason is really interesting with El-Quadin Muhammad, because if he leaves because he wants to get valued somewhere else, and somebody's going to pay him $15 million a year, and the Lions say, well, we're not going to give you 15 or whatever the number is, if they're going to pass on him, then it does create a real problem with the edge rush. Yes, you have Aiden Hutchinson, and he's great. You need more than just that. You have to have some kind of balance. And I wouldn't expect it to be the balance that it got unexpectedly from Muhammad, but they have to get something out of it. Maybe it just ends up being, they draft, one of the Uiagalelei in the second round, and there they go. There's your edge rusher.
248-539-9797. Nathan and Warren, you're on 97.1. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Nathan?
Hey, man. Sorry, I had you on mute. My biggest problem with general managers, and Brad Holmes started to do this, is we wanted to make a trade, but there were good players out there, but the other teams didn't want to trade with us, or, they weren't able to be traded. Like, that's what the money's for, to steal a bit from the afternoon show. That's what you get paid to do. If you're not, it's not that they don't want to be trade them. It's that you didn't have the skills or the panache to come up with, a deal good enough to make them say, yeah, let's make this happen. So that to me is a cop out. I don't like that. And if you can give me a way where Brad Holmes has succeeded in the last 2 years, I'd love to hear it, because it hasn't been drafting, it hasn't been free agency, it hasn't been a trade deadline. So what exactly is it he has done to warrant continuing, to be in his position?
Well, wait, would you fire him?
I mean, I don't know that I would fire him, but I don't know that I wouldn't fire him at this point, just because.
If he got fired,
Again,
he'd be snatching.
lately?
He'd be the John Harbaugh of GMs. He would have people calling that have GMs in place. He built. What did he do last year? He was responsible for a team that went 15-2. He built that team.
Well, right. What did he do to improve that team to get them over the top?
Well, that's a whole
What did
different
do to
thing.
get them
He
over
did
the
not
top
have.
this year?
Well, no, hold on. To be clear, he did not have a great offseason. What he did is he tried some things that didn't necessarily work, which is why, they took a step back, and it's why he had that conciliatory tone yesterday.
Yeah, but you can't wipe clean everything that he had done since coming on as GM of this franchise. And you don't seem to think that he's done enough, which I think is kind of crazy. The first thing he's got to do, he's presented with, oh, by the way, your franchise quarterback wants out of town. And he's got to find a trade.
Stop right there, Scott. Stop right there. When you say you think it's crazy that I say he hasn't done enough, what proof do you have that he has done enough? Since that's crazy for me to say that.
Well, he's done more than any GM in my lifetime, and I think he has earned the right to get another kick at the can here.
He completely rebuilt this.
So
Completely
it just
rebuilt
goes
this
back
team.
to the whole. It goes back to the whole. If you're taking a 4 home every night from the bar and you happen to get a 5, you're just going to call it a success.
Well, if we're going to do that, Nathan, are you going to marry J-Lo? Are you going to marry Kendall Jenner? Because if they don't say yes to you, is that because you don't have, what did you use, the panache to get them to say yes? Is that what it is?
I don't understand. I guess that.
Well,
that's not
it takes two to tango. Like you say, he doesn't have the panache to make a trade, and I'm saying, okay, let's put this. If you can't get the person that Hollywood superstar to marry you, is it because you don't have the panache, or is it because they said no? Because no matter what you offered, they said no. Because they didn't want to trade or they didn't want to marry you. Like if you're going to say if you're taking home a 4 every night, is that okay to take a 5 home?
I mean, I think it's quite
It
possible.
feels like
that
it's really unfair.
players that they wanted, that the asking price was too high and they walked away from it. Now, is that not having the skills to get it done, or is that just trying to be responsible to what you have with a franchise? Some teams are willing to do that. And I'll grant that. Some GMs are willing to say, you know what? F it, throw caution in the wind, and there's the F them picks attitude, right? And he has yet to show that. But if you're going to gloss over him rebuilding this franchise completely from the ground up, and he got started off on a great first step was to trade Matthew Stafford because Stafford wanted out. And the haul they got in return basically built the foundation for this team. And then did that again and again with a couple of really good draft picks in the first three drafts that he had. I mean, I think that's a lot. Now, I'll agree with him that I feel like lately it
hasn't been as good.
Didn't do enough to add to this team, but I think they're also counting on guys to come back and be available to you that ended up not being available because of injuries.
Jeff is next on a cell. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, for the go get somebody crowd, this is very complicated, very difficult business. I would compare it to if you've ever played fantasy football and you tried to get a named player from somebody. They don't want to trade him, or they want astronomical returns for the player. Now, every once in a while, you can catch a team in a contract bind or a situation where they know they're going to lose the player and they want to get something. Those things do happen. I think my biggest complaint in the situation would be not necessarily being able to hit on the big name or the sensational trade, but the recognition of kind of quality second-tier players that could benefit the team that you could get, and you might be able to get them for a bargain. So it's the player evaluation at the second level, even just beyond depth. A player that you can recognize on another team that they would be willing to trade, that you see potential that they're not utilizing or they're not getting. That to me is where GMs excel. I mean, everybody knows the good players, but they're hard to get.
Where he's done really well with that historically is in the draft, is finding guys later in the draft that can help, but plucking guys off other people's roster that are really helping them is a skill set that I'll give you an example of a player that helped them, that they plucked off, that other teams had a crack at, Brad Holmes identified and went and got, was El Qadim Muhammad. El Qadim Muhammad was a journeyman edge rusher who came in here and had 11 and a half sacks.
Right.
Yeah, and that's a good example of finding that player that was cast off somewhere else that could help you win.
Right. Yeah. When I was growing up back in the day, the Raiders made a living off of this. Right. They went and got washed up players and players that other people didn't want. I don't call it Moneyball if you want, but that's where I think the Lions can really improve. That's where I think, that people need to. I mean, if we can go get a great player and get him in a bargain and not have to, give up other players. That's the other thing people forget is that when you go out and sign a big name, you might not be able to sign somebody else when their contract comes up.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah.
Too.
Thanks, Jeff. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. Get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Just out of curiosity, because I was thinking about this during the commercial break, and Panache caller who said, what has he done the last 2 years to help the team? And probably the biggest example is if you go into last offseason, the biggest concern was the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, and they rolled with El-Quadin Muhammad, who had 10 sacks in his 7 years prior to coming to Detroit and had an 11-sack season this year. But that's an example of something he did. Are we ready to bury this past draft class, or does this draft class actually have some promise?
Well, I mean, you got a starting right guard that did well in one aspect of the game, maybe not so well in the other, but he's a rookie. I do expect him to be better, and hopefully he's going to be better. Then you had Tyleik Williams, who is a rookie defensive tackle, played all 17 games, if I'm not mistaken. That's a step in the right direction compared to other defensive tackles they drafted, who either A, got hurt right away, or 2, weren't good enough to play and see the field. But is that setting the bar low? Maybe a little bit. Tesla didn't catch many passes. I think, 16 or 19 on the year, but he had 6 touchdowns.
Yep.
I think we can all see there's a bigger role for him at some point in this offense. And other guys, we're going to wait to see. Miles Frazier got a smattering of snaps, and Hassanin is a guy I really want to see, but he got hurt right away.
The success and failure of this past draft class is yet to be determined. But I'm far from giving up on this group. I think there's a lot of promise there.
There is, but I think people want to focus on the negative. They want to look at the Broderick Martins, the Levi Onwuzurikes, the Hendon Hookers of the world, and
question.
And then see that hey, you just threw money at a guy like Kirby Joseph, and now he's hurt, and don't know to what extent his career is going to look like moving forward.
Do you know how many rookies have more touchdown receptions than Isaac Tesla?
There's like 1.
Yeah, one, and like you said, foresee a bigger role for him. I'm not. It's no point, and there's no victory laps here. It's just I'm not
doing any victory laps at all. I just again when we come across as apologists for Brad Holmes, and I just think his body of work is pretty good.
Well,
and yeah, I think he acknowledges he's got to be better. And this past season is a failure because it didn't make it to the playoffs. It's absolutely a failure.
Their vetting system and what they do to filter down the pool of players that it actually consider taking is something that perhaps is the backbone of what built them to be a contending team in the first place. And so when we talk about, well, maybe you should bend a little or do this, do that, can you afford one roster spot for somebody that you don't think totally fits your philosophy? We're not sure that they haven't already done that. Have a couple guys on the team that don't fully fit their philosophical, beliefs on what kind of player they want. But nonetheless, let's get back to your phone calls. Dylan is next here on 97.1. Hi, Dylan.
Hi. So the one thing I wanted to say is I'm happy that Brad's not making a bunch of drastic decisions like the Colts GM did, where he traded their future when they were at the top of the world, and then all of a sudden it comes crashing down, and then they have no future to fall back on.
Yeah, the Colts were they're the first team to go from first place, or
were they 8-2 or 8-1?
Yeah, and
8-1, I believe.
Missed the playoffs, and they traded for Sauce Gardner and gave up the future, and
then Sauce got hurt.
Yep. Yeah, that's but you sometimes you need to take a risk. They took a risk, and boy, it did not work out.
It just didn't work out, and that's the one thing I'm happy Brad hasn't done. He hasn't made a drastic decision yet that's going to alter our future. He's building to sustain the success for multiple years.
I don't know if you're saying Jurassic decision or drastic decision, but I kind of like a Jurassic decision if that's what you're saying. He's protecting. He doesn't want to do anything that he will feel was irresponsible in the future. But look, that philosophy's fine as long as you get to the mountaintop. If you never get to the mountaintop, it will always be second guessed and should be.
I agree with the caller. He doesn't make any Jurassic decisions.
Did he say Jurassic?
He said Jurassic. It sounded Jurassic.
Yeah.
But anyways, point is, free agency and midseason trades he doesn't. But at the draft he does. He's actually very aggressive during the draft, whether it's the first round or third and fourth rounds. And so sometimes he swings for the fences, and sometimes he connects and it's a home run. And sometimes it's Javi Baez and it's way off the plate. Like the Manu pick, I really think is a complete miss. Like that guy should be the next guy up. That Taylor Decker's talking retirement, he should be ready to go, and he don't look like he's ready to go at all.
Well, we don't know because he missed the entire year because he was hurt. That's the problem.
And also because when he played, he wasn't that good, Gator. And I think, personally, in my opinion, I think that's the competition they're talking about next year. He might not make the team.
He may not. But I mean, this is what I think is one of the big tragedies of the season. Aside, number one is you don't make the playoffs, but number two, to me, is you didn't get a chance to see these guys that you want to see develop. Giovanni Manu played 4 games in the 2 years he's been on the Detroit Lions. Corby Sorsdahl has played 17 games, and he was a draft pick in 2023. There's 3 seasons where he's only played in 17 games. Those are 2 offensive linemen I think they're looking at to see what can they be. And maybe they're just backups and you need backups, clearly. But this team needs starters right now, and they have to make a big move when it comes to I'm going to guess that Taylor Decker is going to retire. I hope he doesn't because he's really good.
Well,
but if he does, that creates
They won't be caught off guard.
Well, they won't be caught off guard, no. And it's going to create an interesting hole for this team because I would imagine they would want to, the obvious choice would slide Penei Sewell to the left tackle, but then you've got a right tackle problem. But right tackle is an easier position to fill than left tackle.
Let's go to Sean in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Sean.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. I'm sorry, afternoon. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
It is still morning.
Yeah, I'm working. Forgive me, guys. Doug, whenever I hear you get riled up, man, I'm calling. I got panache.
You got panache?
No, all jokes aside, man, you guys are having a great debate. Me personally, man, I agree with some of the things that the previous caller was talking about. We all love that Brad has rebuilt this thing from the ground up, and he's been measured in a lot of his decisions. But I think what you guys and some of the fan base is trying to say that when you get close, then you got to go all in. And so I think that's where we are. We still got a window, I believe, but what are you going to do to assure our fans? And Sheila, as you tried to state in your press conference last night, that we're all in. All in looks like, okay, we don't care about a draft pick this particular year. Okay, we don't care about this amount of money. We just want to go grab this player that's going to take us over the top. And I think that that's where we are getting frustrated because none of us have seen or felt like he's even close to that.
Sean, at the beginning of the news conference, I don't know if you heard the beginning of the show when we played him taking accountability. Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. When he talked about all the things that he wants to do differently, well, he didn't say all the things, but they were going to take a long, hard look at everything from top to bottom, and they may need to do some things differently. I don't know that you interpret that as saying it without coming out and saying it, but it made me wonder. And I also thought Dan Campbell, when he met with the media the week prior, said so, or I guess it was Monday. It was Monday. It wasn't the week prior. It was Monday. Said some similar things. I think he left some breadcrumbs that they're going to take a long, hard look at maybe being a little bit more aggressive and not so protective of future draft capital.
Yeah, I think that we all would love to see that. Thank you guys again for taking my call.
Oh, no, Doug, our pleasure.
Doug, you're the nicest guy on the air, man. When I hear you get mad, I'm calling. Thank you, guys.
I didn't get mad. I just thought that guy took a cheap shot.
Doug's got to get checked.
And maybe not a cheap shot, but I think he was being wildly unfair. So whatever. Rico and Romulus. Hi, Rico.
Hello.
Hey.
I'll say this, and I know y'all really. Let me turn my radio down.
Always a good idea.
I have been. I'm like almost 70 years old, and in my entire lifetime, the Lions ain't been worth 2 cents. So whatever Brad Holmes have done, okay, he made a couple of boo-boos here and there, whatever, didn't do what people wanted him to do. But let's say this. He has taken this football team from 0-16 or 17 to 15-2, 9-3, 9-8, whatever. All I'm saying is this. Give the man a chance and let's see. This season is a wash. Let's see what happens with next season, and I'm going to hang up and listen to your call.
Well, I mean, Rico, I just think he's done such a good job to get them where they were, and it's like any aspect of life that any of us have. If you're doing something that's working, you stick with it, you stick with it, you stick with it, and then when something changes, and this year it was the result, it was 9-8 and missing the playoffs. I didn't hear a stubborn Brad Holmes yesterday. That's one of the biggest takeaways from that whole thing. He did not sound stubborn. He sounded to me to be moderately humbled. Now, Gator, you didn't hear it the same way, but I didn't think that was a stubborn GM speaking, and that he was clearly going to stick with what he was doing.
I don't think he's stubborn. I do think that he played a little bit of both sides. At times he would say one thing, and at times he'd say the opposite. But it's okay because it's a press conference and it doesn't really matter. He's got my support. I think he's done a really nice job as GM of this team. But the 3 years prior to taking over, the Lions went 6-10, 3-12-1, and 5-11. This was a franchise that was done, and then Stafford comes up and says, "I want out." And they got to move him. And think of the growth that's happened since then, right? That first year, it took a while before they won the first game. They went 3-13-1, but it looked like they were building towards something. Then they go 9-8, 12-5, 15-2, and along the way, win the first 2 playoff games in 30 years.
248-539-9797. There's a lot that's been accomplished, and there's more work to be done.
It just seems like a lot of people are like, well, what has he done lately? I got it. Okay. They need to improve off of last year, but I give them the chance to improve off of last year because they got to get back to the playoffs. And if they don't, if this becomes a regular occurrence, then he's going to be out of a job.
All right, so there was other news yesterday. The Skubal arbitration offer and ask. These are records on all kinds of sides and things that are unprecedented. We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's go to Chris in Macomb here on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
What's up?
So I want to touch base a little bit on this. With in regard to Brad and that Nathan from La La Land earlier, he was way off base. I couldn't disagree with him more. Brad has earned some loyalty from the fan base, and I hope most of our fan base isn't like him. Brad's changed our culture. He's instilled this mindset of hard work and belief, and we're not just a bunch of thugs in Detroit. We really wanted to put some faith back in the community and strive towards success. To start with that, and secondly, I wanted to touch base and just get your guys' opinion overall. Like in the past 5 years or so, Puka Nacua goes late round pick. Okay, Max Crosby was a pretty late round pick. And then we have guys like Brock Purdy, Mr. Inconsequential, who was like the last pick overall. We have these like diamonds in the rough, right? That late draft picks and, were just home runs for the teams. But And I'm just curious to know, how much does the organization, like the Lions and other NFL organizations, really just keep an eye out on not only their own practice team and practice squads, but other teams' practice squads for those diamonds in the rough that could really step up, make huge changes, and wouldn't affect cap space too much? Is that something the Lions could really improve upon that would help the team as far as going out there and getting that guy that maybe taking more of a chance on, and it won't affect our cap space overall so much?
So to be clear, you mentioned at the beginning, you mentioned a bunch of players who were never practice squad guys who you couldn't get Brock Purdy or Puka Nacua off somebody else's practice squad. So I'm not sure the relevance.
Yeah, no, and you're right. They were never practice squad guys, but I just wanted to use them as guys that went very late. They weren't first, second, third round pick guys. They happened to go late in the draft, just to happen to be home runs. Are there other guys you think that are currently on other practice squads, maybe in the league somewhere, that were late picks that are on practice squads that could be possibly home runs for the Detroit Lions?
I don't think there are home runs on a practice squad.
Okay.
Just because, if there were, they'd be promoted, and I think there are players you can find off other teams' practice squads that might be upgrades over guys that you have. But as far as home runs are concerned, I don't think you're going to find a home run.
So, they
certainly
have
not
signed,
along the lines of Puka Nacua or Brock Purdy.
They have signed guys off the street that have helped them.
Al-Quadin Muhammad was cut by the Browns, and the Lions signed him to their own practice squad, and he just had 11.5 sacks. Every single GM's trying to do what the caller's suggesting. It's very, very hard to do.
Yeah.
And the three guys they put up there, Puka Nacua, Brock Purdy, and Max Crosby, elite players in this league, were all drafted late. Everyone would love to draft those guys. Yeah, those GMs did very well.
There's not a Max.
Picks.
There's a high probability. Okay, I don't want to say there's not, but there probably isn't a Max Crosby on somebody's practice squad right now that you could get, a Brock Purdy on somebody's practice squad that you could get, or a Puka Nacua. And maybe he shouldn't have brought those up as examples. Do they monitor other teams' practice squads for diamonds in the rough or guys that can help them? Yes. Because the one thing that happens is you get hit by injuries, and suddenly you look at your guy that you have on your practice squad and go, I actually like that guy on their practice squad better, and you go get him. And in fact, who was the guy? Was it Hubbard? Wasn't that the dude that played a tackle for them in the season, played every snap in the finale against the Bears?
Yeah, he was a practice squad guy, yeah.
But where did they get him? Was he their own practice squad or were they somebody else's?
I don't remember him seeing him on the practice squad.
I don't either. But again, it's amazing every week. Somebody debuts for the Lions, and you're like, who's Jablanovitz, right?
Right. Who's Devin Cochran?
John on a cell. Hi, John.
Hey, how you boys doing today?
We're good.
I just wanted to call in and say, and I guess I'll preface this with, you can't take away the improvements that Brad Holmes has made to the general trajectory of the Lions. But, you mentioned at this point, it's been about 20 minutes ago, how, sometimes you hit a home run, sometimes you do a Javi Baez and swing and miss. We're not talking enough about how at the trade deadline this year, he just stood at the plate and didn't swing at anything.
Dude, if you're saying that's not getting enough talk, you haven't been listening to this radio station because that gets a ton of talk.
I've only had it on today for the last hour, but I listen just about every day.
Okay, because that gets a ton of talk.
But when it comes to where we should be as a fan base against Brad or with Brad Holmes, he isn't immediately like we should get rid of him. But it's almost getting close to a hot seat type moment.
Well, John, is he swinging? Did he swing and miss at the trade deadline, or did he get up to the plate and there was no pitcher throwing a pitch?
I got to believe you got to find there's got to be somebody pitching something. Because we can't find an offensive lineman to help anywhere.
There was one offensive
lineman traded.
There was one traded during the days leading up to the trade deadline.
What was the line about starting tackles that Birchie looked up, that there had been 7 tackles moved at the trade deadline since the turn of the century?
I do agree that offensive lineman is much, much more difficult move. But also, we have a very beat-up defense. A defense that needed some bolstering. We needed some help. We needed to add some people on. And a lack of any movement, I find that disheartening.
Well, look, just to be clear, it would have been great to go get a starting caliber offensive lineman without question. And John, the only point in bringing up that there were only 7 starting offensive linemen moved at the trade deadline since 2000 isn't to say he shouldn't have tried. He did say, and his quote yesterday was, "You would be surprised at the calls that I made to try and bolster the offensive line." He was basically saying it was a goal of his, and he worked very hard on trying to come up with offensive line acquisitions.
It was a seller's market, and they weren't selling, is what it comes down to. It's what it tells me, is that the teams were not willing to part with offensive linemen based on one guy getting traded, and that player was a marginal player. It doesn't seem like those players are available, because the price, if they were to trade them, then the price would have to be too high. Like, oh, you want my starting left tackle, or you want my starting guard? Great. Here's what it's going to cost you. And they're like, well, I can't give you a second round pick for a guy that grades out as an average center in this league.
I feel like if I'm going to come down on some and be very critical of somebody, I better know all the facts. The problem with criticism of trades is, God, I'd love to know all the facts. I'd love to know what he had cooking. I'd love to know the calls he made, the offers he made. I would love to know what teams said no to. I would love to know what he said no to. All that, I'd be much more comfortable with saying he flat out blew it and he should have been more aggressive. And now, damn it, I want to know those things.
Here's one area where I think he put his trust in something and it failed, and I don't know if it's his fault or not. And that was with Kirby Joseph. When it came to the trade deadline, and I think they thought he was really close to returning. And then there was a setback. And the setback, unfortunately, put him on IR.
Mike in South Lyon, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hi. How
What's
you guys
up?
doing?
Good.
Hey, here's my worry, and I'm not saying that this is the case. I just kind of want to get your take on it. But what if it's possible that the reason Brad Holmes had success early on is because he picks the best player available? Well, when the team is garbage, everything is going to work. But now that we need to plug holes, his insistence on not picking for need, but picking what's available isn't going to get us to the Super Bowl.
So, Mike, this is something I've brought up all the time. Going from terrible to average is relatively easy. Going from average to good is tough. Going from good to great is even tougher, because your needs are fewer. To get to great, you have to have very specific needs. You got a roster that's, I would assume, full of players that you want to keep. So you might need that left guard or that corner or that middle linebacker, and they might not be available to you on the draft, and they might not be available on the trade market. And so you're right. When it comes to taking this next step, he's at the toughest level. He's at the and that doesn't mean he shouldn't. The expectation shouldn't be to do it. He didn't do it this year, but it's definitely the toughest part of trying to build a contending team, trying to build a Super Bowl champion.
Because he's got to change his strategy. You know, he was humble in the beginning yesterday, but he did sound a little stubborn after, because when asked about being more aggressive and another edge rusher, he's like, what do you mean define aggressive to Wojo? And then when they asked him about extending contracts versus free agency, he's like, well, we got a lot of contracts to extend, right? And then he's like, we're not going to change our strategy on the offensive line. You know, even before they said, oh, we're all set. So
he didn't say it. The we're all set line came from Dan Campbell. We're good is what he said. But he did say, and he did emphasize, taking care of the offensive line is a priority. He did emphasize that. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. And what's going on with the Tigers and Scooble? And is this a bit of a tipping point? We'll get to that at 12:05 on 97.1. Hey, the holidays may be over, but your rewards are just beginning. Make your money work harder with a UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card. You'll earn a consistent 1.1 cash back on everything you purchase. There are no rotating categories to track and no spending limits to worry about. Just unlimited earnings potential on everything from groceries to gas. And best of all, your rewards are automatically deposited into your account. It's a simple way to earn while you spend. Visit umcu.org/cashback for details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1. What's going on with the Tigers and Skubal in this arbitration deal? We'll get to that today at 12:05. In the meantime, feedback coming in. Maybe if Brad had one of those third-round picks he gave up for Tesla, he would have more ammo for the trade. That's from Brian and Grand Blanc. He was asked about that yesterday. He said, yeah, you know what you're doing when you give up those third-round picks, and you have to be comfortable with it. And he was comfortable with it. And Tesla is interesting because there's, he's made some swings and misses with what he's done in the third round. With trades and moving around, and he's got Broderick Martin on that resume. He's got Hendon Hooker on that resume. Now he's made a trade, and yeah, if you don't have Isaac Tesla, I mean, if you don't make the playoffs anyway, then what difference did he really make? We'll know long term. I mean, if Tesla goes on to have a great career, then giving up third round picks is worth it.
Yeah, you have to be at peace when you make those deals. Otherwise, don't make those deals, right? Yeah. But that's where I find it weird. Like, Holmes is aggressive in the draft. It's not like he's not aggressive at the trade deadline and free agency. I go back to, the Tesla might work out, okay? The Manu might not. Those are two aggressive moves where a lot of people felt like you didn't have to do what you did to get those guys, but they felt very, they had conviction in those players.
Everything's done with intention.
Yes, right? And so they don't have those same, conviction, I guess, with guys to trade at the trade deadline.
Well, if you think about his background, though, he was director of college scouting with the Rams. Like this is his bread and butter, is going after people in the draft. And so, if he were the director of pro personnel, which is a guy who looks at other teams' rosters and tries to take them off, go steal guys off other teams' rosters, he might have a totally different approach. But let's go to Landon. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Landon.
How you doing?
Okay.
I just had a question. I was wondering what y'all think about Montgomery. Y'all think he's gonna stay for next year?
Don't know. That was kind of left open ended yesterday. I hope they keep him personally.
I don't think they will. I think if it ends up saving them money, that's the route they're going to go because they have other needs. And I like David Montgomery a lot. I think he adds to this offense, but running backs can be a dime a dozen in this league.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got your running back one. You need to find a running mate. They can find one in the draft. They can find one in free agency for cheaper. Or maybe they'll just give somebody more carries in-house. I don't think he's coming back.
You want him back, Landon?
No, I think we got Gibbs. I don't think we need him.
So, it's yes, they do have Gibbs. Most backfields have two guys they can rely on. I'm not sure if they don't have David Montgomery that they've got that. Now, that doesn't mean you can't go get somebody. You might be able to get someone cheaper. I think the cap number on Montgomery is relatively high. So, yeah, next year he's 8.37, which is about what it was this year. But his dead cap number, okay, so to move on from him, last year would have cost him $12.729 million. This year it cost him $4.862. So you'd save $4 million. If you trade him, the base salary is 5.4. That's what a team trading for him would give. I don't think you'll get much, but what you get is cap space to maybe address something you need more.
Judging by how Holmes addressed that question yesterday, guys, it doesn't sound like David Montgomery's coming back, but I really think they should think about bringing him back. But it sounds like this might be a Montgomery issue where he's not happy with his role.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, not to be rude, but too bad, because we need you. We should use you more than what we did maybe, but it's not going to be a 50-50 split. We know this. Gibbs is just too good to take off the field. And I think it's important to have the backup. And I do think he plays a real role on this team, even when Gibbs is healthy. I think he's that good. And they knew this, by the way. They extended him when they didn't even have to. He could be done right now. His original contract would be over, and he could move on, and they wouldn't have any dead cap. But they gave him a 2-year extension, so they knew this was a possibility. So they gave him the extension thinking they were going to use him with Gibbs because they knew Gibbs was going to be good too.
I think he's a casualty of the offensive line not being as good as it was. If the offensive line is as good as it was or close to it, hard to be that way when you lose, all-pro Frank Ragnow. But if there were a better offensive line, they wouldn't have as many 3-and-outs. They'd have extended more drives, and he'd get more carries, and he'd have, more weight to throw around there because he would have more stats and he'd have more touchdowns. But that wasn't the case this year.
248-539-9797. I'm tired of the Holmes bashing. Do people forget how bad this team was before he got here? He built this team to be relevant and raised expectations. Was this season good enough? No. This is a huge offseason. Let's see how he responds. That's from Pat in Canton. From Mike in Birmingham. The results do speak for themselves. 9-8, missed the playoffs. You can cherry pick the stats you want, but pass rush is a top need for this team. Well, Mike, I guess we just have a disagreement. I think interior of the offensive line is a top need. I think safety is a top need. I think defensive tackle is a top need. I would love to bring back El-Quadin Muhammad. I would love to bring him back.
I'd love that.
If they don't, then yes, they need an edge because it's not going. If the answer is not Davenport, they tried that, didn't work.
No, oh no,
that's a fail. But and it's probably a bit of a stretch to think the answer is Hassanin. So yes, it could become a top need for them, Mike. But as it stands right now, if they don't get a veteran interior offensive lineman, and specifically a center, I'll be really worried. If they don't, that probably means they have faith in Ratledge manning that position. Unnamed texter, why are you guys so quick to defend this guy? Last season, he was the villain mindset, all high in his own supply. He had receipts for us fans, and it was tacky. Where are those receipts now, Brad? Well, first of all, I defend him against what I think is unfair criticism. I think somebody is unfair to him. I don't care about all that receipt stuff. I didn't like it either, but it's not gonna, just because I don't like something he did, that shouldn't impact the job that I think he's done as the general manager. Right? I mean, okay, so he did something tacky during a press conference, and I said at the time, I do not like this. However, it doesn't, and nor should it, in my opinion, change the job that I think he did as a general manager.
Yeah, was he humbled a bit yesterday?
Sounded like it.
I think maybe he was humbled a little bit yesterday. But you're not throwing him out because he was humbled or because you thought it was a tacky press conference a year ago. And I'm not going to disagree with that when he's, cashing in receipts a year ago. I didn't like that either. But he's got a job to do. Let him do his job. Mm-hmm. And if he doesn't do it well enough this offseason, this is a pretty important offseason. The expectations are extraordinarily high, and he's got to go out there and get this team back in the playoffs as best as he can. And if he's not getting the job done, then he'll find his way to another job.
248-539-9797.
But he's not on the fast track to that.
Brad Holmes is aggressive in the wrong area. He only gives up day 2 picks on projects. Instead of then from an unnamed texter, instead of trading picks to move in the draft, trade them for established players like Ryan Poles did. I have no problem with that. In fact, if you're sitting there in the first round and somebody wants to give you, somebody wants to give you a high quality center for your first round pick, great. But I don't know how many teams are looking to give up their high quality center.
Right.
People acting like they were so far off or out of touch. Having Kirby down the stretch would have added 2 wins, which could have been the division. Well, yeah. I mean, there is this variable that hovers over this team that we haven't even brought up, and that is injuries. And I like that they're going to take a long, hard look at everything, including why so many guys get hurt. And Campbell, seemed to want to, that's something that they want to address. In football, man, as you like to say, it's a violent sport. Stuff happens.
That's exactly what it is.
Nick in Farmington Hills. Scott and Doug, I do think Brad is on the hot seat. He got nothing in the offseason last year to make this team better or at the trade deadline. As I see it now, the Lions deserve an empty Ford Field if they do nothing in free agency or trading. Well, I mean, Nick, this goes back to if they don't do it your way, they deserve an empty Ford Field. They deserve an empty Ford Field if they start to suck again. This team went from great to average, record-wise. Could I see them getting back to great with some not minor, but some moves in the offseason? Yeah. I mean, what you are saying is if they do nothing in free agents or trading-wise, they're going to do something.
Well, if we want to look at this team and say how bad they were this year because they didn't make the playoffs, and I'm not happy they didn't make the playoffs. I don't think it's a bad football team. Can you improve on this football team that you might, not you, but the listener might think is bad? Is it easy to improve this team? I think there are easy routes to improve this team. You find some offensive linemen that are better than what you have, and I think that improves this team. You find some people that can stay healthy in the secondary, and you're going to find yourself in a better position for sure.
248-539-9797. Gentlemen, after listening to Brad Holmes yesterday, obviously it's clear as daylight he is going to move on from David Montgomery, which I think is a huge mistake because Gibbs will be overused even more. And if he goes down, who do you turn to? An unproven 5th-round rookie? I know we need to clear cap space, but there's other ways to do it. That's from Marlon. Look, I find that, I'm not married to I'm not married to Montgomery, but you better have a good plan B. So if they if their plan B sucks and Jahmyr Gibbs gets overused, fatigue and wear and tear are a real thing in this league. And yeah, I don't want Jahmyr Gibbs to be a workhorse back. I want him to be splitting carries with somebody competent. And if it's not going to be Montgomery, it better be somebody competent. Now, you don't have to shoot for the moon. You don't have to use a first-round pick on a running back.
No, you don't.
That would be a Jurassic decision.
That is without question, that is that.
Anyway.
But you can find running backs throughout the draft.
You can find running backs throughout the draft.
There's a couple from Penn State that are pretty good.
And there's running backs. You know who looks good running behind a great offensive line is a lot of running backs. Look great.
Exactly.
Great offensive line.
That's the part that has to be fixed.
100%.
That's the part they have to know. What are they working with here? Is Taylor Decker coming back or not?
Yep. 248-539-9797 open lines. We want to continue with the Lions discussion. Gator, yesterday the announcements came out regarding arbitration.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Tigers offered a record amount to an arbitration-eligible starting pitcher, and that starting pitcher asked for a record more than what the Tigers offered. So I think there's a bunch of implied messages in the offer and the ask. And we'll get to that today at 12:05 because I wonder if this is about to get uncomfortable. Plus, congratulations to Patrick Kane, 500 goals. But it was an empty netter.
So?
Well, there you go. Some people say so. Some people go, eh.
Oh, you turned down an empty net goal? Is that what you're supposed to do?
Well, you can take it up with the people that go, eh.
Uh-huh.
We'll get to that at 12:30 on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Yesterday, Lions general manager Brad Holmes spoke at his annual end-of-season press conference. He said despite the Lions' shortcomings this year and missing the playoffs, he will not look for a different type of player in the future. He said they want to keep the same culture, and that isn't going to change.
Nothing's going to change fundamentally or foundationally in terms of just the type of players that we're looking for and what our identity is built on. That's still going to remain the same, but you always have to evolve, man. You have to evolve, and when you don't get the desired results, you got to just look at everything.
NFL free agency begins March 9th. The NFL draft will take place April 23rd in Pittsburgh. And we've got 3 teams in action tomorrow. First, Michigan basketball has a home date with Wisconsin at 1 o'clock. A win would improve the second-ranked Wolverines to 15-0 on the season, a feat they haven't accomplished since 2019 when the team started that year 17-0. The Badgers are 10-5 this year and coming off a win over UCLA on Tuesday. At 7 o'clock, the Wings will face the Canadians in Montreal. Coverage of that game begins here on 97.1 at 6:45. Then the night concludes when the Pistons take on the Clippers live on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7:30. They'll go for their fourth straight win against the Los Angeles Clippers. Last time the Pistons and Clippers played, LA handed Detroit a loss as Kawhi Leonard torched Detroit for 55 points. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, Gator, I think the ball's rolling downhill. Ball's rolling downhill, and I don't think it's stopping. I am through Ep 5 of Pluribus.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to, it's only 9 episodes, so I think I'm well on my way to finishing it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm all in, but I'm like 75% in, and it's starting to move quite a bit, so. I'm somewhat notorious for starting TV series and pulling the plug quickly. I even do it with movies. And, probably quicker than most. Pluribus on Apple TV, I think it got me. So I went through a couple episodes yesterday, and yeah, at this point. Now, I pulled the plug on Walking Dead. What season? Do you remember what season it was?
I think it was season 5 that you gave up on it.
And you kept going.
I did.
Yeah. And you don't feel like I missed out on a whole ton.
I think maybe for another season or 2 you did, but in the end, no.
Can you tell me what happened with Negan? Or should we do this off the air?
Maybe off the air.
All right.
But I would say this, that I did not, I tried watching some of the newer episodes they've had when they're in New York City. I got through the first season of that and then gave up. And I haven't watched any of the seasons that they have with what's the other, with the scraggly looking guy?
Oh, Daryl.
Daryl.
Didn't Daryl end up in Paris?
Ends up in Paris, and I haven't watched a single episode.
Kank's shaking his head back there.
Not a single episode.
No, is he trying to find himself or something? Was it a coming of age zombie story?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't bite you; they just come at you with a tongue.
Well, anyway, Pluribus. I feel like I'm probably gonna finish
Okay.
this. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd like to see that you're gonna finish something.
Yeah. It's not like me. All right. So the Tigers. The arbitration system's weird. You basically draft a guy when he debuts. He's under club control for 6 seasons, meaning you don't lose him to free agency when his first, like he goes his a player who's year to year, their contract goes to an arbitrator, and you give an offer and they make an offer, and the arbitrator decides whose offer to take. They don't say, well, we're going to meet in the middle. They either take the player's offer or the club's offer. And once you reach, 6 full seasons in the league or whatever the service time is, because there's some workarounds where it doesn't have to be 6, but once you do that, then you are a true free agent and you can sign with anybody. Most or many valuable players that do a good job and are granted big contracts, they get signed to extensions before they get to free agency. And in the case of Tarek Skubal, I got to tell you, I think the odds of him ever signing with Detroit are basically 0%. I don't get this at all. The Tigers did offer a record to an arbitration-eligible pitcher of $19 million.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only $4 million more than they offered Alex Cobb for a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. And Skubal asked for 32. The largest ever ask, and also the largest gap in the history of baseball between what a player asked for and what a team offered.
So Juan Soto got $31 million in arbitration. That's the highest so far to date.
Mm-hmm.
When the Tigers, they offered arbitration to David Price, I believe it was something like $17 million. And that was how many years ago?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what this is. I tried to make sense of this. A lowball offer. Either this is the Tigers just being, stupid with this, which I don't think Scott Harris is stupid. So what's another reason that you would just throw an offer like this out there. And maybe it's just that, okay, you see what the number is from their side. Their side's 32. You're throwing 19. You're going to get your number, Tarek. Congratulations, because we made ours so ridiculously low when it comes to a 2-time Cy Young Award winner and all the accolades you've racked up. And because you're a fifth-year player that, you should get even more, you're under different circumstances and everything else, we're basically giving you your number. And maybe that's just a deference thing. Maybe extend some goodwill towards.
But hold on.
I understand. I know what you're going to say.
You don't have to go to arbitration. You could just give them the.
I'm trying to make sense of why the Tigers lowballed Tarek Skubal in arbitration, because I don't think it does make sense. And if I'm trying to make any sense of it all, I guess that's it. It's just a hey. Here you go. You got it.
I always talk about results-based communication when tensions are high. And you have a goal from a conversation. I'm probably more talking about with your kids. They're mad, you're mad, but you have a result that you need to get them to. You need to get them to realize something. Getting more mad or punishing them, or yelling and screaming or swearing or whatever, it probably doesn't help you get to the result you want. If you're trying to get to an end result? What's the best way to get there? Take all the emotion out of there. If they are this far apart with Skubal now and make this offer, which is borderline insulting, I feel like it's clear that he's not re-signing here. What the most likely thing to me is it's clear that he is not re-signing here. The Tigers are mad. They give him this lowball offer going into his final year. The best result for the Tigers out of having a stud pitcher with Boris, who, if your take from the Tigers' perspective is there's no way he's signing here, the best result you can hope for is you win the World Series this year with Tarek Skubal. And by giving him a lowball offer, you are not engendering goodwill. You are not getting Tarek Skubal fired up for the same goal. You think people were mad when Skubal wouldn't go out for the 7th in Game 5 in the playoffs? Imagine when he won't go out for the 6th on opening day, because he's got to ride out this year and then get the money cannon contract. Do you think he's going to put everything into it when he's got the money cannon contract at the end of the rainbow and can't afford to get hurt? I can't think of the only other reason that would make sense is something that I don't think anybody thinks they're going to do, which is we're only offering, and we hope to get you at $19 million, because we've earmarked that $10 million in a Bichette contract or a Bregman contract, or that money's going to go towards Kyle Tucker or something like that, which nobody thinks they're going to do that. So it's not like they're going to use the money for anything else, most likely. So what's clear here is Skubal, this is his final year with the Tigers. That locked it up for me that ain't happening. They are not signing him to a long-term contract. And I don't solely blame the Tigers for that, for being there. I actually blame I blame Boris and Skubal more for that. I don't think I think it's clear that that the goal there is free agency, because they always know, no matter what the Tigers offer, the Yankees, the Mets, the Red Sox, the Dodgers can do $1 more. They know that. And I don't blame them for that they're looking out for their client. I don't blame the Tigers for the end of the Skubal relationship. I will blame the Tigers for lowballing him here and not doing everything you possibly can to get the best version of Tarek Skubal. Give him his $32 million. Don't even blink, and try and win the World Series this year with a guy that's all in to do so. Okay, this is a parting of the ways. I want to go out on top. You want to go out on top.
Well, does this just stoke the fire that they're still open for business to try to trade him? Because if there's this big canyonous gap between the two numbers, do other teams look at it, oh my God, that's all they have? They must not want him. Let's get back involved and try to trade for him.
According to Baseball Insiders, teams are still calling about him, but nobody's going to give the Tigers apparently the Herschel Walker deal in return. Well, and there's one other thing here.
Yeah.
And this matters, and maybe it doesn't, but you give 0 Fs about perception when you make this offer, right? You don't care, Because the fans who think that ownership or Scott Harris won't spend, this doesn't help.
I don't know what they're doing.
The
I don't
roster.
understand
Think about the rest of the roster. Guys who are still under club control, thinking about, am I going to get any money out of this organization when I'm a free agent and when it's my turn to renegotiate? Think about the rest of the league. Their perception of the Tigers.
Well, that's part of it, sure. And and the thing is, people aren't going to do deep dives on it. And the realization is that the Tigers know that they're not going to sign him to a long-term deal.
People in the league are going to do deep dives on it. Other players will. Agents will.
I don't know if players are going to go that deep and see and look at this and say, it might be a different situation altogether. This is the best pitcher in baseball, and the Tigers can't afford to re-sign him. They can't do it. So what's happening here? He's going to get a one-year deal for $32 million. That's what he's going to get. And then he's going to hit free agent market, and he's going to set the market because that's what Boris wants to in the first place. Does it make the Tigers look bad? I think it does make the Tigers look bad. I can't make any sense of why they did this. I'm trying to. We're trying to workshop this and talk it out, and it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't the Tigers have come up and offered $26 million? Yeah, that's a heck of a lot closer to 32, and an arbitrator might go, you know what? 26. It's a record high for a pitcher. Here you go. You got it. And they could save themselves money that they could then spend on the market, like you said, and look at it for other players, but they're not doing that. They offered 19, and they're going to have to pay 32. I think this might be a bold-ass take right now. Maybe this is a hot take. I don't think he's pitching for the Tigers for opening day.
You think they're trading?
I think he's going to get traded. I think this clearly sets the tone. They don't think he's coming back. Yeah, they'd like to have him for a World Series run, but I think this creates some animosity now between the two parties.
Well, that's exactly it, and that's why I guess I pray that you're correct, because if they can't trade him, I think they're going to have an unhappy pitcher in their clubhouse, a borderline offended pitcher who, if you give him the 32, if he asks for 32 and you give him 32, hey man, look, I hate that this is ending, bro. But guess what? It's ending. Here's your 32. Let's go win it on your way out.
Well, and can Tarek Skubal separate his feelings for the front office from the feelings he has for A.J. Hinch and his team? I think he can. I don't know if he's going to be all that spiteful. His agent's going to be hella spiteful, and maybe for a while Tarek is as well until they start playing baseball. But at this point, I'm leaning towards the Tigers are going to trade him.
248.
And I think they should.
Well, at this point, I hope they do, because I think the options are unhappy camper with your team all season long who's probably not selling out to win a World Series versus getting something back for him now, and you're probably going to get more for him now than you will at the trade deadline. 248-539-9797. Now, I'm always open to something that we might be missing. Is what could we be missing here that isn't, that does make this make sense? And I don't think it does. And whether that's on Scott Harris or ownership, I guess to me almost doesn't matter. I mean, it does and it doesn't. I'd like to know why they did this, because this does not feel like a results-based offer. The best result, if you don't think he's coming back here, is win the World Series with him. Then why not do everything you can to get the best version of Skubal in your clubhouse for 2026? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, trying to figure out what the Tigers' approach here is to Tarek Skubal, and offering him $19 million. When I first saw that, they offered him 19 and he wanted 32. I'm like, okay. At first I wasn't like as confused and disappointed as I became, because the more I looked into this, I'm like, you know what? This is not going to be received well by any party. This feels a little bit like a blank you. Oh, you don't want to sign with us? Fine. Here's our offer. Negotiate off this. Because remember, the way arbitration works is they now have, up until the time they meet with the arbiter or the panel of three or whatever the hell it is, to negotiate. And in negotiations, there's low balls. You lowball a guy, you give him, you offer a little bit less. You definitely don't open with your final offer, right? I mean, that's somewhat typical. Now, maybe in a 1-year deal, you're like, screw it. But that's negotiation. But this is arbitration, where everybody knows what the offer is. Skubal's likely going to win. And if you offer something ridiculously low,
that's why
it's even more likely he's going to win. And you know what an arbiter in baseball doesn't do? They don't say meet in the middle. They say the arbiter says it's 32 or it's 19. It's hard to imagine a world in where it's going to be 19. What is the point of this? I'm at a loss. I can usually see what a team might be thinking or what they might, because otherwise, very reasonable, smart people don't do counterproductive things. I don't know. If Scott Harris is out there and want to call and explain this, feel free, because I'm open to hearing an explanation that makes sense to me. I can't for the life of me think what they're doing here.
I don't understand it either. I mean, like, if they wanted to have a chance at winning arbitration, you'd have to put that number up closer to $24 million. And they went at 19. I mean, that disparity, the $13 million gap is so canyonous. Yep. And it could absolutely be perceived as a slap to the face.
Well,
and that's not good. That's not a good look around baseball, like you said earlier.
It's not a good look with the fans.
It's not a good look around. The fans are. I bet you. I mean, we haven't started taking the calls yet at 248-539-9797. Same number to text. But I'm guessing people are first straight dumbfounded, and then at what point does that turn into anger? Like, why did you do that?
Well, look, if I thought they were going to spend the money on something else, fine. If this was a tipping point to actually, have him get traded, like an example might be, let's say there's a team that they actually have a trade offer out there with, and Skubal doesn't want to go there. It says, I don't want to go there. I won't sign there. And they go, okay, here's a $19 million offer. And what if we win this? Then you're playing for $19 million. That team will pay you the 32. You want to go there now? Maybe that's it. But I can't for the life of me, because
I don't think he has a
that
say.
That feels like a stretch. No, but he has a say on who he would sign with.
Well, the long-term contract. That's at the end of the season.
Yeah, but maybe he said, I only want to go to a team that I'll sign a long-term contract with. And they said, well, we got a deal worked out with the Rangers, but they don't want to sign you long-term. And he goes, well, I don't want to go there. And they go, okay, we're going to make this $19 million offer, and maybe we'll win.
So the team would only trade for him if they think they have a chance to get. I got you.
Yep.
Maybe, but I.
But that feels like a stretch.
Yeah, because the reporting out there is that I saw something the other day. It was the Dodgers. If somebody's going to guess, they'd say it's the Dodgers, and obviously there's always interest for the Mets, and the Yankees that have interest, and these are the teams that have money to spend. I think it's up to Scott Harris and company to work out a deal at this point with one of those teams, make it happen, and then turn around and sign someone like Bo Bichette, sign Alex Bregman, sign a pitcher that's still out there that's above average, because there are plenty of those guys. There's still some really good players available, and I'd be curious what the haul in return is, of course. But at this point now, it just seems like you got to trade them.
There's a couple things here that are really. I mean, there's a lot of people really mad at Scott Harris and ownership, but here's my favorite one. Take a text the first round that came in, the first batch from an unnamed texter. Hey, do you think the offer was supposed to be 29 and someone messed up? No, that's a 2, not a 1. Oh, it's supposed to be 29.
Forget it. Just leave it.
Let's go to Bill in Lake Orion. You're on 97.1. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Well, you guys know me because I work for John Cooper. But long story short, I think that this contract offer to Skubal isn't just a slap in the face to Skubal and a 2-time Cy Young winner. I think it's a slap in the face against us fans who pay all this money for tickets and food and everything else, and yet they want to lowball him. I that bothers me. I don't want to go to a Tiger game anymore.
Well, I mean, the weird thing is the people that run the Tigers deserve some credit for building us a team that's currently favored to win the American League Central. And I don't want to get so mad about it that we forget that they have a competitive team. If you don't want to go, that's certainly you're right. But they have built a competitive team. I don't know what the end goal is of this offer and this arbitration process. If you're going to lowball them like this, I can't for the life of me think what they're thinking on this. And I think the damage is getting a less than, like, here's another text, and this is a concern. The Tigers better trade Skubal. He will suffer a phantom injury and miss most of the season if they don't. He's in business decision mode.
Oh, boy.
Next text. You guys are morons not to side with ownership. But $19 million is double his salary last year and the highest number ever offered to a pitcher in arbitration. It's much more likely they win arbitration than Skubal does. Well, if they do, I mean, and I think it is possible they win arbitration. And for the reasons you said, and we appreciate the text, maybe not the insult, but cool. They might win it, but I think the result's the same. I think you have an unhappy Skubal in your clubhouse. Now, do I blame the Tigers for being at a total impasse with Skubal? No, I blame Scott Boras. And I blame, I wish the Tigers were in a position, like they do have a budget. They don't have a cap, though. Somebody said this is like, I saw this on Twitch. Somebody said this is like when the Lions tried to get the signing bonus back from Calvin. There's a big difference. That's a cap world where they could use that money on other players. And so, and usually they did spend up to the cap. So they wanted cap space back to make them better in the future. That made more sense to me than this. This I just don't get. 248-539-9797. David and Warren. Hi, David.
Two quick questions. First one is, are we making a real complex argument? And the second question is related to this first. Couldn't it really just simply be that Skubal's goal is 24 mil or 26? He knew he threw it up high, so that the arbitration could at least come up somewhere.
The arbitrator in baseball's process, the arbitrator takes one offer or the other. The arbitrator doesn't say meet in the middle. The arbitrator says either rules it's 32 or it's 19.
Okay, so you just answered my second question, and that was when you were talking in terms of who wins the arbitration. So maybe how come there's not any discussion regarding the fact that maybe Skubal's offer was just a little bit too high?
Well, I mean, this
based on.
I suppose they could meet in the middle, and because you can sign a contract up until your arbitration date, so there can be back and forth, and that this could be just the starting point for negotiations, as it turns out. But I just think offering him $19 million is a bad place to start, and I think the damage it does to the perception of this organization far outweighs the upside of saving a few $1 million on Skubal's last contract.
So when is do they have the date for when
I didn't see when it is,
this comes official, I guess? Because if they have the time to negotiate to that, maybe that's just it. It's just it's a starting point for negotiation to get more towards the middle. And then they avoid it at the last minute because he agrees to a 1 year, $25 million deal. Is it that simple? It's just a negotiation, and don't be upset. It's just business. Or this is why you hire an agent.
Yeah.
Agent deals with this, so you're not supposed to get insulted because this is just a negotiation process.
248-539-9797, 97.1. So, on the Michigan front, Justice Haynes, it has been announced, is going to the transfer portal. Running back, I wondered if the writing was on the wall with that when they took Taylor Tatum yesterday, former top recruit. They got him to transfer from Oklahoma. I was like, that's interesting because that's one crowded running back room. If Haynes comes back, and Haynes still may come back, but we shall see. 248-539-9797. His name's in the portal for now. You asked me a question during the break. How many players from Mississippi, Ole Miss, do I think go into the portal the next few days? I think a lot.
Yeah.
I think that the portal is used as a negotiating ploy, and quite frankly, find this stuff that I want to unplug from all this because I find it to be somewhat frustrating, and there's a reason why. It's okay that you negotiate new contracts. I think one thing they need to look at as far as vulnerabilities of the system is I think you need to be an accredited player agent at the collegiate level. In the pros, you can't.
That would help.
You have to be an accredited agent to represent a player.
It should be a separate group of agents that represent coaches. Because this whole mess with Washington,
Yeah.
we had the guy representing both Damon Williams, the quarterback, and Jed Fish, the coach. Seems like that's a conflict.
Yep.
And then he eventually says, "Yeah, I'm out. I'm
agent said-
I'm stepping away from. I'm no longer going to represent
Damon
Williams.
Williams.
And then Damon Williams ends up returning to Washington because, well, frankly, he was threatened by the Big Ten.
Yep.
And
Because he
others.
signed a binding contract.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is an example of how this kind of stuff was never part of college football. It is now, and that's fine. I think they need to clean it up with having accredited agents because I know that there's some stuff going on behind the scenes that wouldn't fly at the NFL level, but that's, get that sorted out. And I put this in the category of the Sunday through Friday stuff with college football that I don't love. But how great was last night's game? And I still love Saturdays. So it was great. I try not to let that impact my overall enjoyment of the sport. And it hasn't yet. Let's go to Brandon in Shelby Township here next on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So one thing to consider is, so next year when the managers or the owners are doing the thing with the salary cap, so what if they sign Skubal? So say the Dodgers have a bunch more money than everybody else. They have all the best players, Ohtani, and then they get Skubal. So if they implement a salary cap, how does that work? Do they have to dwindle down their staff?
I don't know. When salary caps are introduced, I don't know if there's a grandfathering in of contracts that you get to exceed it while your guys' contracts expire. That's all part of, I guess, the negotiations. Because you're right. If a cap is put in place, chances are it'll be put in place that impacts the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Red Sox, the teams that have probably bigger TV deals and can spend a lot more money.
Or a TV deal.
Yeah, that's right.
Because anytime somebody's a free agent, they're like, oh, well, the Yankees or the Dodgers, because they have a bunch of – it's not even just one owner. It's a bunch of people that own the team. And so they have a bunch of money to spend towards the team. And if a salary cap's implied, then I guess everybody else has a better chance.
Yeah, I don't think baseball is going to go to one. I think there are some parts that really wanted salary cap, and obviously the players don't, because the players want to get as much money as they can. And teams like the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, those major market teams, those huge market teams, they don't want it because there is the advantage that they get because they have the better deals in place, so they can spend more money. I think what has to happen in baseball, at the very least, they have to put a basement in. A floor to the cap. There's no cap, but there's a way they can make it punitive for teams signing players, and that is to make the luxury tax more punitive. Put that at a lower level instead of where I don't know what the number is right now.
You mean drop it?
Yeah, let's say the number is for the luxury tax doesn't kick in until you have $280 million spent on payroll, and then after that it's taxed at a 75% or whatever it is. If they were to lower that number, where the luxury tax starts at $200 million, does that stop teams from spending over that cap? And at the same time, you say that, well, in the meantime, everybody else has to spend at least $100 million on their baseball team, on their payroll.
It's currently $241 million
for the luxury tax.
For the luxury tax, you're right. They could drop it, but they could also make a floor.
Do both.
So you can't nickel and dime. You have to pay players. And when you go above it, it's a 20% tax on your contract that goes above it, and it's escalating for repeat offenders, which include the Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, and Phillies.
Yeah, they don't care.
248-539-9797. Rob on a cell. Hi, Rob.
Hi, boys. I was going to bring the fact up about Skubal. Unbelievable player, obviously. But at this point, where the Tigers are, if they've made that decision, they're not going to re-sign him. Why would they pay him $32 million right now? You're going to get a sixth-inning pitcher all year long. He's going to be on a pitch count. His agent's going to dictate his usage. You lose that value. And at the other end of it, he's going to want to perform at a very high level to get the big payday later. So from a pure business standpoint, it just seems like you'd be handing him the money to not get full authorization to use him. And if you think about it from like the Dodgers, all those Dodgers players pitching on one-day rest or pitching 120 pitches in the playoffs, you're not going to get that out of Skubal this year. It will never happen.
I'm worried about it. I'm definitely worried about it.
I don't know why there's so much. I guess because now we see the numbers that are thrown out there, and it seems like now I have clarity on what I think the Tigers should do. I mean, before it was, wow, I'm not sure that you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, or 3 options you can do it. Now it's obvious that they're not going to have any chance at re-signing him or signing him to an extension because it's just too far. They can't pay that much. And with the number they threw out there, the low ball offer they threw out there, even if it is just a starter to get negotiations going to negotiate to the middle before the arbiter finally rules on this thing, I still think
the upside of that is not nearly worth it to see because they're
isn't.
literally saving a few $1 million to have an unhappy camper.
Exactly. So the clarity,
But
the moment
guys,
of clarity that I have right now, Rob, is I think they have to trade him.
I don't disagree with you, Gator, but what I'm trying to say to you is the impetus for him to perform this year is going to be his future. So you really don't have to worry about an unhappy camper. He's not going to perform at a bad level because it will hurt his future value. Really, you have to look at it from only the perspective of $19 million for him. Okay, is actually very close to the record jump in an arbitration year for a pitcher because we keep trying to compare him to pitchers and other players. Pitcher wise, he would make if they made that deal $21 million, he every record for the jump in 1 year to the next.
But he's different.
Okay,
he's a different guy.
The only reason he's eligible, and literally he'd be locked in to having that jump. He couldn't go to $32 million if he had 150 days less of service.
Right, he's got a fifth year. I understand. That's what makes it. Yes,
and
Rob.
That is
Rob.
reason.
Yes. All that. Yes. It's a unique situation that he's in. Okay, and that's why he can make the more money. However, looking at it's not just a pitcher. You have to look at it in the standpoint of what is he as a player. This is a guy that when he hits the free agent is going to reset the market for what players get, not just pitchers, players. So that's why the Soto number comes in, where Soto got $31 million. He's going to eclipse that. He's going to get the 32.
But Gator, it's unique in the sense that, as I said before, you're not going to get him at full value. He will pitch totally different once he gets his big deal.
I don't know about that.
He will pitch 120 pitches. He will do all that because the truth is that once they're paid, they have security in a way that they perform different.
He's not going to do it this year.
Yeah, he's
not giving him 120 in a game this year, no matter how important it is. He didn't last year. Why would he do it this year?
Well, you got amazing effectiveness out of him. I don't want to dog Tarik Skubal. He was the best pitcher in baseball and is the best pitcher in baseball. I think there's a legitimate question to ask yourself is, how much longer do you think he's going to be the best pitcher in baseball? And does that make sense for the Tigers at all? And it really doesn't. To give him an 8-year, 9-year deal, it doesn't make sense. And I don't think they're in that. Would it make sense for any other team to do that? It probably doesn't, but those teams can afford to do it. They can afford to front load the contract or whatever and defer money at a later date. And, they can do all types of things because they have the money to be able to do that and take that risk. I think it's clear to me now that the Tigers have to trade Tarik Skubal.
Some interesting text. Scott in Carlton says there's something in the medicals with Skubal. Remember when he got pulled from that game? Something is up.
Yeah,
I don't know about it either, but I'm looking for any plausible explanation. The upside of lowballing him makes no sense. And then there's this, and Jake and Howe writes this, why are you guys so sure Skubal's going to win his hearing? His projected figure was 17.8. He and Boros are not negotiating in good faith. They might not be. But the result, okay, if you could tell me for an extra, if the projected number, where we got that from, is 17.8, and that's fair, I'm not doubting is $14.2 million higher to have the best pitcher in baseball happy and giving you his all on a common goal of winning a World Series, I'd pay the $14.2 million. I'm not so sure you're going to have a happy camper who's going to go into 8th, 9th inning and throw 120 pitches when you need it in an important game if you're in any kind of race, because he's got a future to think of. Is he really going to empty the tank? Is he happy with the organization today? Now, do I love what Boros and Skubal have done no, I don't. I think it's clear That the whole point of this is to get out of Detroit because some other market can always give you $1 more.
I think the strange part of this whole thing is that it's $19 million. If the Tigers had offered 21 at arbitration, and it's the same starter as the 19 is, look, it's a negotiation. We're going to try to negotiate. We're not giving you 32. We're going to give you 21. But in our minds, we know where we're going to meet. We're going to meet at 27, right? So let's get to that point and go ahead and do it before the arbitrator rules on this, or the arbitrator rules on this. Does it matter? I guess for optics, it looks better if there's a 2 in front of it than a 1.
Yeah.
Right? The 19 looks so low ball when the other number is 32.
I think the upside of meeting his number and just hitting the 32 and saying to hell with it far outweighs the downside of making this offer and maybe saving a few $1 million.
Now, the one thing that the Tigers are very tight-lipped about what they do. So I don't suspect we're going to see anybody leaking any kind of information on this as to whether the Tigers are upset with Tarik Skubal or not, or if this is negotiation or whatever. However, Scott Boras may let some people know how he feels about this offer. Is this legit or not?
97.1. We'll get back to your phone calls in a minute. You know, we were sitting out in the office. Somebody came up to me and said, is Patrick Kane getting an empty net goal for the 500th goal the same as Michael Strahan getting a record-breaking sack when Brett Favre rolled right to his feet and laid down so Strahan could fall on top of him and get the sack? And I said, no, empty net goals are part of the strategy of the game. Yep. It's the team. Vancouver wasn't giving up. They were employing a well-used, oftentimes strategy of pulling the goalie to try and get back in the game. And Kaner took advantage of it. And, in an ideal storybook world, yeah, he scores his 500th goal in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals to win it for Detroit, right?
Well, that wouldn't count as a regular season goal.
No, that's true. He does it in a playoff clinching, whatever. He does it in a much more dramatic way than an empty net goal in a 4-1 game. But it's something awesome.
An overtime goal.
I can't imagine there was one person knowing he was sitting on $4.99 last night that was sitting there at LCA going, oh, man, this sucks. You all got to see it. We got to experience it.
Look, it's a guy who scored 27 empty net goals in his career.
And they all count as one to add up to 500. Some of them are empty nets.
That's it.
Some of Gretzky's goals were empty nets.
A lot of Gretzky's goals were empty nets. He had over 50 of them, I believe. And Ovechkin, I think, had 69, has 69 empty net goals. It's part of the game. You're trying to salt away the game, right? I love the cheapie when the team gets it. I love statistics in sports and get the goal, man. This is a team is trying to tie things up or make things closer in the game so they pull the goaltender. Okay, that's the risk you take. Am I not supposed to employ my best goal scorers on the ice to counter that?
Well, the funny thing is,
you just say thank you. I just got number 500. Here we go. Can't wait for 501.
Again, it's cooler to be a snipe, but whatever.
Yeah.
Kenny, are we wrong? Right? You're a hockey guy.
So in hockey, amongst the hockey crowd, there's a saying, they don't ask how, they ask how many, and that's exactly what this is. Every great player has scored empty netters. This is no different, and oftentimes when somebody's approaching a milestone like this and there's an empty net situation, they'll throw him out there and try to feed him just so that they can get that. They did it with Austin Matthews a while back when he was reaching his milestone.
Well, yeah, if you have an issue with it, then that's fine. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I just don't think it's that big a deal. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Aubrey in Farmington Hills. What's up, Aubrey?
Hey, guys. To your point here about Patrick Kane, there are people that find the negative in anything, but be that as it may, it just is what it is. Hey, you guys do, first of all, a terrific job. Always appreciate having a chance to listen to you both.
Thank you.
Really, really good at what you do.
Appreciate that.
Hey, I'm gonna pose something that's said a lot, and that is, what are we doing here? So during my lifetime, I've enjoyed 2 World Series championships, 68 and 84. If we can't afford to keep our premium players, how in the world can we really expect to compete and really have a true chance to win a World Series championship? It just really bothers me, and maybe there's something that I don't understand, but it really bothers me that Detroit seemingly cannot compete to keep the premium players. So I don't know. I don't know what you guys think, but that's frankly what bothers me about all of this. Notwithstanding the fact, by the way, that you have a team right now that lost a 15-game lead. So how do we expect to compete if we can't keep our best players?
Well, because you keep finding other players that replace those players, and you've got plenty of teams that are not from, the giant payrolls in baseball that go ahead and win a World Series. It happens all the time. It's not always the Dodgers, although it feels like the Dodgers will never relinquish it now. But you certainly see how both teams from Texas win a World Series. The Braves have won a World Series, and then you go back to Kansas City won a World Series, and there's been plenty of teams that have done it without having a $300 million payroll.
Well, that's fair, and I appreciate it. I mean, the Yankees haven't won a World Series in a long time, and I'm sure they're not. I'm sure they're paying out a big salary to their players. So I appreciate your answer. I just wasn't really sure.
I'm a little concerned that what you just said isn't going to be true for much longer, and I'm not sure that the tide hasn't started to turn. If you look at the last 4 World Series, every team that has played in the World Series, the 8 teams that have been there, have been in the top 10 in payroll. And 4 years ago, it was the Astros and Phillies. They ranked 9th and 4th in payroll. 2023, it was Texas and Arizona. They were 6th and 8th in payroll.
Do you have what the payroll number was?
I can get it, but
Okay.
it it being relative to the rest of the league, the last 2 years, it was the Dodgers and Yankees, which were 1st and 3rd in payroll, and this past year, it was the Dodgers and Blue Jays, which were 1st and 4th in payroll. And I think you're right. Teams have won the World Series historically. Plenty of them have. I'm a little concerned that the system, the way it's set up now, and the way it's being used, that might not be the case moving forward. It's only 2 years.
Well,
I think it's something worth paying attention.
I think there's something else worth paying attention to, and that is that when the Tigers were good, when Mike Ilitch owned the team, he was willing to spend more money to try to put them over the top. I have the payroll numbers for the 2012 team that got swept by
8th
the
in
Giants.
payroll.
Yeah, but it was, I don't know what the payroll was.
$145 million.
Okay, and that's back, 13, 14 years ago. Their payroll a couple years after that, the 2014 team, I think that was a high pay, the last high payroll.
187. It was 3rd highest in baseball.
Yeah, so I think if this team gets to that, this is what they said. This is what Chris Ilitch says. He's willing to spend. Spending on the best pitcher in baseball might be different. And it's unfortunate because it is the guy. It is your homegrown guy, but it's the perfect storm that you're going against because he's represented by Scott Boras, who's absolutely going to go get the most for him.
Seattle and Detroit were 15th and 16th this past year. They were obviously even in terms of money they spent, and they were about as even as they could be in a postseason series. But that means there's 14 teams below Detroit and Seattle that you really have to question how much of a chance they even have. Some of those teams can spend more money, and some of them can't.
Yeah, this is why
the baseball,
I agree. Baseball has to change their
really do
their platform here because they need to have some way to keep these teams that are in the bottom half of the league, keep them honest and have them spending a realistic number while trying to rein in the teams at the top that are spending way over the top because they just don't care. Oh, luxury tax, doesn't matter. We got a $300 million payroll, and we just don't care.
Well, if you're just joining us, we're not quite sure we understand what the Tigers are doing with the Skubal offer, a $19 million offer for arbitration. He wants 32, and it just feels like a lowball that has more negative consequences than possible positive consequences. Got to talk about that college football CFP semifinal game last night. That was something, and there's a lot to discuss there, including what it means for the B1G. Next, 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Lions general manager Brad Holmes took to the podium in Allen Park yesterday. He said he was disappointed in himself for not getting the team more ready than they were this season, and he said he still thinks they have a good core that can get back to the playoffs. However, Holmes said they won't get back there by making headlines or splash player acquisitions.
A lot of the changes and tweaks and adjustment that we will make probably won't come with a headline, but that's not to say that we won't do something that's in that splash category but I don't think it's it's not indicative of a lack of effort, work ethic.
Holmes can start signing free agents come March 9th. He'll make the Lions' first-round pick at number 17 in the draft on April 23rd. Though the Lions nor Wolverines or Spartans will be involved, there's plenty of playoff football going on this weekend. Tonight, the other half of the college football semifinal takes place as Indiana and Oregon will tangle down in Atlanta at 7:30. The winner will face Miami in the national championship next week. The NFL wildcard round of the playoffs also starts this week. 2 NFC wildcard games take place tomorrow, and Rams-Panthers at 4:30 from Carolina and Packers-Bears at 8 o'clock in Chicago. There's 3 games slated for Sunday as AFC action begins with Bills and Jaguars in Jacksonville at 1 o'clock, followed by Niners-Eagles at 4:30 and Chargers-Patriots at 8. Wildcard weekend then closes with Texans and Steelers on Monday starting at 8:15. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two Cuts is a mess today.
Why is that?
I mean, first of all, this headphone thing is just...
He broke his headphones.
I mean, hysterical.
I've just been in the gym too much, and I just ripped them apart today with a really low effort removal of from my head.
Based upon your shape,
My physique?
Your physique. You do not look like you've been in the gym too. Unless you've been running. Unless you've been running
all day.
Yeah.
You've been cleaning the equipment?
Yeah.
Side gig.
Yes.
The Planet Fitness spraying down equipment.
But the headphones just, I mean, he's got one that's hanging low. He's got the other headphone to his ear. He's got it blasted as loud as can be. And you missed this beforehand. The sneeze that this man let off before the update.
Was it something?
It was something. It wasn't loud. It literally, I thought there was a duck in here.
Really?
Yeah, and it was not a fart.
Some people sneeze.
It was not a fart.
There's some interesting sneezing techniques out there.
There is. And he just, it was.
That was not it.
No, that was
not how
I've been prone to do those, though, too. So.
Yeah, well, not in the studio.
No.
At least not while we're on the air.
No, of course not. That would be too rude.
Yeah. You want to do it for next show, that's fine. But for us, that doesn't happen.
No, but Gator's the second person this week to comment on the noise my sneeze makes. I really need to turn my life around because I'm worried at this point.
I'm not saying turn your life around. I'm just saying, let it out, brother. It sounds like you're trying to stifle it or you're trying to smother a duck. And I'm like, what was that?
Well, now I look forward to hearing an authentic.
Yeah, I'll make sure to
update kids sneeze.
Two-cut sneeze.
On Monday, I'll come in and bring a feather and tickle my nose or something so you can hear it.
Well, or we can do it in your own private. We don't need to.
Do you want me to record my next sneeze and send it to you, Doug?
That's what we want.
No, just make sure you record the updates. Okay, when necessary.
Just do my job. Is that what you want? All right, I can do that.
Thanks, kid. Sham Charania, ESPN NBA insider, just in. Breaking news at this hour. For the first time, the Memphis Grizzlies are entertaining offers to potentially move two-time All-Star Ja Morant ahead of the February 5th NBA trade deadline. Sources tell ESPN multiple teams are pursuing Morant in trade talks, and rival executives believe the Grizzlies would prioritize draft picks and young players in return. Sources said Morant, 26, is under contract with the Grizzlies through the 27-28 season. Memphis is considering multiple paths forward amid the emergence of several promising young players, including building around them and 2023 Defensive Player of the Year, Jaren Jackson Jr. The Grizzlies also remain open to continue on with Morant as a focal point, part of their retool. So, how does it impact us here in Detroit? Here's how I think it's more likely to impact us here in Detroit. Some team in the East gets Ja Morant to improve their resume in chasing after Detroit. Do I think the Pistons are likely to trade for him? Not necessarily. I'm not sure he would fit with their current roster, and I'm not sure if this is an experiment I want to take on, although he is a dynamic player. There's no question about that. I do have concerns that it makes the East more interesting if somebody else trades for him. Now, he's not the type of, I'm not looking to go out and get another all-star point guard, but getting if Ja Morant goes to, say, Indiana or Boston or the Knicks, or it probably wouldn't be the Knicks, but somebody, if he goes somewhere in the East, it might propel the Pistons to make a move on Michael Porter Jr. or some other deal, Lauri Markkanen or some other trade. But that's how I think it's more likely to impact the Pistons.
I would agree with you. I mean, as far as any interest in Ja Morant, I have no interest in Ja Morant. I think his off-court behavior is too much of a distraction, and just want to stay away from that. He's an incredibly talented player, and he'll end up somewhere, and it helps some team out for a while anyway. We'll see. I tend to agree with you, though. If he goes to the East, that's the only way it affects the Pistons.
Kang, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm actually a big Ja Morant fan, but I mean, you can't bring him to Detroit, obviously. I mean, just what the chemistry and the guys have going on in the culture that in that locker room right now, you don't want to mess with it. That's something as unpredictable as Ja Morant's been the last few years. His talent on the court's unquestioned. Off the court, makes some, I would say, poor decisions. I still think he has time to learn and grow, and the story's not written on Ja Morant. I think he can still be a really good player and person in this league. For the Pistons, not a chance. How does it affect the Pistons? You guys are right. Does he go to a team in the East? I want less superstars in the East selfishly. This year it's I don't wish injury upon anybody, but it is what it is. Tatum and Halliburton are out because of injury. And that opens the door for a young team like the Pistons to come in and take advantage, hopefully, this year. But I think what it means, though, we could see some really big names get moved this year in the NBA trade deadline. It's not over with Giannis. I have no idea what Milwaukee's going to do, what he wants to do. This Ja Morant thing's the latest. You guys mentioned Porter Jr., Markkanen. I mean, Anthony Davis is trying to get himself out of Dallas, apparently. All this something big is brewing throughout the league, and that could affect the Pistons.
Well, interesting thing to monitor. In the meantime, we mentioned before the break we'd talk a little college football, and I don't know where to start. Let's maybe start with what all this means for the Big Ten. 2 Big Ten teams playing tonight. Indiana and our new cousin Oregon are playing, and the champion goes. The winner of that game plays for the national championship. 3rd year in a row, a Big Ten team will be in the national championship game, and perhaps the 3rd year in a row, the Big Ten wins a national championship. And I don't know that, Gator, we could call it a coincidence if they do win 3 in a row in the 3 years that NIL has become legal. And interesting, no SEC team has played for a national championship since NIL has become legal. Is there a direct correlation? Well, this is one of the reasons why when people say we need salary caps, we need rules, I'm like, yeah, I mean, maybe eventually, but how about we have let's see. I feel like the SEC's had a run of, like 30 years here, ruling. How about we put rules in place in 30 years? Because it does feel like maybe there was a leveling of the playing field somehow. And in fact, maybe now the system is benefiting the schools that are producing more millionaire and billionaire graduates. Maybe.
Yeah.
And the SEC is 2-8 in postseason games when they're not playing each other. And with Ole Miss getting bounced last night, they're frozen out again. I don't hate this, but I'll tell you who should be screaming is the ACC, because ACC is 9-4 in the postseason, and the ACC and I mean the Big 12's 4-4, but it feels like the college football is morphing to this Big 2, Big 10 and SEC model, with ACC and Big 12 being considered Power 4 conferences, but they're like the redheaded stepchild of the Power 4. And I'm enjoying this, but at the end of the day, the power structure changes, but I feel like this power structure changed specifically with a rule change.
Yeah, look, I'll enjoy that the SEC gets locked out of a national championship. I think that's great. And obviously, if Big Ten wins a third here, that'd be awesome. I'm a Big Ten guy. I'm still struggling with that this is professional football, basically.
Yeah, it is professional football, basically. But I mean, this is what it is. The games are still entertaining. Somebody said to me the other day that, I don't know, man, I just, it's got to be a huge step forward. Bryce better be better next year because of what he's getting paid, talking about Bryce Underwood at Michigan. And I said, well, you realize the money doesn't change what kind of quarterback he's going to be. He's either going to be good or bad. And it might mean you overpaid for somebody when it's all said and done, but the money doesn't change who you are as a player. Now, it can impact you if you sign that contract and think, I've made it, kick your feet up and just collect checks. But that's a whole nother thing.
I mean, you got colleges have higher payrolls than the other professional football leagues. You know, this is
you're talking about like XFL and all that.
Whatever they combine, the UFL and all that. It's just it is what it is. So we'll see. I mean, what it ends up doing, it'll end up costing a GM a job because now the schools have GMs and they're the ones in charge of putting this roster together. And yes, there's recruiting and all as well, but it's a different kind of recruiting. It's just a different kind of football. What did you make of we haven't even really talked about the game last night, which was great.
Yep.
Last play of the game.
Yep.
Interference or no interference?
I think it was a make good for 2002. For people who don't know what happened in 2002, Miami was playing Ohio State in the national championship game in the Fiesta Bowl. It was in overtime, and Miami was up 24-17. Ohio State had a 4th down and 3, had to get the first down situation through to the end zone, and the pass was incomplete. It was really good coverage, and a flag came in late, and a very controversial flag at that. And years and years and years later, Miami, they say in a Hail Mary situation, there's hand fighting. That did not look like what I would call a Hail Mary situation, and I would also say that was excessive hand fighting. And I think what Miami did last night was more pass interference than what Miami did in 2002.
Yeah, well, Ole Miss didn't play in 2002. Ole Miss played last night, so why Ole Miss gets penalized for something that may have been a past imperfection.
I'm just saying Miami gets the make good. They get the Do I think the officials thought about 2002? No. I'm just being piffy, and you're taking me literally.
I don't want to take you literally. So what do you think? Do you think it was interference?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Terry McCauley, who does that, I believe, for NBC, is the extra special official in the booth. He said this is defensive pass interference. Everything up until the ball comes in is just mutual contact between two players tracking the ball. But as the ball arrives, the defender grabs the jersey with the right hand and pulls the defender down. And then there's a video of it going on. And it absolutely looks like it. It's interesting because last night during the game, when they had their guy in the booth, didn't he say that, no, I don't think that's interference?
He said it was hand fighting and a Hail Mary and that was legal. What was crazy?
You got two different networks with two different views, and this is why we talk about it all the time with officiating.
Yep.
It's like impossible to do, particularly with pass interference.
It's an interpretation. And the thing is, on that that fourth quarter, there were flags all over the place.
Yeah, and there
were just crazy flags thrown. And as soon as I saw that,
flags,
yes, but
like this would have been legitimate if they threw it. I think,
but that to me looked like pass interference. Now it certainly doesn't mean Mississippi wins the game. It means they get one more shot from.
10 yards further up.
It would have been 15 from. They were on the 35, so we would have one shot from the 20, which is still a low percentage play. But I thought a flag should have been thrown.
Do you guys know if the rule book even says anything different about a Hail Mary? Because why is Hail Mary, you're only allowed hand fighting during a quote-unquote Hail Mary?
I can't imagine it says anything different. No,
because,
it's just
exactly.
Pass interference is pass interference.
Right? So then, because I could say as a coach, well, we were throwing a Hail Mary. You're allowed hand fighting a Hail Mary. Or they were throwing a Hail Mary.
Allowing for that is akin to like when people say, well, in the third period of a hockey game, you're supposed to swallow the whistle. No. If you're calling a penalty in the first period, it's a penalty in the third period. You shouldn't swallow a whistle because, now the game's on the line.
There's also something else that's happening in college football that you could kind of see coming. I just sent you a text. I want you to look at it, Gator, and I want to address it next because I think the message is loud and clear. Some other tweak that this game needs. We'll get to that today at 1:20. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. So, Gator, I sent you a tweet. Somebody videoed last night's game from the last row of the stadium. And what he showed was fields of empty seats. Neutral site game. Miami had traveled so far in the postseason to Texas A&M, to Dallas, and now to the Fiesta Bowl. That's a big ask of the fans. Now, for them, I guess the good news is this next game is in the Orange Bowl, which is their home stadium.
Oh, there you go.
That's pretty chill for them. But dude, these games should be on neutral site, or should not be on neutral sites. They should be on campus sites right up to the championship game. Campus site postseason football has an intensity and an electricity to it that just cannot be matched in a neutral site pro stadium environment. And the fact that there was so many empty seats, and look, sports business people, have been tweeting out ticket prices for these games, and you could get into them cheap. And it's something that I hope that they correct. They probably won't, because I'm sure the Bulls are paying a ton of money.
We can get into them cheap later on. I mean, when they first introduced the ticket, the price is astronomical.
When they first introduced the ticket, yeah, but they're not moving for some of these games. Not all of them. Like, I feel like Ole Miss fans, if they would have played the next game on Mars, they would have gone.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is, campus sites are just better. They're just better in every single way, and I hope that at some point somebody makes a decision for the betterment of the game. What am I asking for? That stuff never happens.
Well, I'm not sure if it is the betterment of the game. I mean, I think they want to have, again, this comes down to playing in the elements or not playing in the elements. Arizona, you never have to worry about the elements. Obviously, Miami, you actually do in Miami because of rain, but in the northern towns, if they're playing these games in Indiana, you want to play a game.
Do I?
I mean,
yes.
I understand you do, but it's like you get 50,000. There's only 50,000 seats or whatever in Indiana Stadium. It seems like it's unfortunate. Like, I would imagine if Indiana got this far again and they change things up and play it on campus, or would they play in Indianapolis? Could they make that shift? They probably said, let's go to Indianapolis and let's pack it with Indiana fans, as opposed to, limiting ourselves to the capacity of Memorial Stadium or whatever it is in Indiana.
I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I don't know that I could disagree with you more. I think they want it on campus.
I got it.
Yep.
I think you start worrying about games in January being played outdoors, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah. If I'm in charge, the only game in January would be January 1st, and it would be the national championship game. All the games preceding that would be on campus sites. But it's not like football games in December means it's sunny and warm. But you also don't like weather games. So
no, I don't. And I don't think I'm alone, but I don't know what the percentage is. But I think that what they want is it's the money factor. It's the best product they can put out there.
Well, the money factor isn't the best product you can put out. The money factor is the most money you can make. Isn't that the money factor?
Well, the most money they can make is whether they're doing it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what they care about.
Yeah, which is
But I don't think that's the best product you can put out there. But you and I have a difference of opinion. Let's go to Jim in Walled Lake. Hi, Jim.
How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, you were talking about penalties that aren't called. One that irks me, college and pro, basketball at the end of the game, where the announcers pretty much tell you who they're going to foul, and they just walk up and hug the guy, and they don't call an intentional foul. Why have an intentional foul if you're not going to use it?
Well, because I don't think they want people going excessively at other players to potentially hurt them. I mean, it seems like it's kind of irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, why have to?
Fair enough. It's open lines, but this is not really necessarily the topic per se. Calls that don't get made in all sports, but yes, the intentional fouls at the end of the game, they'll tell the official we're fouling here, and the official will blow the whistle so that they can move on and nobody gets hurt, I think is what it is.
All right.
Does it really bother you, Jim?
Well, sometimes, because why should they be able to? They take your worst foul shooter, and that's the guy they go foul.
It's a strategy.
Yeah, but I mean, to his point, it's about if it's an intentional foul. If you have a penalty for an intentional foul earlier in a game, why not at the end of the game? Why would you not call it then?
I guess because it's just a well-known and employed strategy, and the team that is getting intentionally fouled doesn't protest. If a guy gets intentionally fouled, like on a fast break, the team protests and says, that's an intentional foul to keep me from getting this basket. If you're trying to dribble out the clock and the other team says we're going to foul him and then they foul him, the team that gets fouled doesn't protest unless they like tackle him because they know what's going on. But all right, I saw something because Carson Beck is quarterback for Miami, and his story's been well documented. He was a quarterback in waiting at Georgia, sat the bench for a couple years, got his chance, never worked out, transferred to Miami, and seventh year in college football. Seventh year in college football for Carson Beck.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It might be a 6, but hold on for a second. 1, 2, 3. Well, he sat out a year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 6 year in college football. Somebody tweeted out earlier that his top receiver, Malachi Toney, was 11 years old when Carson Beck went to Georgia. Think about that for a second. In the meantime, the catch that Toney made that got disallowed because his foot came down out of bounds might have been the most spectacular incomplete pass I've ever seen. When Miami was on their last drive and Beck threw that ball that was behind him and way up above him, and he jumped up, put his hand behind him, pulled it in with one hand, and then almost got his foot in.
Got his toe in, but the heel came down out of bounds.
Yep, and it wasn't a toe tap.
No.
He was out of bounds. It was the right call. Still, I want to stop and just behold how spectacular that effort was. That was incredible.
That was impressive. Very impressive. I was like, wow. Is this going to count? And of course it doesn't count because it wasn't the toe tap, which is kind of interesting. You have a toe tap, it's legal, then that'd be a good catch. But if it's not a toe tap, having the toe come down before the heel, now it's an incomplete pass.
Mm-hmm.
But great effort nonetheless.
Really unbelievable, wasn't it?
It was.
There was one earlier this year in the NFL, Doug. I mean, me and Gator were glazing over it. It was the Puka Nacua one where they originally, I think, did they originally call that a catch or not? But in the end, it was not a catch. And it's kind of slightly debatable on the sidelines. A one-hander against, was it the Falcons, Gator?
I forget who it was against, but it was
unreal.
Incredible.
Unreal. And so, yeah, there's been some great almost catches this year, Doug.
You know, right now, I think the runaway winner in college football for catch of the year is Omar Cooper Jr., the Indiana wide receiver, caught that ball at the end of Penn State where you're like, no, there's no way he's in bounds. And then you look at it and you go, oh, my God, he was in bounds. This would have topped Omar Cooper Jr.'s catch had he got the toe tap, was successful and been ruled in bounds. But alas, it didn't happen. Meanwhile, we got Indiana and Oregon tonight. We'll preview that game next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
You love jabbing that, don't you?
You know what? I've heard from SEC people forever. And now, I don't mind giving it back a little bit.
It's not like you.
It really isn't. But I'm gonna take this moment to just point the finger and laugh a little bit and lean into B1G. No conference co-opted other teams' success as much as the Southeastern Conference. So why don't we do it? Why don't we do it here in the Big Ten? And 2 Big Ten teams going tonight against no SEC teams left. Indiana and Oregon. Now, the first time these two teams played out in Eugene, Indiana won 30-20. Indiana gave up a pick 6 to make that game close, but neither team really ran the ball. I'll be interested to see if Indiana can get Hemby going tonight because he has been pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Their offensive line was dominant against Alabama. Dante Moore threw 2 picks in that first game. But the biggest disparity, Indiana sacked Dante Moore 6 times. Mendoza got sacked once.
These are both quarterbacks that can weave their way through the pocket and buy some time, but that's a startling stat when you hear that they were able to corral Dante Moore 6 times and take him to the ground. And that's the difference with this Indiana team over the rest of the teams in the league. Although Miami's a great defense, so it's going to be fun to watch that against Indiana if Indiana is able to prevail tonight.
Yep.
But Indiana's defense is no joke. They come at you. I mean, they shut down Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. They smoked Alabama, absolutely smoked Alabama. And you mentioned the numbers against Oregon. They were able to handle Oregon, and now they got Oregon again tonight. I sure wouldn't bet against Indiana.
No, I would not. And I think the game I really want to see is Indiana-Miami, which 15-year-old Doug is saying, what the F are we even talking about? Actually, 25-year-old, 35-year-old, 40-year-old Doug. Like, Miami has pretty much been, they ruled college football for a good portion of our life.
Certainly
like
earlier, yeah.
And maybe that's why 15-year-old Doug is freaking out. Indiana, I'm sorry, Indiana will be the easiest neutral team for people to root for. And whatever that, I mean, if you're not a Miami fan or an Indiana fan, who you're rooting for, I'm going to guess just about everybody's rooting for Indiana.
Yeah, because it's sort of an underdog story, although second year in a row that they made to the college football playoff, they're the number 1 team in the country, the number 1 seed. It's no longer this underdog story. You know, they changed over and have had a historic turnaround. What is Cincinnati, 25-2?
Yeah.
That's insane.
It is insane.
Step into Indiana and go 25-2 by turning over the entire roster, by the way. And in that first year, you turn it over with a bunch of guys from James Madison.
Well, a lot of FCS, not FCS, but group of 5.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of group of 5 guys come in.
You took a bunch of those guys.
Took an Ohio U quarterback, a bunch of James Madison players, a receiver from Old Dominion.
And you do what nobody expected, and everybody said, well, you know, their schedule is crap. Of course they were going to win their games. I mean, it's inflated. And look what happened. They lost to, it was a Notre Dame who they lost to in the playoff. And come on, I mean, they didn't really, well, they played them tough for a while. They played as tough as anybody else did in the first round of the playoffs.
But it was the best. Year. Wasn't it the best first round game in the playoffs?
Yeah, it was. Now they got beat by double digits, but still. So what are they going to do in the second year? I mean, come on, really. Well, the second year they went out, they got a transfer quarterback from Cal and refortify what they have. They've got some NIL coffers, and they built this team up, and now they're undefeated again.
Well, I got to tell you, the SEC, you still got baseball. You still got that, and that's right around the corner. So, you know, you got that to college baseball, SEC.
It's funny, you guys are big college football fans. You know,
Yeah.
I like college football, not as much as you guys do, though. I'm watching these games completely different. I don't even care about the outcome. I don't care who wins. I'm just watching for draft prospects, and all I'm watching is the offensive line for the Lions. Last night, I watched Francis
Mauigoa.
Yep. Maui, I think it's pronounced Noah, by the way, Maui Noah. But either way, that guy, if he falls or if he's in the 15 range where they move up a little bit, I'm looking to see if he's the next tackle for the Lions. Tonight, I'm going to be looking at that Oregon guard, Emmanuel Pregnon.
Yep. There's a tackle for Oregon that's good. There's, I think, a tackle for Indiana.
Yeah, Isaiah World is the tackle for Oregon, the other tackle for Oregon. But the thing I'm looking at, Gators, I literally just look at that player when the ball is snapped.
I get it,
I look at him, and then to the point where, okay, the play's going away from him or the ball's thrown, then I focus on the ball. But I'm just looking at that player blocking, whether it's pass blocking or run blocking.
Not every draft do I have a Jack Campbell. Okay. A couple years ago, I was as high on Jack Campbell and was hoping somehow he'd end up to be a Detroit Lion, and he did. And I am thrilled to this day. Last year, I didn't have a guy that I loved as much as I love Jack Campbell. I might have my next Jack Campbell.
Oh.
And he might be playing tonight. And it's still early for me to go there, but I love Amari Washington, the defensive tackle from Oregon.
Interesting.
Why, if you who you're watching Pregnon, the guard?
Yeah.
When Oregon has the ball,
that's all I'm
when
watching.
when they don't have the ball, watch 52 in the middle of that defense, because he is. I think he's going to be special.
Watch Uyunglele, the edge rusher for them. Mm-hmm. He's awfully good. Had that strip fumble return last game. There's lots of players in this game that we're really looking at to see if does it make sense for the Lions to take it 17.
Because the thing is, I don't see a center in this game, but you talk about, Doug, how you want a veteran center, and I totally get that. Mm-hmm. But if there is a Frank Ragnow, a rookie that can come in and start right away, you got to be sure. You know what I mean? And I'm sure Brad Holmes told us yesterday the effort isn't lacking. I'm sure they're doing all their due diligence on every player, but it's not out of the ordinary for them to draft a rookie and that guy can contribute on the offensive line right away. I mean, Tate Ratledge, I think, played the most snaps of like any rookie last year.
I got this, and I'm not particularly sure it's true, but a friend of mine sent this to me. The average age of the Indiana Hoosiers team is 23 years old. For perspective, the Green Bay Packers' average age this season is 25 years old. Signetti knows what he's doing. Grown men teams are the way of the future. That's how Michigan won the Natty in 2023. They had so many fourth and fifth year guys. Like that is, I think, totally. That's why portal is exceeding. Transfers are exceeding recruits. Is you get a finished product, a grown man, and look, my opinion on freshmen, I was more excited about the freshmen than returning players when I was a kid growing up. And then when I got down on the field, I'm like, who are these children? Because most of the freshmen physically, it looks like it'd be dangerous for them to be on the field because it's a grown man's game. You get me a team full of 23-year-old college players, I'll take them up against almost anybody. That's not completely true. They got to be talented, but here's something else that's interesting that's going on, Gator.
Yep.
And I'm not sure really what the deal is here, but there's a player out there that was highly recruited, got a ton of attention. And he went to 4 different high schools in his high school career. He proceeded to commit to 3 different college teams, stayed with one of those college teams for 2 years, put his name into the portal a while back, and he's had exactly 0 reported visits. And the question is that player's reputation perhaps catching up to him? Mm. And that player is Dylan Raiola, quarterback from Nebraska. Now, there's rumors out there of teams that are interested.
Sure.
But he has 0 reported visits scheduled.
Well, he's coming off an injury. It's a very serious one. So, where does he stand with that? And our team's just going to be like, you know what? We're gonna wait. Maybe we'll look at you in the post-spring portal. And
which should be the only portal.
Perhaps, but I think it's interesting how this whole thing is set up anyway. I mean, guys are waiting to enter the portal until they're eliminated from the playoffs. I think we're going to see a bunch of guys in the next day or two from Ole Miss, and then a bunch of those guys are probably going to go to LSU. We'll see what happens tonight after this game. Got players declaring for the draft and declaring for the portal. It's a free-for-all right now. It really is. It's so different from the college football we're used to. This is so much more like the NFL It's where it's free agency every year for every player.
Yep.
But Dylan Raiola is an interesting one. Yeah. Top player and a top recruit in the country, and he chose Nebraska. That was interesting to begin with.
Well, look.
But his dad was from Nebraska, was a Nebraska player. So.
The portal is an interesting thing. Michigan had Justice Haynes go into the portal today. It doesn't mean he's leaving, but the writing might have been on the wall when they took highly touted recruit or transfer from Oklahoma and Taylor Tatum, a running back. We'll see if he leaves. I suspect he probably will. Portal in some cases is code for I want a new deal.
Sure.
And I guess go get yours.
But, if teams are, this is where you don't, where they need the guardrails, right? You need to have a limit, a cap, if you will. And who knows when that's going to happen.
30 years. Remember, I want 30 years of this system.
So it's a free for all. Teams initially were only going to spend $20 million. Now you got teams that are spending 25. Those teams are spending 25. Now they're spending 30. Is it getting up to 40? Get away, you're 50. It's getting crazy out there. And there are different reports of here's what transfer portal players are expecting to get. And when you see, if you want a blue chip quarterback, a top notch quarterback, it's going to cost you $4 to $6 million to get that kind of quarterback. And that to me is absolutely insane when you get numbers like that. And there's only so much money to go around. And if you're going to dedicate that much money to the quarterback, well, then that just drops the rest of the coffers for the rest of the roster. So
why is it insane?
I think just to think where they were and where they're going. And these are college guys.
Stuff that used to give you the death penalty now.
Yeah, and you've got college guys that are getting paid more than NFL guys. Like a guy is going to stay in college because he can make $5 to $6 million, as opposed to go into the NFL draft, be drafted in the third or fourth round, and you're not getting that kind of money.
It's funny because
it's amazingly wild.
I love that because I love college football, and it's more players staying in college football. But
it's more players staying in college football. It's not more players staying in school. In the school that you want them to.
Oh, no. That has no correlation. In fact, jumping around seems to be a way that people get the most money. But 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. I just got a text, by the way, from my SEC buddy that said, play ball.
Oh. Baseball. Here we go.
Baseball conference.
Batter up.
97.1.
Hey, are you kicking off the new year by trying to save some money with ice cold showers? Yeah, no, not me either. This is why I called the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen pipe or a broken furnace derail your new year goals before January's even over. Their local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can focus on starting the new year off warm and stress-free. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, tons of feedback to get caught up on, and we've been all over the board today. Lots to talk about. From Jeff in a car, hey guys, love the show. Multiple white guys in short sightings today in Grosse Pointe, just saying.
I can only imagine.
It was nicer earlier than it is now, but yeah, white guy.
Out.
This has been early white guy in short season.
Yeah, I don't normally see it in the second week of January.
No.
Imagine people tried to get out to the golf course yesterday. You think that happened?
I saw somebody in my neighborhood loading his golf clubs into the back of his SUV.
I mean, it was raining. It was. I mean,
dude. I mean, I'm like, look. I know with a hardcore golfer, they're postmen. Neither wind nor sleet nor snow.
Right.
But I can't do that.
No,
I can't.
I can't do that either.
I would not have fun.
I mean, if you asked me to play Oakland Hills, I probably would say yes, but typically no.
From an unnamed texter, trade Skubal. He deserves a contract, and we're too cheap to give it to him. This could have been done last year. I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at management. Well,
I don't think they're too cheap. I don't think they can afford to pay him what he's worth.
I don't think they'd sign any offer the Tigers would give him. I honestly believe that. I think any offer the Tigers would make, they would use that as the baseline for their negotiations with Boston, New York, Chicago, the Dodgers. I mean, I think when Scott Boras is involved, he's trying to funnel his clients to the teams that can pay the most. And for a minute there, Mike Ilitch was that guy, and this lowball offer does not help Chris's reputation. It does not help the Tigers' reputation. And I can't for the life of me think what the upside is, that there's any upside to this other than saving a few $1 million, which I would rather go into an agreement with Skubal. This is the final year. Got it, brother. We can't afford you. And you want the biggest money, and good for you. Nothing wrong with that. Let's go win a World Series together and walk down the aisle hand in hand this one last time. But I hope that this lowball offer, it feels to me like if you were mad about him not going out for the 7th, don't be surprised if he doesn't go out for the 5th.
I'd be surprised with that. But I understand your point.
Yep.
I think that, to me, the writing is on the wall that they're clearly not going to be able to re-sign him. And if that's the case, and if they're this far apart in the first open negotiation on arbitration, I think they should trade him. The more I think about this, it's becoming closer and closer. I don't want to say no-brainer, but it becomes obvious to me when you've had a guy who's coming up back-to-back Cy Young Award wins, or Cy Young, he's a Cy Young winner for the last couple of years. He's the best pitcher in baseball. There's no question about that. I don't think he can keep this up for much longer. Can he keep it up for the next couple of years? Yeah, it'd be awesome to have him. But am I going to want to pay him for the next 8 years so I get the next 2?
I can understand not wanting to give him that contract, to be honest with you. I think that kind of contract comes with a lot of downside. The upside is you're presumably trying to ride him to one of the next couple of World Series. But at the end of the day, I think this clearly signifies the end. And the only thing I can think that they're trying to do is maybe they have a deal in place with a team that he says, I won't go there. I won't re-sign there. I won't negotiate with them. And let's just grab Texas, for instance. And the Tigers finally got the contract, the offer they want for Skubal from Texas. And he said, well, you can tell Texas I'm not re-signing with them. And then you make this lowball offer, and maybe he goes, you know what, tell Texas I'm in, and I'll talk to them. Maybe that's it, but I can't for the life of me think of the upside of this. The Tigers better trade Skubal. Oh, I already read that one. Sorry. Scott Harris thinks McGonigal and Clark are the core of this team. Well, I mean, I think he thinks they're the core of the future. It appears to me that Scott Harris doesn't want any part of a contract that he thinks will hamper him when those guys are up. But let's keep one thing in mind. This is the first time the Tigers organization or an Ilitch has done this. What did Max Scherzer think of the offer that Mike Ilitch made to him?
He didn't like it.
Nope.
He's going to bet on himself.
And that whole thing got a little uncomfortable, but Scherzer
played out the year and had a great year.
Had a great year. Maybe that'll happen with Skubal.
And then he gave the money to Miguel Cabrera.
Yep. Same story is going to play out with Green and Torque and Riley. Green and Torque and Riley.
Well, they're not free agents
Hold
for another.
on. Let's work with Green and Torque and Riley.
Oh, sorry. I think he meant Carp.
Maybe.
So, because those are the three guys that are coming up in a couple of years.
Right. So Green and Torque and Carp.
That would make more sense.
Yeah. Then Green and Torque and Green again. He says this same story is going to play itself out with Green and Torque and Riley, et cetera, et cetera. This is a sign of things to come. I hope not. I really hope not, but I can understand why people feel that way, and I don't. But from Will, if Brad Holmes means what he says, get ready to welcome back Marcus Davenport on another buddy deal and expect a 6th-round draft pick used to fill the edge. Will, I do not expect that to be the case. I will not quite shoot the boot guarantee it, but I don't think there's a chance in hell Marcus Davenport's back. The big one's El-Quadin Muhammad. I mean,
that's the guy you want to bring back, but El-Quadin Muhammad said a few days ago that he wants to play where he's valued, and that's a clear, shot across the bow. I need to get paid. This is my opportunity, and he should get paid for this. Having a double-digit sack total, playing half as many snaps as Aiden Hutchinson did. He was awfully productive. Now he's productive because Aiden's on the other side. I'm not stupid. I can recognize that. But for this team, having Aiden on the other side and having Muhammad, I think could work out for this team. But how much is that going to cost? Is it going to cost 10? Is it going to cost 15? Does it cost more? I don't know. I don't know what he would take.
Brad Holmes is nothing but smoke and mirrors at this point. The Lions will never go any further with this clown in charge.
Got to the NFC Championship game a couple years ago, but now they're done, I guess, huh?
Well, look,
they have to rebuild the offensive line.
Yeah,
and then I think you can start to make determinations. If they're able to rebuild the offensive line, and this team gets back to winning a division, 12, 13, 14 wins. I think that's crazy to think 14, but we saw 15 for crying out loud when the team was, injured as much as they were. But he's got work to do. It's a big offseason for Brad Holmes. You got to rebuild the offensive line.
Hi.
What's up, Rico?
What do you say to the people who say, well, they've regressed each year since going to the NFC Championship game?
And it's hard to argue that, but I think you could argue it with a 15-2 season that's technically more wins, but they lost in the playoffs. Now, why did they lose in the playoffs? Quarterback had a bad game, and that defense was decimated. But it is what it is, and every team has to deal with stuff, right? And sometimes teams take a year off, regroup, and come back. That's why I say this is an important year off season for Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions. They have to rebuild the offensive line, and it was kind of predictable. Once you found out that Frank Ragnow wasn't going to be playing on this team, and then became way more predictable when you lose your starting two safeties and then your backup safeties.
Well, what angered me about Brad Holmes' thing yesterday, 3 years in, it's irresponsible to ask Manu to step up and be an NFL player? Really?
Well, I think the problem with Manu is that you didn't get a chance to see him because he was hurt.
I'm just saying, 3 years in. Like, it's not like you just drafted him. Okay, he's a rookie. You're in your third year and asking you to step up and do something, and you called it irresponsible. Okay.
Well, look, he's that might be, hey, we swung and missed with him. We do have some breaking news. The NCAA, according to Ross Dellinger, the NCAA has denied the eligibility waiver request for Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss. The association announces Tom Mars, Chambliss' legal counsel, has drafted a lawsuit on behalf of the quarterback.
Yeah, I think you kind of saw that when Ferris State was like, wait, you were hurt in 2022? I don't remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to have a doctor's excuse. That's back from grade school, from mid school.
I mean, the upside for him, I guess, is that now you go to the NFL. You had a heck of a season. Go prepare yourself for the judgmental voice over here. The judgmental groan is if you don't think he can play in the NFL.
No, I think he can, but NFL people, he's just way too short, and he's this and he's that, and the measurables. I think he can, but good luck going to the combine.
I thought this would indicate otherwise. That was the voice you.
No, it was like it was just like NFL people are going to pick that apart
until he goes out and shows up at the combine. He becomes and a Bryce Young.
Hey, look,
he's fast.
Yeah, Bryce Young looks like somebody lost their kid. Trinidad Chambliss is awesome.
good.
Trinidad,
Funny.
Trinidad Chambliss was so much stinking fun to watch.
He was.
And their team was fun to watch. They kept playing these epic games. I'm moderately sad to see them go, but look, no SEC teams.
Well, no, you know what? Lane Kiffin doesn't get the profit. That was the only thing. You don't get the. I'll take Michael Irvin acting like an idiot. Lane, you don't make any more money off of this team.
Here's the one thing about Lane, though. I think deep down, if they won it all, it would have stung. I can't imagine that.
About another $500,000 check, and I don't know.
Yeah, but no, it would have because technically you weren't the coach. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was like when Michigan won the whole thing in hoops, and
Steve Fisher took over for Bill Frieder, and Frieder was the head coach at Arizona State. Fisher coached him 6 straight wins, and although last night Chris Fowler said it was the Fab Five, it was not the Fab Five. It was prior to the Fab Five. But anyway, long story short, yeah, I don't think the $500,000 for me personally, if I was already a multimillionaire and just signed another big, huge millionaire contract, I think it would. For me personally, it would sting.
Oh, it should sting, but they're not playing for national championships.
They're not.
He's probably breathing a big sigh of relief and now contacting every one of those players if he hasn't already. Hey, come on to LSU.
Right. Yep. So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Yeah.
Little Scooble talking about that. Also, we're going to take TJ through the playoffs and have him go through the playoff matrix and pick a champion.
Really?
Yeah.
We decided we're rooting for Carolina by process of elimination. We could think of a reason not to root for every other team. So we're rooting for Carolina.
Carolina was the least harmless team.
Okay. Have a great weekend, everybody. Have a great show, Rico. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.